Shark, doot, 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 drunky shark, doot, 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 drunky shark. He's right here. He's right here next to me.
That is one that we will be playtesting very soon. This is an example of the enthusiasm of the Flapjacks and Sasquatches community, as I put in one of the prolific newsletters that we were working on this game and looking for some play testers. And when last I checked the spreadsheet, there were like 50, literally more than 50 groups who had signed up to play test this dice game. So it's phenomenal. So that's going to come out. We are like, none of the games in the prolific catalog are going to be put into a bin or anything like that. I don't know that Occultists and Cthulhu gets reprinted. Like, there's probably many years of stock of that.
Yeah.
I could see reprinting Witch Slapped.
Yeah.
I think that's a really fun game. I backed that Kickstarter. We played it at the time.
It's my favorite.
I think it's got right on. Nice. Very nice. I think I like the Sasquatch Coffee one a little bit better, but they're both very strong entries into the gamer mug genre.
They are about to start day 2 of the 3-day doomsday counter. It is about 1 a.m., maybe a little bit earlier, in the Mush Fens, a swampy frontierlands where this hidden relic is located. They've freed giant kraken-like octopi.
Following the leader, the leader, the leader. Following the leader wherever he may go.
Oh, freaking Peter Pan.
You're welcome. Pizza and beer stomach. This is my meat pocket. Don't say that. That sounds dirty. Oh my god. That sounds dirty. To quote Bentley, oh my god. You're my meat pocket. Wow. Wow. The pudding stomach, yes. This is my pudding stomach. This is where the chocolate pudding goes. See, Blind GM, you should have joined me live. This would have been fun. Type in the answer, because sometimes like, woo! Wee! 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 Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, it's a happy birthday, yeah. Has redeemed a dice reroll. You get another reroll.
If I had a dick, I would.
Oh, that's 10!
I'd give her the dick.
Bestie Covenant Clutch.
All right, your health has gone up by 10 points. I'm still gonna fucking kill you with the T-Rex.
No, you're fucking not.
Fuck off, Steven. You're not killing her.
God, why do you sound exactly like Pixel? I can't handle 2 pixels. I quit.
I
There's
don't
only
think
one.
that Octavius.
There's a Pixel and there's an Octavius.
Octavius.
Yeah.
Steven.
So, what
Excellent.
can you tell us about it?
Okay, so you had Chris on last week.
We did.
He described it. I don't know if I'm going to describe it the same way, but here we go. So, Basil and Mobius is an urban fantasy series that would happen if Indiana Jones and James Bond teamed up to go do a series of missions for a Cthulhu monster disguised as a person. And they fight all manner of eldritch horrors and evil sorcerers from prehistoric times, and one very scary vampire ghoul lady who I created in my Story of the Machine, which is in one of the Basil and Mobius books. I think it's...
Because this series kind of sounds like it's
Hells.
an accumulation of the themes of all of the stuff we've covered so far. The party promenade! Party promenade! Here we go. Penny hands out D's like candy. Penny, where's my D? Oh, wait. I'm supposed to be giving the D. Wait! Wait! This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions. As far as the eye could see, only one will survive. I don't know who it could be. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Boom, 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 boom. And all the beats. Could you just quickly kind of explain to them the differences between those?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a lot of age designations in publishing, particularly in children's publishing. So you've got like picture books, you've got early readers, which are designed for like emerging independent readers, chapter books, which are slightly longer, but again, aimed toward like first, second grade, where they're really starting to develop that reading fluency. And then you have middle grade, which is aimed at about like 8 to 12-year-olds. So like a series of unfortunate events or the Wings of Fire series, those types of books that are designed to engage fluent readers who aren't ready for like maybe more intense content. And so for me, that's where I started out wanting to write. And then young adult is generally considered like 12 and up. It's aimed at teenagers, but the majority of young adult readers are adults.
Corn? What? It's corn! With big humps and ugs. It's got the juice. It's got the juice. Gotta be the most awesome thing. It's corn. Was there ever a musical instrument that you wished you could have learned, or that you'd like to learn?
Oof. I mean, I think at every point in one's life, someone wishes they knew how to play the guitar like super crazy well, because that would be cool. Just being able to be like,
yeah.
I also would love to play the keytar. I think I'd love to learn how to play that really well, because somehow that seems like even cooler. Because no one whips out a keytar anymore.
No.
If I was in the middle of the stage and I was like I started came in. For those of you who are watching or listening to the podcast later, there's a lot of hand motions that I'm doing that you will not be
a lot of air guitar, a lot of air keytar.
Cool.
You have a favorite class you play in World of Warcraft?
You know, I always have a favorite class that's different every week, which is why I have 4 level 70 characters waiting for the next expansion.
Nice.
I like the Warlock. I use my Warlock for soloing because they're so overpowered. It's insane. I use my Paladin as my gatherer for herbs and mining, because a Paladin, you can't kill them.
Yeah.
They're boring. It's a protection Paladin. You can't kill them. I'll stay alive. You're not going to kill me. But 3 hours later before I kill you, but I will.
Let's go and try playing another game. We'll see if we get some people. Have you seen my flashlight? Beat up flashlight. Getting blinded by the flashlight. Flashlight, flashlight, flashlight. Oh shit! Holy shit! First of all, we have the father of Forgotten Realms. He's written source material for multiple RPG systems, and most recently has been working with the Fate of the Norns Athcliath Living City. Please welcome Ed Greenwood to the Game Master's Workshop. Hi, Ed.
Hi.
Next we have Chris Jackson. He is known for his many series of pirate and sailing novels, including his most recent book in the five-fold universe, Pacifica. He has written multiple RPG tie-in novels, as well as contributed for books such as Paizo's Ships of the Inner Seas. Welcome, Chris Jackson, to the show.
Ooh.
And also author, writer, game designer. He has multiple RPG tie-ins as well, and has had a major hand in multiple 4th edition books, and can currently be seen on Twitch's Dungeon Scrawlers channel, where he and the entire cast is comprised of authors and writers. Welcome, Eric Scott DeBee.
Thank
All
you.
right, guys.
It's time to start the broadcast. It's time to play some games. It's time to have some fun here see some off the pod here. Enjoy some great alerts. We'll have a grand old time here watching Epic Rounds tonight. We love it when we come here. We clip all of the screens. The chat gets kind of trolly on Epic Rounds scenes. But that's an awesome part of the Epic family. So let's enjoy the show now and start another hype train. We'll see the spicy chips fly on the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, epicational. This is what we call the Epic Show.
Of not just comics fandom, but they also covered Star Trek and Star Wars and other things. And at some point, it was really around the moment when I got on the bus to go to high school, and everybody who had been into comics in junior high or everybody in middle school dropped it all at once.
Oh,
and
wow.
so I get on the bus and I find out after the summer I'm wanting to tell people, hey, look at all this stuff I got. I'm ordering comics from Mile High Comics now. I've got all this this stuff. And my best friend, rest his soul, just passed away here last year. He he'd been my cohort in all things comics, and he's like, well, John, we're in high school now. We don't do that sort of thing anymore.
no.
It's all about beer and dating from here and sports. And I'm like, okay, then why don't you let me have your comics?
Yeah.
And he would later on regret having given them.
Yeah.
And he would accumulate them again, and then he gave them to me as a wedding gift 10 years after that. So again, but that was kind of what happened though. Is I made that jump from being a casual collector, to being somebody who specialized in this stuff.
Yeah.
I was doing my own fanzine in I guess 10th grade. And then what I was doing is I was doing mini comics, which were these were the web comics of the day. You would draw your characters and your stories and send them out to other people, usually through the classified ads of Comics Buyer's Guide or one of the fanzines devoted to those things, like Small Press Comics Explosion or something like that. These were all magazines that, or just zines that put people in touch with other people who
way before
doing
eBay, right? Way before eBay.
Yeah. And so, we're talking about real small audiences, but what it did is it taught me two things. It taught me that I didn't know how to draw, which was kind of self-evident to anybody who read my stuff. But the drawing taught me how to lay out a comic book page. When I was later on writing comics for a living, I already kind of knew, all right, you can't put too much stuff on a page. There won't be room for it. There won't be room for the words. There won't be room for the action.
Want to have a big long script sitting there for one person.
Yeah, and so I kind of had a little bit of solidarity with the artists in the beginning. And over the years, my number of panels per page of my professional comics would continue to go down as I would figure out more and more ways to fuse things on the page.
Right.
But again, I'm also collecting comics all through that period. And of course this is when we kind of have this renaissance in comics thanks to the comic shops. And that's when we get Batman: The Dark Knight Returns and all that other kind of stuff. And so that is sort of where I was. That sets me up kind of to do what I did later. I became the editor of my high school newspaper, in part because I'd already been publishing.
Right.
Yeah, and then that led to me doing the same thing in college.
Did your family, you mentioned your mom was a librarian. Do you think if she was in another kind of a career, do you think that the encouragement might have been a little bit different? Do you think that is a major part?
I do. I mean, a few things. And it wasn't just her, because my dad was and he was in electronics. He actually did all the car stereo installation repair for all the dealerships in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh wow.
For like 40 years. And he had introduced me to that line of work. I worked with him in the summers while I was in school. And it wasn't really my bag. My son would have loved it. He's an electrician. But he sort of understood that I was interested in scientific things, but not actually to use them scientifically. As I was not really interested in inventing or building or fixing. And so he encouraged me. And then my sister, who was 10 years older than I was, and still is, was sort of the third part of this, in that she was into all of the pop culture in the world before I was.
Okay.
So she had introduced me to Monty Python and George Carlin and Steve Martin, and the music, and in films, James Bond, and of course Logan's Run. We get to Star Wars, and she's actually working in a department store in the record section. And one of the things they used to do is well, actually they did for everybody. The soundtrack for Star Wars had a poster in it, by John Berkey, and it was a colossal space battle in front of the Death Star. And John must not have had a lot of information, because there's like 3 Millennium Falcons in the drawing, but it was wonderful, and it came with the came with the album. The thing is, the shrinkage on those at the store was like 100%.
Yeah.
So even the record store was pulling the posters from those albums, and so she like brought me home 3, and I had those.
Nice.
And so I sort of had that there. So she was, and then when video games came along, she was making sure I spending her money on cartridges for me, which cost just as much then as they do now.
Right.
Even though they're like 4K of RAM on these things, or ROM on these things rather. And so and again, it wasn't. I didn't just have an Atari. I had an Intellivision, because that was the intellectual.
Right. Yeah. I think I had
video
one of those
game
as
system.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, we were snobs about this kind of stuff. So I took all this stuff very seriously, and I think probably the other thing that happened there is I went to a school that had classes, sort of accelerated classes for kids that were into reading earlier than anybody else, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But what my parents did that instead of having a regular school skip me grades, because I was a little scrawny kid, and I think they figured if I was in a room full of 5th graders, when I was 8, I'd get clobbered, and so what ends up happening is I get sort of a lower pressure childhood, where I was never really a grind trying to become valedictorian or anything like that, and I wasn't, but I was allowed to pursue the things I was interested in, and excel in things that I worked hard at. I dedicated my most recent Star Trek novel to 3 of the teachers from that school, in part because there was one teacher who let me turn in my assignments in comics form, because she was a fan.
That's great.
So it's not just that I did a comic book version of an Edgar Allan Poe story, but I did a comic book version of my characters putting on a production of an Edgar Allan Poe story. So I was already doing this meta stuff, age 14, because I had read all these comics and I understood okay, yeah, this is how Mad Magazine does this sort of thing. This
Right.
is how, yeah, and so yeah. Anyway, you know, I was definitely lucky to have that kind of a situation and that kind of time and the people that I did both in school and at home that were willing to encourage some of these flights of fancy and that's one of the reasons that when I do what I do today I say that I'm strip mining my childhood for a living because I've got a lot of readers that didn't have that kind of leisure
Right.
or don't have it now
Yeah.
or didn't have that kind of support or don't have it now and I'm just sort of like, well, let me see if I can take these properties that we all loved in common and come up with some extended play versions of these things
Yeah.
so you guys can have some fun.
Talking about those IPs, so you've done, you mentioned some of the IPs. You mentioned Star Wars, Star Trek. Obviously, we talked about Batman. We're going to talk about Batman a little bit later. You talked about all these IPs that you kind of grew up with. Are there any IPs that you grew up with that you haven't gotten to do anything with that you're like, man, I really want to get my hands on that and write a book on, that IP?
I've been at it for long enough that pretty much just about everything that I had been interested in doing that I figured was commercially viable, I've been able to do. One of the ones that you didn't mention, I did about 6 years ago. I wrote the 40th anniversary comic series for Battlestar Galactica.
Nice.
Which, to my knowledge, it's the last Galactica series that's been done to date, based on the original series. Maybe there's something else out there, but basically, that was done something as a labor of love because you kind of knew that there's only so much of an audience. I was working on the series and I realized that I was the only person working on the comic book that was alive when the show was on.
Wow.
And so I ended up having to help the artists and help the editor and help the colorists make sure we got everything right, which I was happy to do.
Yeah.
But most of the things where I say, okay, this is something I was really a huge fan of, I either have been there and done that, or I kind of know that there's no market for it. I've said many times, I would do a for years I would say I'd love to do something for Max Headroom, and the thing is, the more I looked at it, the more I said, that's a TV show about TV.
Yeah.
And there's, and this is the British TV series that turned into an American sci-fi series.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure you could actually do it in prose or in comics, and that's why there's never been a novel or a comic book for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Batman completely shocked me because I would have said that the Tim Burton Batman was on my wish list if I had thought that that was a thing that you could actually do.
Yeah.
And I've written about this that it's a dream project that I never even dreamed you could ask for.
Right.
Because it wasn't the case long ago where you could sub-license or zero in on just a particular version of something like that.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate that we live in a world where we've had things like the Batman 66 comics that kind of set this all up over a decade ago.
Right.
I remember asking the editor at DC, who was in charge of this at the time, "Hey, you guys, if you ever do Batman '89 comics, you should let me know." And he was like, "Yeah, you're like the 50th person who's asked us this." And I knew I wasn't anywhere on that list, even though I had done Iron Man years earlier, and I was doing Star Wars comics at the time.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, I kind of get it.
No reason not to ask. What's the worst that happens? They say no.
Yeah. That's what. And so so really what happened here is, I'm in the middle of writing my most recent Star Wars novel, The Living Force, and my editor Tom Holler said, you saw Batman 12 times, didn't you? And I said, yeah, and I kept the tickets.
Nice. For those listening, he's showing
we're
us the
talking about-
tickets. FYI.
Yeah, we're talking about 12 times in the theater. And he said, we have the chance to do books, in this realm, and tying in specifically to Batman '89. And this is in part, I think, made possible because of the huge enduring fandom of those films.
Right.
Also, you've got Michael Keaton back in The Flash.
Right.
This is all this is even before we get the concert series going around for the not TV show for the movie, the symphony series.
Yeah.
For it. And it's before Michael Keaton riffs with Danny DeVito and Arnold
That was
Schwarzenegger
great,
on
by the way.
stage.
Those that missed it, go check that one out.
Yeah, but see that and it's like, okay, well, this is kind of coming back, and we also have at the time, DC has done Superman 78 comics and Batman 89 comics by Sam Hamm, one of the two screenwriters of the film, and Joe Quinones, who had drawn covers for my Star Wars Knight Errant series years ago. And so, and so the way is sort of paved for us to do something. And I'm like, yes. And I'll make time for it, and we'll go from there.
That's awesome. Going back to your earlier years, tell us about your decision for college. You went into college, journalism, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What was your decision making for that to go? I'm going to do journalism, and this is what I'm going to do. And how much did that affect you overall?
Actually, I went for astronautical engineering was the intention. Because I'd done the publishing thing, self-publishing thing and everything, just long enough to realize this is not a way to make a lot of money. But also this is a very insular job. Unless I were to go out and be a sports reporter or something like that, I'm going to be indoors and huddled over a computer as things were beginning to turn to all this time. As we were approaching when I'm graduating high school, Halley's Comet was coming back, and I had been reading science fiction. Arthur C. Clarke was my favorite writer at the time, and he was an active scientist. He, basically discovered the geosynchronous orbit. The Clark Belt is the group of satellites that are up there at geosynchronous orbit. I had really become obsessed with the movie 2010, which had realistic science to a degree, and also had this notion that one day in the future we'll be working with the Russians in space. So I better learn Russian, and also it would be good to actually know how to build a spaceship or something like that. And so and so that was kind of my, well, all right, that's what I'll take a shot at. And a few things happened in sequence, and my dad was like, yeah, are you sure this is what you want to do? We'll find out. And a few things happened in sequence. One is, unfortunately, January of my senior year, the Challenger blows up.
Yeah.
And I had already planned to go to, everybody else was on the senior cruise. I was going to be doing a swing around the Gulf states with my recently departed friend. And one of our stops was going to be Cape Canaveral. And when I got down there, because we went anyway, it was pretty somber because you couldn't see anything. They weren't letting you out of the tour vehicle. They were still piecing together the debris in the vehicle assembly building, in the giant building out there, and so it was pretty somber. So I got that sort of happening to sort of make this feel like, okay, this is going to take a lot longer because they put the shuttle program on hold. They put everything on hold. and I get to college and I make the mistake of testing into honors calculus. And that was my Waterloo. I was like, okay, I can't do this at all. I don't even understand what we're doing.
Yeah.
I need a story problem. I need, explanation. I need logic. I'm great with statistics because statistics I can usually turn into
Yeah.
I can understand why I'm doing it. But with this, I reached my limit.
Yeah.
Fairly quickly, and basically threw myself on the steps of the communications building and said, "Yeah, please take me in your journalism department." I did keep on with the Russian language, and that resulted in me getting after college. I got a master's degree in Soviet studies. Did not get a doctorate because the Soviet Union collapsed on my dissertation. It was, again, big historical timing.
Yeah.
I was on my way from Russian language immersion camp at Indiana University because I was going to go over and do my doctoral dissertation.
Yeah.
Based on studying stuff overseas. I got my passport. I got everything. And I get there, or I'm on my way back from immersion camp, and I find out on the radio that Mikhail Gorbachev has been taken hostage by his own generals, his own Politburo, and as a consequence of that coup fails, but as a consequence of it, everything that I was studying would be gone within a year and a half.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, I'm not a historian. I don't want to study what happened in the past. This thing is in the realm of the journalists now. And I've already found out that I don't speak the language well enough to not starve.
Yeah.
To order food. And so I that's when I decided, okay, I'm going to go use the journalism degree that I did get and start editing magazines. This skips over Batman, but I and that part of it, but I'm sure we can come back to it.
We are going to come back to Batman for sure. We're going. I want to make sure we get it closer to the end, so it's fresh in everybody's mind at the end of the show. For sure. Was there anything you learned that kind of stands out to you in your college time? And is there anything that you still use to this day?
Well, I mean, we mentioned the Russian stuff. I used the what I had from my studies of the Soviet Union in my novels about Star Wars. So I've got a novel called Star Wars: A New Dawn, which is about how the Empire is transforming the Republic. And the time frame in which the Empire has to turn the Republic from what it was into this totalitarian machine is 20 years, about the same amount of time that this country takes to go from an agrarian society to this totalitarian industrialist society, at the cost of tens of millions of lives.
Yeah.
So I was able to insert some elements in there dealing with some of the tensions of changing these institutions over. I had a character, Count Vidian in that book, who represented somebody who was like, okay, let's just not nationalize all the industries. Let's get them to work for us and compete with one another. And the Emperor's like, okay, sure, whatever's gonna work. I had done that again in my first Star Wars novel called Star Wars Knight Errant, where I wrote both the novel and the comic series for it. And that was another case where it was about it set a generation before the rule of two kicks in. And so there's lots of Sith Lords. They have lots of fiefdoms, and they're battling one another about what it means to be Sith. And the Jedi have sort of thrown up their hands, except for this one Jedi operative who is the star of the series. And that's something where I again drew on that history because, again, during the time of the Communist International, there were multiple different you know countries that had gone communist in one way or another, and that's the thing. It was all different ways. As it was practiced in Cuba was not the same way as Vietnam, as China, as Russia, and in fact, sometimes these countries would be in conflict. And I said, okay, well, this is how it's going to work here. Is these Sith Lords are all going to be battling one another over what it means to be Sith, and what they believe is the to use a revolutionary word, what is the program that's going to get us to control of this galaxy. And of course, as it turns out, the rule of two is part of what they need, and in the case of the Sith. And then what they need is they need to hijack an existing government, which is what the Emperor does. But I had looked at that as well in a series I did called Lost Tribe of the Sith, where the conclusion is the only way that you can actually survive as a Sith government is to find some way of restraining all these ambitions and get everybody on the same page. And every one of these series that I did was like a little different petri dish.
Yeah.
That I took elements from world history, and then I would just sort of mix them up with whatever we had in Star Wars or whatever the circumstances were.
Yeah.
And then doing it in Star Trek was a little bit easier because in Star Trek, there actually was an Earth. There actually was
still a reference point.
Yeah, I could actually refer to Benjamin Franklin or somebody like that without having to imagine a fake alien version of that person. Well, as such and such from Corellia said. And so I'm doing that. But anyway, every one of these was just sort of a different project that allowed me to explore some things. And I'm really happy that Knight Errant series, both the comics and the novel, they are both out again. The comics from Marvel in a big epic collection, called Old Republic Volume 5, and then the novel is out in a new special edition from Random House, and so
that's awesome.
People finally have that whole thing again to be able to read
them all together at once. Something that you're kind of known for in a lot of these is not messing up what canon really exists. And I'm kind of curious what your process is in your research. So when you're going back and you're making a Batman movie and you're like, okay, here's the historical reference, here's these other movies, or something like Star Wars where there's novels, there's comic books, there's movies, there's specialty editions, all of these things, and trying to not contradict things that have already happened. What is your process like to make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, so every one of these projects, almost everything I've done, with the exception of I think one book, is a licensed product, and the license there is the key, because that means in every one of these cases there's a licensor, somebody who owns Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, a studio that will define for you what is the relevant source material, and that you have to care about. What other things are in motion that you might have to be contending with, because there are other stories, there are other ships on the sea, there are other things that are out there that you could collide with if you didn't, or what are the limits on what kinds of stories you could tell that you don't end up taking ideas from somebody else someday. Or you don't want to do a line of dialogue that one, or not dialogue, but a line of narration that in that one line prevents another whole series from happening.
Yeah.
Because you had to say that there had never been a Wookiee on this planet. Right. Never is a terrible word. Any absolutes like that, you using narration at all is bad. Usually, because the narrator is the voice of God. There's only one narrator in Star Wars where it's a history that is incontrovertible. It's only in one place. Where is it? It's the opening crawl.
Yeah.
The opening crawl is the history, but everything else, Obi-Wan Kenobi says, for 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights protected peace and order in the galaxy. Well, he might have been exaggerating. He might have been incorrect. He might have been drunk. He might have been lying.
Right.
Would Obi-Wan Kenobi lie to Luke Skywalker? Yeah, he's done it before.
Yeah.
Or he would do
Darth
it
Vader
later.
killed your father. And I was...
Yeah. So again, I tried to blame the speaker as much as possible when creating anything that might be considered to be lore. And so what I always try to do is I keep my footprint narrow. My first editor in Star Wars comics, Randy Stradley, he used to say, when you define, you can find. And that means, when you go out and just start explaining things willy-nilly and giving the complete history of things, you make it so somebody else can't do a story, and it might be you. And so I'm always keeping track of sort of the footprint of my stories. I am aware of what the source document that I have to work with is. So in something like Batman Resurrection, the main source document are the 2 films by Tim Burton. I am, even though I am not obligated though to match up with the adaptation, which is slightly different because it was based on an earlier draft of the film and has some elements that did not officially happen. I have a little fun and I pull ideas here and there. Star Trek, from the adaptation. Star Trek, is a situation where the TV shows and the movies are the source document, and everything else that's added to it, the fans put it on memory beta instead of memory alpha because it means it's something that is apocryphal. But what I try to do is, if I can write things in such a way that I can wink at or suggest that these other stories, or leave room for these other stories to still have happened, I'll kind of try to do that. And so, my novel Star Trek Discovery: The Enterprise War deals with the fact that there have been, in the novels and the comics and the everything else, there have been something like 8 or 9 chief engineers of the Enterprise. And so I had a paragraph that kind of, we've had a lot of people through here, and we named some names. And does that make them canonical? Not necessarily. At least the Star Trek stuff now is more, I call it canon adjacent, because we are working with Kirsten Beyer, who is executive producer on Strange New Worlds and is in the writer's room of these other shows. Okay. And so she coordinates with us. But otherwise, I try to make all accounts correct if I can, and I try not to overwrite things if I don't have to. But again, it is the case that I am following the directive of that I'm receiving. And so for example, when I wrote The Living Force for Star Wars, my most recent novel, which is a Jedi Council novel.
Which just came out last April, right? Just
came out in April. First novel featuring the entire council. Qui-Gon Jinn basically tells the members of the council to go out and touch grass. He says, when was the last time you guys actually helped anybody? You sit in this room. You adore one another. You send poor Uriel Poof out to get pizza. You don't let anybody talk. And so I wrote this story that was intended to be set 1 year before Phantom Menace. And I had significant leeway, latitude about what to write about. But I knew that in so doing, I would be telling the first official stories that would be needing to contend with the fact that we had characters that had been given histories temporarily that became no longer operative because of George Lucas himself.
Yeah.
So, there had been these members of the council had been given backstories in I think the Star Wars Visual Dictionary that then or Phantom Menace Visual Dictionary that then got picked up in the Dark Horse comics, or they started in the Dark Horse comics and went over. Yeah. And we get things like Qui-Gon Jinn, not Qui-Gon, Ki-Adi-Mundi having 5 wives. And other characters.
I was trying to figure out that name all day. I keep seeing the pictures of that character. I was like, what was his name? I can't remember. Thank you.
Ki-Adi. And then we've got characters that it's clear from the previous stories. Evan Peel, that he was recruited much older and he grew up on a war-torn planet. The Depa Billaba, the master of later on of Kanan Jarrus, that she also had grown up on a war-torn planet and was rescued by Mace Windu and recruited, but she was quite more advanced along age-wise than we found out with the second prequel, where now the notion is, okay, yeah, everybody is inducted into the Jedi Order as children, pretty much no exceptions, and also there's no dating. So sorry, Ki-Adi, that's gone. And so I figured out ways to still sort of reflect this. I mean, Mace is still Depa's master. I still have the notion that she came from a war-torn area, or that her planet was. Both her and Evan Peel, I established that, even though Evan did not grow up on this planet, he went back later, and he felt as if he had grown up there.
Yeah.
And so, this is stuff that kind of, I think, is not obligatory to my job. It's not something I have to do. But if I can figure out a way to do it, it's fun.
Awesome. It was really great because I was about to move into that story, the Living Force, and ask you a little bit about it, and you went right into it. You read my mind.
And this all goes back to that reporting thing, which is like I kind of know what the questions are before.
Right.
The journalism thing.
So yeah, guys, everybody watching, listening to the podcast, make sure to go check out The Living Force. Came out in April, and of course, the main reason that you're here is over your shoulder. It's Batman, and I didn't write down, I have notes, I have little things here that I write down and do. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. And for this, I was like, I don't need to write notes about the Michael Keaton, Tim Burton universe, because I could talk about that for hours and not need any notes. And I know you were a big fan as well. You watch it so many times in the theater. So we could probably sit here and make a whole show just talking about the Keaton versus Batman. So when you're putting this together, did you do any other inspirational things beforehand? Did you watch the Michael Keaton interviews or watch Tim Burton interviews about it or anything like that? Go back, watch the original movie?
Well, the thing is, I won't get. I've done a lot of podcasts talking about the importance of the Batman movie and how it changed, movies and the people's impression of comics. And as comic book movies, and how that film in 1989 was a watershed, for everyone. The reason it hit so hard for me is because it did make Batman no longer a comic figure as he had been, and by comic I mean comedic figure,
right?
As he had been. To people who watch him on TV,
the Adam
but
West.
not to people who've been reading the comics, because people who've been reading the comic books knew, okay, no, this is much more serious stuff. We've got this. And so I assigned myself. I was editing the campus newspaper at the University of Tennessee. I was there for the summer. We were publishing just two issues a week, so I had plenty of time. And I said, okay, I'm just going to assign myself movie reviews, and I assigned myself the review for Batman. And again, I was bowled over by it. It was a great experience.
I love it. You still have it. That's great.
Still have it, and again, I ended up going 12 times over. It was 11 times in '89, and then I went to go see it at a big, in a giant old style Orpheum theater, opera house kind of thing the following year. And it was again, it was a transformative thing for cinema, transformative thing for me, in that I'm like, all right, this is something where this is the first time I've committed a movie to memory right away, because when Star Wars came out, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, I didn't have a car.
Mm-hmm.
we didn't have Star Wars doesn't turn up on TV until February of, I think, '83 on HBO. And the DVD VHS era, these things were not around. You could not relive these things and memorize all these moments. It's one of the reasons that these books were actually, that adaptations were actually so valued at the time, because that was the only way, those and then the tie-ins that people would write to give you a chance to continue reliving these things. Now, Batman is different in my case because I'm able to go back to the theater and memorize this thing.
Right.
And then also, Batman changes the whole videotape business, because that VHS comes out in November, and which is just 5 months after it came out, at a reasonable price. People below a certain age are not going to know that when videos would go to Blockbuster or whatever, half the time those videos cost several $100s, or if you wanted to buy your own copy of it, it would be like $99.
Right.
Because the idea was to prop up the video stores. But Batman comes out really soon, and it's like $20.
Yeah.
And so, again, I had absorbed all of this, and I had all the merch. I had, or not all of it. Nobody can have all of it. I do have the Taco Bell cup,
Nice.
which, but it's got a hole in it now. But that's okay. But again, so when it comes time to write the novel, I'm fairly sure I've got all the lines memorized.
Yeah.
And not only that, but I have a plot already, because even in my review, I had questions. I had questions about how certain things transpired in the film and what might happen next.
Yeah.
And so when we were talking about doing the novel, I said, okay, tell you what, the Sam Hamm and Joe Quinones are already doing these comics, which are set over a year after Batman Returns. In fact, they've advanced further since then. I said, let me just go hug the first movie. Let me be right there, nested in between the two movies and fairly early in that stretch. So we're still dealing with the aftermath of the Joker and the echo of him, and the questions that would come from both Alfred and Vicky Vale of, Joker's gone. He, in the movie verse, he killed your parents. Aren't you done? Aren't you through? Is that not the end of your arc?
Yeah.
Can't you hang it up? And that's one of the things that I wanted to tackle in here, and we do. And so, I was able to write this basically as a thought experiment. What if there had been a tie-in novel that came out for Christmas '89 that was written with a full knowledge of what was going to be in the first film and a full knowledge of what was going to be in the second film, which obviously would have been impossible then.
Yeah.
And so that's how I. But this is what's fun is people who are reading this stuff years from now, who might not know what year things came out.
Yeah. They might read it and be like, "Oh man, this is
That thing
great."
happens all the time. I mean, because people, books are collected and things in different orders, and I've got Horatio Hornblower novels back here from C.S. Forrester that he wrote completely out of order, and yet you're supposed to read them, or at least people do read them, numerically.
Yeah.
It's the Star Wars viewing order thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, what? That's and so yeah, it's a fun little experiment. And as I'm writing this, and this gets back to your original question, which is, what did I have to do? Well, I didn't really need to refresh my memory about the dialogue, except where I exactly quoted it. Although, really, then I kind of had it. I needed to actually. There were a couple of things. There's one of the Joker's henchmen from the original movie. I wanted to make sure he was still alive.
Okay.
Because I knew Bob wasn't.
Yeah. Right.
But I give nothing away by saying that the only other henchman that has a name in that picture, I'm sure you might be able to guess. If it's not Bob, who is it? It's Lawrence. It's Lawrence, the guy with the boombox.
Right. I mostly remember the name from the song because he's in the song on the soundtrack.
Oh yeah, Lawrence. Yeah,
Lawrence.
Well, that he never.
And I always thought it was Florence with an F, not.
No. Yeah,
because I was a kid, sometimes you hear things.
Oh,
wrong.
there you go. No, that's how that happens. Well, Lawrence never says a word in the movie. But I'm like, okay, this is somebody who is instantly recognizable. This is somebody who everybody will know.
Yeah.
And I just needed to go back and make sure he lives, because he goes through the floor of the belfry of Gotham Cathedral, and I'm like, okay, I just make sure that we can at least pretend that there's a floor underneath there.
Yeah.
A second floor, because we know that the boxer goes down the middle of the tower, and he definitely croaks.
Yeah.
That's not good. But once I had that and I knew that, we get to the only real research that I've got to do, and that is something that I haven't had to do on Star Wars or Star Trek. I got to figure out how stuff works on Earth in the modern day.
Yeah.
So,
and by modern day,
somebody,
you mean the 80s and 90s,
89 or whatever. Yeah, I mean, if I'm writing in Star Wars and somebody gets injured or something like that, well, they just call out the droid. Or in Star Trek, they send you down to the med bay.
Yeah.
And you don't have to know any anatomy. I had moments with what are firefighting techniques like? How are autopsies performed? Where did the police do this? How do they do that? How much? The one excerpt that we've got online, which is on Polygon.com right now, which reveals our villain, or one of our villains. And it's a fun reveal, so I'll have people go there and actually read it.
Go to Polygon, guys.
Yeah, it's the link's on my Twitter feed. The thing is, there's a moment that involves me having to know how much a traffic signal weighs, and I'm like, okay, this particular traffic signal in 1989 would weigh 50 pounds.
Okay.
And then I have to sort of, whatever I'm doing, I got to fit it to the time frame. And so yeah, this is one of the things that I do, is I have to do my research within the universe, and then I have to do research in real life. And if I'm gonna do something in the universe that is unusual, I need to, going back to your earlier question about the guidance that we're given and what we're allowed to do, I need to make sure it fits with what we've seen on screen.
Yeah.
I'll give it away since it's given away in the headline on Polygon. We do a Burtonized version of, or what I feel would be a Burtonized version of Clayface, as one of the characters, which is exciting. And it is not the case that he is the shambling, dripping mound that you see in the comics, because we don't see anything like that in the first two movies.
Right.
The first two movies, there's not any metahuman stuff going on, other than people who have unfortunate, situations like the Penguin.
Yeah.
Or we do see some pretty out there stuff with how Smilex works.
Right.
And how quickly it works. And so when I'm doing things, I'm like, okay, I can plug into this. We're almost like lawyers. we've got to cite a case.
Yeah.
We've got to say, okay, if I'm going to do this, here's the moment on screen that allows this to happen. And I was doing this with Star Wars and Star Trek. If in Lost Tribe of the Sith, I had a question: can somebody influence a mind of a person that he doesn't know the language of? And I'm like, yeah, Luke Skywalker does it with Bib Fortuna at the opening of Return of the Jedi. Star Trek. Can a cloaked ship beam somebody aboard? And I'm like, yeah, in Star Trek 4 in Golden Gate Park, they beam characters on and off the ship.
Right.
And that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm matching things. Technology. Batman has the best technology.
Right.
And then sort of the characters of name have slightly better technology. They're slightly. I view them as sort of living in a they're the titans walking around in these things, both of fashion and other things. We've got Vicky Vale living in an apartment which is very modern and cool looking. We see Alexander Knox with a tape recorder, a handheld tape recorder, but at the same time, your sedans that everybody's driving are moving back towards the 40s.
Yeah,
everybody's wearing. Everybody's got that going on, and it's like I don't have to explain it; I just have to rhyme with it.
Yeah.
And so this is actually sort of the fun of doing it. Is I've got to try to find a way to have people look at it and say, not only does that sound like this particular character, but it feels like what a story set there would feel like.
Yeah. That's great. I'm looking super forward to the book. I'm very excited for it. Like I said, I'm a big fan, and yeah, just super looking forward to it, to see what you put out there. And I'm curious to see how you tie in the middle parts of the movies as well, because I went and saw the second one so many times as well. So right there with you. So I'm a big fan. Love it. People can come and find you coming up, right? You're going to be at Barnes & Noble in Appleton, Wisconsin on October 15th.
Yep.
And be at New York City Comic Con October 17th through the 20th. Couple other Barnes & Noble locations: Chicago, Illinois, October 25th; Joliet, Illinois, October 26th; Oswego, Illinois, October 26th. And you're coming to Twin Cities Con November 8th through 9th. I'm going to have to look you up when you come into town and visit and say hi and introduce myself in reality, as it were. So
no, that's all coming up.
It's all coming up. So I hope you have safe trips on all of that. People that are listening to this, you guys can go and check them out. Anybody that's in the live stream chat, please stick around. We will get to your live stream questions. Make sure to throw them in the chat. If you want to check out John on social media, he's on Instagram at John Jackson Miller, and also on Facebook /John Jackson Miller, or on X or Twitter as at JJM Faraway. So you can catch him on all of those.
JJM Faraway.
Faraway.
Yeah. Yeah,
I knew I had to get by with one mistake at some point tonight. It would happen. It was going to happen. Bound to happen.
There probably is a JJM Fairway, but he's a better golfer than I am.
So
far away as in far away.
Far away in a galaxy. Far away. Guys, coming up, we're going to be joined down the road here by author and game designer Jedediah Barry. He's going to be joining us on October 7th. That podcast will be available on the 8th. Also, October 21st, actor and voice actor Mark Meir. You know him as Commander Shepard from Mass Effect, along with so many other tabletop RPG projects. He's an amazing voice actor. He's going to be joining us as well. Also down the road, we're going to have Jennifer Brozek, Leanne Merciel, and Scott Rogers all joining us right here on Epic Realms. So make sure to click the buttons, join, rate, review, follow, subscribe, all of those things. It helps us and in turn helps our guests. And of course, make sure to go check out Batman Resurrection. That's coming out this October. So you definitely want to get that. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, John Jackson Miller, for joining us. And thank you all for being here at Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is a New York Times best-selling author known for her fantasy and young adult rom-coms. Please welcome Olivia Blake, aka Alexine Farrell Falmouth. Did I get it? Oh, I hope I got it.
No,
Oh.
it's okay.
All right.
It's Alexine, but it's
I
fine.
thought that's what I said. That's what I said.
No, it's been mispronounced for like my whole life. I really wish, since I already used one pseudonym, I should have just made it Alexis or something that other people. I'm actually named after a soap opera character.
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
named after Alexis Carrington on Dynasty. And my mom just decided she was going to make it not quite that. And I've always wished she did not make that decision.
Can I blame my Minnesota accent and say that was the reason? Because I'm from Minnesota and it's an accent
I will
issue?
accept that.
Okay.
My husband's family, much of my husband's family is in Minnesota, and that's not really relevant except to say hello.
All right. So first off, it's always fascinating to me of the stories because we're talking about multiple names here. What is the story between the two names?
Yes. So where to start with this? So I'm the daughter of an immigrant, and being a writer was not a real career. That was really not on the table for me. If I had told my mother I was going to be like an English major, that simply would not have happened.
Okay.
And so I spent a lot of my life trying not to be a writer, or trying to, I guess, fight against my like more artistic impulses and the things that I was drawn to but knew weren't practical. And so my background is in social science. I have a degree in urban planning and I have a master's in planning. And then I went to law school because I really didn't like urban planning. Sometimes with academia, the job is very, very different from like what you learn. And anyway, so I dropped out of law school. I was just really not happy. I was feeling very emotionally drained. I worked for the Cook County Public Defender's Office, and it's just very hard. I think I was looking for a way, as many people who go to law school are doing. I was looking a way to do some good, but lawyers are much more limited than you think. They have to basically fill in the blanks with what already exists and can't actually change something if it's not a good law. So I was pretty frustrated. I dropped out of law school. I did not know what I was going to do next. I was doing like freelance graphic design. I fell back on my urban planning degree to work in commercial real estate. And then one day, my psychiatrist didn't refill my pills and I was awake for like 3 days.
Oh,
and
wow.
so I discovered fanfiction.net at like 2 a.m. and I was like, whoa, this exists? Great. I'm going to make this everybody else's problem, and just started writing fan fiction. I used a random like name generator to invent a username for myself, which turned out to be quite savvy actually, because most people on fanfiction.net are using like, like little nicknames as opposed to a fake name.
Yeah.
And the more I started to write, the more I was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is why my brain always defaults to art. This is what I want to do. Is I want to be creative, and I want to make. I want to create.
Right.
And so I started my real goal, because it's very possible to make money self-publishing. I always like to begin with that. You don't need, your pathway to publishing can look a lot of different ways, and there is no correct way to become a published author. But I did not want to be a self-published author because I don't like to me, the production process is tedious. I just want to write my little stories. I don't want to worry about sub rights or audio or anything like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to self-publish, while that has a great degree of creative freedom, it also, you have to enjoy running your own business. And that
Right.
is not ever anything I wanted to do. So I tried to be traditionally published. I queried, I think 3 manuscripts very seriously, things that I felt like could be right for the market. And then any ideas I had that were definitely not right for the market, like according to agents who said no,
Yeah.
those I just self-published because I was like, well, I've got this fan fiction audience, you know, I've got like 300 best friends or something
Yeah,
that will
just get
buy
it
this
out there, right?
story. Yeah, just make it available because the last thing I want is for it to die on my hard drive.
Right.
So like Masters of Death is my great example for that because when I wrote it in 2017, we were still in the oversaturation of like Twilight and paranormal
Right.
romances. And
Yeah.
so people were like, we do not want vampires right now. Like, just don't send it. It'll be deleted unread. And I was like, okay, so this is the kind of story I'm going to self-publish. I tried to do like a writing competition for One for My Enemy. That didn't work out, and I didn't get any feedback at all. So I was like, okay, well then maybe this one isn't right either. And just kept like, because I'm very prolific from a place of mental illness, I just everything that wasn't right for publishing, I would just self-publish. And so by the time I self-published the Atlas 6, I'm skipping ahead a little.
Yeah. We'll get around.
By
We'll
the time
bounce
I-
around.
yeah.
That's okay.
By the time I self-published the Atlas 6, it was like my 9th self-published book. And then shortly after I had an idea that I was like, I think this is a good idea for the market. It's young adult, which I had not written up until that point. But it was like, my husband is a physics teacher and he asked me to make science, specifically physics, appealing to young women. Because he
Okay.
was saying that like he has a lot of students who underestimate themselves. They're like, well, I'm just not that kind of girl. Like, I'm not a math and science girl. And
Yeah.
he's like, that's ridiculous. Like, you're perfectly capable of grasping the subject matter, and there's no reason for you to think this is not your thing.
Yeah.
It was I think it was one of his first years teaching, and he just like had not worked with young women before and didn't really understand something that I understood intuitively, which is that like the world shows you the exit doors when you're a young woman, and you know these spaces that are usually reserved for men.
Right.
So yeah, so I was like, okay, you know, this is actually like the rom-com market was pretty strong, the YA market was pretty strong. I was like, you know, not to say you can't ever really write to the market. Like, publishing doesn't know what the
Right.
market is, and Book Talk proved that. But I was like, this is a concept that I think an agent could be into, and it was. I got my agent very quickly, and we went on sub, and it sold very quickly. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm a young adult author now. But I didn't want to, like, I hugely value the community of fandom, and I didn't want to take my fan works away. Like, I didn't want Olivia Blake to disappear. And so I was like, so these audiences should not necessarily overlap, because Olivia writes for adults and Alexine writes for teenagers. So that's why I split it up and used my real name. Not that anyone questioned it at the time, because the Atlas 6 hadn't gone viral yet.
Yeah.
So then fast forward a little bit more to about a year later, the Atlas 6 has gone viral. At this point, my young adult novel, My Mechanical Romance, like, is already very much in the works, but still is not coming out until
Yeah.
later. And so at that point, people were trying to convince me to like use, like, you know, try to make people understand that I was the same person. I was like, I really don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Just because as a, you know, as a female author, as a woman of color, people often make the assumption that I write for children, like, oh, you can't possibly be taken seriously, and so you must be a young adult writer. So I wanted it to not be confusing. That like, okay, Olivia always writes for adults, Alexine always writes for teens. If
Okay.
that's the name on the book, then that's who the audience is. And so yeah, I think that all of my publishers would have preferred to just like, you know, I love my publisher at Tor. I love everyone on my team, truly. But still, publishing as an industry like has dollar signs in their eyes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so they're like, well, Olivia Blake is worth money and Alexine isn't, so maybe we don't want to do that. And I was like, well, you're gonna have to give me this one.
That's fascinating, because there are so many authors where the publishers are like, you should probably have a second name for this when they change
Yeah.
genres, when they change to YA, or when they, you know, change those different things. Oftentimes the people that I have on say that the publishers suggest change your name, have a different name, keep them separate.
Yeah, that is usually, though, I will say, that is usually when, like, sometimes publishers need to rebuild an author, or they want to, like, build up an audience. And in this case, they were trying to take an audience and, like, shift them to this other subject matter and other book. And I was just like, you can't just do that, though, because this is not the right material for them.
Yeah.
When I'm writing for a teenage audience, the only real difference is that it's who I'm talking to, like who I'm telling the story to. You could obviously, an adult could read my YA works, and I think an experienced teen reader, like a teen reader who reads a lot, could also read my adult works. Right. But that's not my job to make that decision. Like, I don't want to market it as if it's for just for anyone universally. So I try to. The difference is, like, who am I talking to? Who's in the imaginary chair next to me? Whose story is this for?
Right. Let's rewind a little bit. Let's go to the beginning.
Yeah.
You're a kid. You're young.
Sure.
Were you
Yes.
into writing as a kid?
Yeah. I actually won a couple of writing competitions when I was younger. And again, it was a thing that was like, well, that's fun. It's nice to have hobbies.
Yeah.
But I was a huge reader. I'm pretty excited that this weekend at Rose City Comic Con, I met Terry Brooks, and I have all of his books just on my childhood bookshelf, and he was telling me how much he loved the Atlas series, and I was like, I don't even understand what's happening to me. Like, I'm blacking out a little bit.
That goes to a little bit of what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Before we went live.
Yeah. The whole, there's just such a crazy feeling when you realize, like, who could be a reader anyway. It's very surreal. And so I was a huge science fiction and fantasy reader. I would basically, and I'm also, like, I like to emphasize, I'm an indoor cat. So, like, during the summers, I would check out like 15 books a week, and that was my week, and then just go back and do it again. And I would take books, like, just whatever was in that section. So I read a lot of series out of order. It was just like consuming as much as I possibly could. And I'm really built on a foundation of, like, Terry Pratchett and Lemony Snicket and Gaiman and Douglas Adams, and so it's been very interesting to be built on what is predominantly, I would say, like male authors, like male science fiction and fantasy authors, with, of course, notable exceptions: Diana Wynne Jones, Tamora Pierce, Patricia C. Reed. And then now to be surrounded by so many extremely talented female authors, and to just really feel like when you're in the big leagues, you've got these amazing, intelligent women around you, and the way that it has changed how we tell those stories and what kind of stories we tell.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the way I think it's marketed to the audience as well is a little bit shifted as well, because you have so many great female authors that have a perspective that they are willing and fully capable of sharing, but there's an audience there that's like, I want to see those perspectives. I want to see what they put down on paper, and that's refreshing and new.
Yeah, people have a lot of criticisms about Book Talk. Fair enough. The TikTok algorithm is problematic. But what Book Talk proves is that the audience that publishing reaches is different than publishing thinks it is. Like, publishing doesn't understand how diverse its readership actually is.
Yeah.
And it hasn't, like, publishing itself is not as diverse as its actual readership. And so Book Talk is a way for publishing and multiple industries, the music industry as well, to see in real time what they're missing about what people are interested in, what people are passionate about. And so I will always be very grateful, because Book Talk, which is what, made the Atlas 6 blow up, it's the same thing that has always worked in publishing, which is word of mouth. Word of mouth is the only thing that really sells books.
Yeah.
And TikTok is so good at it because the likelihood of virality is much higher on TikTok than on any other platform.
Right.
So yeah, just something I like to bring up, because sometimes I have to just, like, I'm just fully crowdsourced, I'm not a thing that publishing would have put money into if there wasn't already money on the table,
Well,
like,
and
if there was not already value.
My favorite part about that whole thing, and we'll just jump right into that, is that all happened, and it wasn't like you weren't pushing that narrative, right?
No.
Do you even have a TikTok account?
No,
yeah.
I know.
So, like, that happened without your
TikTok.
influence whatsoever. You were just there, and you were just like, hey, we're selling a bunch of stuff. By the way, you're going viral online, and you're like, what? Am I getting that story right?
Yeah, no, yep, that's exactly right. I was actually in labor when things started to go viral, and it was my husband too, because I was in labor for like 2 days. I don't recommend childbirth to you. um, the aftermath is great, but the actual process is not awesome. So, yeah, my husband was quite bored, and he was looking at my KDP numbers and just like, oh, something's happening here. Like the Atlas 6 is selling like crazy. What did you do differently? And I was like, I'm here. I'm doing nothing. I don't even know where my phone is. At that point, like, I was so pregnant and so miserable. It had been probably a couple of months before I was like, a couple of months of just being very offline. And so yeah, I truly had nothing to do with it except for the two things I will take credit for. Obviously, I wrote the book.
Right.
But the other thing is that my longtime collaborator, Lil Mura, has always done my interior illustrations. And so if I had one like true genius thing, it was getting her to do the art, because then when this platform that was predominantly visual took off, my book was obviously a great one, because for so long books did not have illustrations in them. So I have like terrible imposter syndrome. I am constantly trying not to question whether or not I deserve to be here, or if I'll just fall off, the cliff. But I do think that thanks to the success of my books and the illustrations that are in them, many more books put emphasis on art and on the book as an artistic product.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah, that's awesome. How did that change your life going forward? Obviously, like, did you have a plan? This is what I'm going to do. These are the books I have planned coming up after you have a kid, or was it like, we're just going to set that stuff aside and work on being a mom, or what?
So I got my first traditional publishing deal, and the advance was it was about $35,000, which is typical for it was a small house debut title, priority title, and that's like a pretty good deal. And at that point, I was like, okay, I knew, like, in my head, I had prepared myself to like crawl my way forward, just like, I'm going to be a writer. It is the only thing that I can accept. I've tried other jobs, I've tried other careers. It doesn't work for me. My brain just breaks. This is the only thing I can do and like feel good and feel alive doing. And thankfully, I had a partner. I always feel like, basically, with those kinds of numbers, you can't quit your job and write full time unless you have a partner or you have family money or whatever. So my husband, he was like, okay, if you just bring in like that much money, like we'll survive, we'll be fine. And so that's when we decided it was okay to have a baby. And so when, because I had signed as a young adult author, I was like, well, I guess I'm a young adult author. Now I have to write another young adult manuscript, even though that was never something I really wanted to do.
Okay.
So I was like, do I have another story in me? And it turns out, yes, I did. I wrote 12th Night. That was my pandemic book and my pregnancy book. And it was like the hardest book I've ever written, because I just had like no brain cells anymore. But yeah, so that's what I was doing. I was thinking, pretty much the average like mid-list author has to produce one book a year. And I was like, okay, well, I can definitely do that and be a mom at the same time. Because I am very prolific. But then when things went viral, that timeline just like got way compressed, because then it was like, okay, well, we want to re-release the Atlas 6. And I was like, okay, well, people have been waiting years for the second book though. Like, I don't want to make this seem like, I was like, it is important to me that this doesn't look like I've sold out, because I think now it's very common for self-published books to get picked up. But at the time, that was like not a thing that happens. Like when my agent and I were talking about it, we were talking about hitting the 50 Shades of Grey number, which is selling like a volume of 10,000. And, so it was so uncommon that I was worried about like whether I would look like a sellout.
Yeah.
And it was important to me. I was like, no, I'm gonna have book 2 done. We're gonna come out with it right away. We're gonna come out, like, we're not gonna make a big fuss about the Atlas 6 as like a different product. We're gonna come out with book 2 in the same year. So we had like 2 crash deadlines. I edited on my phone while my son slept on me. Like, it was this total fever dream of a time that was just like, I'm going to get this impossible amount of work done.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter that it's impossible. I'm going to do it. That's what the mental illness is for. And so like only now have things begun to, my son is 3 now. And it's only now that I sort of feel like, okay, he is, you know, he's in preschool and I have childcare now. I have enough time to like really kind of be aware of
Yeah.
the world and my emotions about this sort of thing. But it all happened so fast that it was just like every book since he was born has been a completely different process, just depending on what stage of development he was in, or what, like whether I was able to put him down to sleep or not. And yeah, it's just been kind of trying to juggle everything. And so I've never really lost the feeling of like I've never exited starvation mode. I'm still like producing as much as I humanly can all the time. And so everything changed, but also not really.
Yeah.
That this has always felt like this is my livelihood, you know, in every sense of the word. That like this is what I would be doing whether someone was paying me to do it or not. Although it is very helpful that someone is paying me to do it.
Talking about the virality of the whole situation and, you know, how that kind of opened the eyes to that your writing of that genre, do you think it was more the sales of the book because of the virality, or do you think it was the virality itself that brought the publisher's eye to that series?
So I do have to say, because I'd had my first publishing deal by this time, I had an agent. So this was I like there are a lot of scams that are targeting aspiring writers right now. I actually learned at Rose City that some of them use my face to do it, which is very frustrating. Like so frustrating. But so I just like to bring up to people while I have this space and that, you know, some ears, that if you self-publish a book and a publisher approaches you, you should contact an agent immediately. You should not negotiate with the publisher yourself. Contacting an agent at that point is not the same as querying an agent. You're not sending your manuscript. You just send an email to an agent and you say, I have a contract. I have 24 hours or whatever to make a decision. Can you help me? And the answer will definitely be yes, because money is on the table.
Right, exactly.
An agent will always, you know, yes, they'll take 15%, but an agent only makes money if you make money. So it is always in your best interest to have an agent negotiate for you.
Yeah.
And yes, so I just have to start there. There were some people who were approaching me about, you know, about subrights, about publishing in other countries. People were asking me to do audio. People were asking me to do hardcovers. I was starting to feel really overwhelmed. And I knew the Atlas 6 was a trilogy. I knew it was the first book in a trilogy. So I definitely wanted a traditional publisher to help me with the rest of the books. And so when I told my agent, about the book, she was like, well, what do you want? And I was like, I want to work with a publisher. I don't care if they want me to make changes. That's fine. I don't really even know what's coming next. And so she, once it hit the 50 Shades number, she went on sub with it.
Okay.
So yeah, so that is always an important detail, that like I had someone advocating for me through this process.
That's great.
And yeah, and so when we got the preempt from Tor, she called me and she was like, okay, so a preempt is that you get a limited amount of time to consider. And once you accept the preempt, you like are rejecting everybody else. You're not waiting to collect the best offer.
Right.
If someone makes a preempt, that's like kind of their best and final, and you either go with it or you don't, and you wait for something else. But it was like Tor, like towards the fucking dream.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So my agent was like, do you want to go with Tor? And I was like, absolutely yes. And she's like, great, I'm gonna try to get more money. Bye. So it was yeah, I forgot where this question started.
That's okay. Where were you at for, because you're writing both of them kind of, it sounds like, at the same time, the sequel, you're republishing the first one, you're working on the young adult novel. How was it jumping genres back and forth and trying to keep that straight in your head?
So the thing about fan fiction is that what was so fun about fan fiction was doing like super different AUs each time. And so an AU is an alternate universe. So every time I'd write, it's the same characters, but in a completely different world, which ended up being a different genre. And so for me, I would work on at least 3 fan fictions at a time. And there would always be like, one was a rom-com and one was like a dark dystopian fantasy. And then one would be a murder mystery. And so like, to me, fan fiction was an amazing way, not just to get my 10,000 hours and also like the kind, like critical feedback, basically.
Right.
The kind of thing that people go to an MFA for. I basically got over 4 million words of fan fiction. And so I got very accustomed to writing multiple genres at once because I'm very experimental. I tend to write in the same genre, but I like to experiment with form or experiment with scope, or like how can we express this narrative in a different way and shape it in a way that doesn't always feel like a traditional book sometimes. And so I was really influenced by the ability to do whatever I wanted. Which is the best part of being in fandom, sort of. Actually, there are rules to fandom. There are actually a lot of rules to fandom, mainly that like you're not supposed to make the golden girl the villain. But leaving that aside,
we're gonna have a whole episode on that. On that whole.
Yeah. At that point, I was already pretty accustomed to writing different things and being able to just exist in that world and tell that story and kind of go in and out of. It's pretty hard to talk to me when I'm in the middle of drafting. To me, I always say drafting is like the dream space, like it's the dreamscape. You have to have a lot of time. You can't be interrupted. Versus revising takes at least twice as long, but that's the sweat. That's like the work and the problem solving.
Yeah.
But as I was writing a book this summer, my husband said something, and I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Oh boy, we're losing mommies." So part of it is just that when I'm writing something, I'm not fully present for the others in my life.
Okay. What is your process like? They say you're going to work on a book. You sit down and kind of what's that process look like? Do you come up with an outline or do you just start typing or do you just have like an idea floating in your head with notes?
It's pretty funny because with publishing, there are a lot of different ways that you can get a contract. And I have learned that I cannot do a pitch or like I can't offer a pitch on a book because or like try to sell an outline. Because once I outline something, that it's almost like a guarantee that that's not what the book will be.
Right.
So I learned that my process is like, even if I do outline, which I don't really, every book is a little bit different. With the Atlas 6, I used what I call a living outline, which is that. So initially, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't slow. Like when I was writing Atlas 6, I was really inspired by Westworld in terms of scope. The fact that you're like in this really claustrophobic environment in season 1 and then gradually zoom out and see like the consequences of the world and what the world has done to create something that you like, in season 1, not that you're like, this is great what's happening to these robots, but you're just kind of in, like that's what you're told that the world is. And you don't really question it. And then you're like, oh my God, this is so much worse than I imagined, which is what I wanted to be the feeling with the Atlas series. And you're kind of like complicit in book 1, that you're like, yeah, I'm on board with this.
Okay.
And but then I was also really inspired by Kingsman. I wanted the feeling of like that kind of movie, like a little bit campy, but also propulsive in terms of the psychological aspect of it. I wanted to write a psychological thriller. The Secret History is obviously another inspiration as well. And so I didn't want it to be slow. And although I'm sure many people are hearing this and rolling their eyes, but it's fine. So my outline was basically the first, like if you open the Atlas 6 and look at the table of contents, it's like 8 things. And that was my outline. It was just like, here's where like moments are going to happen. Like this is the pulse of the book.
Okay.
And then each time I would get to one of the things, I would break it down into which 4 character points of view we were going to hear from. And then I would write a character and then be like, okay, now let's break down the next character even more. What do we want to accomplish with their perspective? What is important? Why is their perspective the next most interesting one? And so that by the time I was finished, that outline was probably like 8 to 10 pages. But I have not written another book like that since. I tend to, I like to say that authors basically, the problems can range from the anxious writer, who's the writer who is like has the kind of like fear of failure aspect that just like they can't even start writing because they're worried it's not going to come out right, or that what's in their head is not going to be right on the page. And then there's like the ADHD writer who just has so many ideas and can't really focus on one. And like I fall in more of that camp. So if I know what's happening in the story, I no longer want to write it. And with an outline, you know what's happening in the story, and it becomes boring to me. So I have learned, and also, gosh, I'm talking so much. I know that that's what I'm here to do, but also I feel like
that's okay. You make my job easier. And your enthusiasm shows, like how much you care about this and love what you do. It really shows in the way that you present it and the way that you talk about it. Because sometimes if somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I did this thing over there," it's like, well, sometimes it feels disingenuine. But we know you're genuine by how invested you are and how much you wanna talk about it. And again, it makes my job easier. So.
I will. So before, I would basically just have an idea and write it, and I would not consult anyone about that idea, and it would just happen. But so after the Atlas 6, I signed a 3-book deal that was basically like 3, I think the contract says 3 works of crossover contemporary sci-fi and fantasy. So basically 3 more The Atlas 6s that are standalone novels. And so the first one I wrote on that contract was Gifted and Talented, and Gifted and Talented it's coming out in April. It's like basically Succession with magic. Although I was actually inspired by the Royal Tenenbaums. I have not actually watched Succession, so I don't know if that comp is accurate, but I think it probably is. And so it's a very science-based magic system. It's basically it's pretty incisive and critical of the time that I spent in tech and the criticisms I have of startups and especially of fraud in tech. But it's mainly a family dramedy. And then that fit pretty well. Like it's very Atlas adjacent. It is thematically like the Atlas 6. It's about power and exploitation and potential. And it's tonally closer to Masters of Death, which is another one of my successful books. And then I had the idea for a book called Girl Dinner, which is a satire about a cannibal sorority. And I told my editor about it, and I was just like, I told my editor, I was like, I really want to write this. I had just finished Gifted and Talented, and I was like, I really want to write a book. I pitched her Girl Dinner, but like jokingly. And I was like, I meant this as a joke. I've now told several people about this joke to the point where I might just commit to the bit and do it. And then I wrote it quite quickly afterward and sent it to her, and she loved it. And I was like, but we don't have a contract for it. Like, it's not sci-fi. Like, I don't know, like, is the speculative element enough? And she was like, it doesn't matter. These contracts are very loose. So, and then when we were talking about what's going to come after this, she was just like, I think you really perform best when you're given a lot of freedom.
Yeah.
And so that obviously requires a lot of trust. That's something that wouldn't happen if I hadn't already done a lot of books with the same team.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very fortunate in that sense that like I perform best when I have no constraints whatsoever. That if I tell my editorial team, like, can you just leave me alone for 6 to 8 weeks and I'll bring you something at the end of it.
Yeah.
That's like the ideal way for me to create.
Well, and as an artist, like, if you get constraints on you, then it makes it harder sometimes. And I think that's for any art, really.
Yeah. I think there are some authors that like to have the outline, it keeps them on track, or they like to have a prompt of some kind. And then for me, it's like, it's very much like a don't tell me what to do kind of place. Like, no, I'm going to write a book based on a meme now.
What is your interaction like with your editors? Because of that, if you have a definite, like, I want it to be like this, and they say you should really do it like this, is there butting of heads, or is there compromise? How does that work?
Yeah, my editor is amazing. My editor is Lindsay Hall-Tor. She is a Hugo-winning long-form editor, so she's really amazing. She's also T. Kingfisher's editor and Rika Aoki, authors that I really, really admire. And we work very well together. Certainly, there is a lot of like. Lindsay is a very like soft and cute person, and sometimes I get really mean in the draft. Like when I'm reading her comments, and she's like, "Can we cut this?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not." So we have a very good we've come to an understanding of like I don't talk to her in the 48 hours after I've received the editorial letter. Like I have to sit with the criticism and like decide whether I want to push back or not, because some things, yes, I do push back on. Some things are like, no, this is what I meant. Usually when she asks me to cut something, I end up like adding words because I'm like, no, you just don't get it. Making it like clearer, and
Yeah.
theoretically this makes it better. According to her, it makes it better. I do cut things. I do want people to know that I do actually follow instructions. I can be managed, but it is definitely a process of like, we have a great amount of trust in our working relationship. That's just like, I love you, but also I don't understand what the fuck this comment means. So yeah, and it's a really, really great working relationship, and the editor-author relationship is extremely important. It's something that I don't think I fully understood, because going into traditional publishing, you don't always get the privilege of working with the same editor for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's so great to be with someone who's really invested in my career long term, who really understands what I'm trying to do with my oeuvre, and who is also just like, yeah, who's invested in me, and who cares about me. Because part of the problem with publishing is that there's a real disconnect between what sales thinks and what you think, and what you think a book is. Sales is going to pitch it in the most universal way possible, in the most commercial way possible. And sometimes that's really detrimental to the author, because it means I'm going to get a lot of 1-star reviews from people who that book really wasn't meant for.
Yeah.
And so to have an editor who goes to bat for me is like really, really amazing. And when you first start querying and stuff, you think your agent is going to be that person, and true, your agent definitely is, in a business sense. But in protecting your creativity, it is really, really great to have an editor who cares a lot that you two are making art together and not just capitalism.
Yeah. Do you think that your love of doing a lot of different things will push you into doing other genres or other age categories going forward? And do you think, what kind of names you thinking of? Different names, same names for those?
Yeah, probably. I would I will use Olivie anytime I write for adults. I don't think the genre change is that different, because I think the Olivie quality basically stays the same even if the genre changes.
Okay.
And like a lot of my books, like Alone with You in the Ether, is already pretty defiant of genre in terms of how it relates to my other fantasy books, but it still, I think, has my fingerprints on it.
Okay.
Should I narrate that I'm making like a confused face? That's like, I don't know what to call it. But
I think you just did narrate it. Just say.
Yeah, to me, expressing like genre divergence is less like, that can be done through the language of cover art. That can be done through like the marketing, or the way that the book is presented as a product. It's the age that is really important, and who the audience is. And I don't think I would ever write for a younger audience. Like I wouldn't go younger than young adult, probably. I mean, who knows? My son is 3 right now, but maybe I'll feel differently when he's in middle school or whatever. I doubt it though. Because I like to do things, because I'm constantly trying to like invent and be innovative. Like part of the reason, like I said, my imposter syndrome is very bad. And so part of the reason I don't have to question whether or not I deserve to be here is, it's like, well, it doesn't matter if I just continue to do something new and weird, and like to just, if I'm robbing the bank right now, then rob the bank. Like just keep doing weirder and more differenter things. And so that's hard to do with an inexperienced reader. That's hard to do with a young reader.
Yeah.
And because you have an obligation. When I write for teenagers, I feel that I have an obligation to present the world as a good place that has good people in it, and that has a certain expectation that you will get good things if you're a good person. But I know that that's not true.
Yeah.
So my adult work definitely carries a little bit more of a nihilistic quality. But I am over the summer I wrote a book it's a gothic that's set in LA, and I was talking to Rika Aoki, who I mentioned earlier. She's
Yeah.
the author of Light from Uncommon Stars. And I was telling her the problems I was having with this manuscript. I was just like, it's in its first draft form and it is terrible. And I was just telling her I just kept changing my mind about what the characters were like and what was going on. And she was like, it sounds like you're trying to write a horror novel and you just don't know how to do that yet. And I was like, you nailed it, Rika. That's it. So yeah, I now that I know to lean more into the horrific aspect of the romance than the romantic part, now I have a better vision of what the book is. But yes, so the point being that I expect to constantly push myself and what I'm capable of and what I write, and I hope that I continue to produce things that feel different from each other.
Yeah, for sure. Are you still doing fan fiction? I gotta ask. You gotta ask if you're still doing it on the side, just for yourself, just for funsies.
I do. I feel that there will be a right time to like venture back to my AO3. You can still find everything I've ever written on AO3 under All of You Blake. It's on fanfiction.net too, but some of the stuff, like if you want everything, it's on AO3. The last thing I wrote was a Rebecca fanfiction where Max is a serial killer, which I was pretty proud of that one. It was pretty good. And I also wrote some like supernatural Jane Austen. I don't engage with my original fandom because the source material has gotten problematic. I used to write Harry Potter fan fiction and I can't really, I don't want to partake in that imagination anymore.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do that anymore, but certainly I always joke / threaten that I'm going to write the cave scene from Cushion's Dart by Jacqueline Carey, because Jacqueline Carey is a closed door romance author and I would love to open that door really wide and walk into it. And also I joke that I'm going to write some revenge fanfic for Downton Abbey for when Edith like keeps taking her baby from all these women, and I think they should burn her house down.
My wife would love that.
Thank you.
So this last May, 12th Night came out.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell us a little bit about that? Give us a little detail on that story for the people that may have missed it.
Yes. So yes, 12th Night is my young adult novel. It's my celebration of girls in fandom and gaming. It's a remix. I call it a remix on Shakespeare's 12th Night. And I wanted to write, because it was a pandemic and it was hard to create. It was very, very hard to create because I like couldn't leave my 1-bedroom apartment that I had discovered was disgusting. I think a lot of us went through that. I wanted to write something that gave me the feeling of like 10 Things I Hate About You. That was a major, major inspiration. I wanted to write something that felt like, or Clueless is another good example. She's the Man is the obvious example, but I didn't rewatch She's the Man just because I try, when I'm doing an adaptation, I try not to like be with the source material too closely, because then I think you want to like mimic the beats.
Right.
So I didn't do that, and I didn't reread 12th Night, and I just decided, I was like, what if, Viola in the play is a stranger seeking safety, and so in order to be safe, she disguises herself as a man. So in the book, I was like, what if Vi is a young woman on the internet, and she's trying to be safe in these gaming communities, and she loves RPGs, she loves tabletop gaming, she also loves this MMORPG, so an online game called 12th Night, which is Arthurian inspired, and she loves this game, she loves the world, but she's experienced some abuse online, and she just the boys that she plays very thinly veiled D&D with like don't respect her opinions. I actually, when I was writing this, I asked on my Tumblr, I live on Tumblr, if anyone had ever had a negative experience with a predominantly masculine D&D group. And so a lot of the stories that, like a lot of the things that happen to Vi and the way she's treated and all these various microaggressions come from real stories from my readers who are gamers.
Yeah.
And so I was like, that's an interesting angle. I was obviously not going to approach the possibility of body dysmorphia being like played for laughs. That was never going to be a thing. But it was like, but what if she takes on a masculine form online, because that's a way that she can be in this place and do this thing that she loves without feeling like she's in danger. But then, of course, the boy she hates, who is, you know, a football star, and he is totally irresponsible. And of course, this is the Duke Orsino character, whose name is Jack in my book. He gets injured, and he also falls into playing this MMORPG, and they run into each other in the game, and he doesn't know that it's her. So they play together online, and they start to slowly get along in real life, and it's a very sweet romance, actually, because I am, you know, I'm what I like to call an unlikable female character. I certainly was in high school. I always joke that, like, the bitch is a very underrepresented character in fiction. And you know, there are lots of books that claim to be like, oh, this is a bitchy character, and sure, she's ambitious or she's strong or whatever, but it's because she cares about her little sister, or she's secretly a cinnamon roll, or like, you know, it's for some other, you know, there's it's kind of, it's like the villain with the heart of gold. It's the same thing. And I was like, but you know, like, sometimes you're just interpreted as a bitch. Sometimes you're just treated as a bitch, and you take that on because it's what people have told you you are. And I think that was me as a high school girl. I was angry, I was impatient, I didn't understand why people treated me like I was incompetent. And so to be able to write a young woman like that was very freeing, and knowing that people would be like, she's unlikable, was kind of part of it.
Yeah, but also I'm sure people can identify with that too. There's
Yeah,
a lot of people, you know, there have been previous authors that have mentioned that in the past, that they like those are their kind of characters because it's identifiable for a lot of the same reasons. Different stories completely, of course, but yeah, it's awesome, and I like to hear that all of the topics that you're covering in that book sound just amazing and great. And as a person who comes from a heavy role playing background, we mentioned that in the past, having those things pointed out is huge, because I've seen it myself, and you know, I'm glad it's never been in the groups that I've been in, but I've seen it in other groups, and it's horrifying to me, and it bugs me. It gets me irritated, and it bugs me to see that.
I do want to emphasize that I don't think a work is truly feminist if it doesn't also show a wide variety of masculine personalities. And so that was one thing that my husband was really grateful for, that like the jocks weren't the bad guys, like just universally the bad guys, and the nerds were just universally good guys, that there was a real mix of like the point of the story, spoiling a little bit, that, you know, the book it's bookended by these two D&D games, and in the first one, she's completely disregarded, she's completely disrespected in this community that is like the only one she turns to. And then in the end, she kind of puts together all her friends that have these surprise shared interests, that there's all these people that she didn't think she could be friends with, but, you know, after she's gone through this journey and accepted that they're like, yes, lots of people want you to fail, but the people who want you to succeed are more important. That she then has like a much healthier and better experience. And so the point is not that like these masculine communities are bad, but that you just have to find the right ones, or that you just have to find a place, like there is a difference between being respected and just identifying something on gender lines purely.
Yeah. You mentioned you got the other book, Gifted and Talented. You mentioned that a little bit earlier. And
I did, yes.
When does that come out?
So that is April 1st. That one is, she is thick. That is that's a big book, and it's about these siblings that come together for their father's funeral, and they don't know which one is going to inherit the Magitech like money and the company, but they're also having little private magical problems.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Awesome. Any other books? Any other projects you got? You're brewing up, coming out with?
Yeah. So. Shortly, October, January is my story anthology comes out. That's just a collection of stories that I've written over like the last 8 years. So some of them are like, you know, quote unquote cult classics. If I have a cult, which hopefully I do, then they are familiar with those stories. About half of those, and then half are new, and were really, really fun. It was the first time I wrote about motherhood and stuff like that. There's, you know, obviously demons, of course, vampires, and then we said that's October. April is Gifted and Talented, and then October is Girl Dinner.
Awesome. And I still have a Girl Dinner, and then when you said what it was, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that one.
That's
I'm
great.
pretty excited about it.
You've got some upcoming events, appearances. September 29th, you're going to be at the Brooklyn Book Festival in Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, yeah. I'm really excited about it. I'm also doing a panel with ML Rio, who her novella Graveyard Shift is a great one, and I recommend it.
Awesome. October 9th, the Harrisburg Book Festival in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. October 13th, the Novel Neighbor, which I believe is a bookstore in St. Louis, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, one of my favorite indie bookstores. I'm doing that event with Alex E. Harrow, who I also really love. You should definitely read Starling House for fall. It's a good fall book.
Okay. October 19th through 20th, you're going to be at the New York Comic Con.
Yeah.
Are you excited for that?
Yeah. I'm so excited. It usually tour sends the West Coast authors to San Diego Comic Con and the East Coast authors to New York Comic Con. But for some reason, TJ Klune and I are on a panel together. Like, I hesitate to even call it a panel. TJ Klune and I are going to talk to each other at New York Comic Con, and you're allowed to come listen.
I love that.
We make for a pretty interesting conversation. I think the last time we did a panel together at Comic Con, people referred to us as like Barbenheimer in person, in which he's Barbie. So come on.
So your social medias, they can find you at. Oh, and I got to read the name of the website addresses, and I'm gonna.
The cocktail is 2, or not all of the enough, is how Katrina Ward told me I should say it. But yeah, so it's allofyeblake.com.
Right. Awesome. So guys, go and check that out as well. Instagram.
Alexine.
What's that? Yeah. Farrell Falmouth.
Yes. Okay. Let me do that.
Yeah. Instagram and Instagram, Twitter. Give us your social media handles.
Yes.
Tumblr, all that. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm listening.
I'm mostly Olivia Blake everywhere, except I don't have a Facebook, and lots of people are impersonating me on Facebook. So if I talk to you on Facebook, it's not me. But Instagram and Twitter and Tumblr and Spotify, Olivia Blake. And then Instagram and Twitter for young adult stuff, Farrell Fullness.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for doing that for me, because I'm like, wait a second, I have to do this part that I failed at the beginning, and now I'm double worrying about it, and oh no, my audience is gonna hate me.
It's fine. I got you. It's okay.
I appreciate it. Everybody that's listening, please go and check out all of her stuff. It's amazing, awesome. It's been so much fun chatting with you. I appreciate you being here. And in just a short minute, we're going to get to our live stream Q&A questions. So anybody who's in the live stream, throw your questions in the chat, and we will get to them in just a moment. Coming up, we're going to have author John Jackson Miller is going to be joining us. He wrote novels for Star Wars, Star Trek, Halo, and his new Batman novel that it kind of ties into the Michael Keaton universe. So we're definitely going to want to check that out. That's going to be live September 23rd. Podcast available September 24th. Also down the road, author and game designer Jebediah Berry. He's going to be joining us as well. Voice actor, RPG game master Mark Muir is going to be joining us. So all kinds of people. We've got a long list coming up. We're all the way out till December on our list. So definitely stay tuned. Make sure to rate, review, follow, subscribe on all of the platforms. Whatever you do to support the show, it also supports these amazing guests. So, thank you so much for being here. Take care, everyone. Have a good one, and we will see you next time down the road right here on Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is the former executive director of the International Game Developers Association and the current creative director at Stumbling Cat Games for New Game. Potions, A Curious Tale is now available wherever you get your video games. Yeah, a lot of Steam, stuff like that. Please welcome Renee Gittins to Epic Realms. How are you doing?
Doing well. Glad to be here.
So, I've seen some of the interviews you've done, and I've heard some of the chats. We're going to reiterate, we're going to rehash some of the things you've talked about in the past, because I can't not do it. Some of our audience members may not know who you are, may not know your product, so we'll get into some of that. But you've liked games for a very long time. What was kind of your introduction to video games, and kind of how was your family with your love for video games?
Yeah, so I think unexpectedly, my introduction to video games was actually first-person shooters, and I don't think people who usually make cozy adventure crafting games are big first-person shooter players, but I definitely am. And it's because I was introduced to video games through my dad's gaming. My dad has been a PC first-person shooter player, at least through a lot of his life when that existed. And I watched him play games and started playing games alongside him. And those games in order were Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Duke Nukem 3D, and then Pokemon Yellow. So that's when I got my Game Boy Color. But yeah, definitely started with those PC games. But really what completely changed video games for me and totally drew me into the medium was the original Half-Life. That game just completely swept me off my feet with regards to its immersion and storytelling and just in-world experiences with all the scripted events and environmental puzzles.
Is that something that inspires you with a lot of the stuff you do as well?
I think so.
Especially the puzzles. I feel like the puzzles are a big part of that.
I love environmental puzzles. I love playing with the world. I love the world being something to interact with and discover. So that definitely fed into that. I would also say that the Half-Life tutorial section is one of the best done ever, because you don't necessarily feel like you're going through tutorial. You feel like a scientist who just showed up for work and you're prepping for an experiment. And while you are introduced to different mechanics, there's never a prompt that just says, this is how you do these things. It's always the scientists and your coworkers and the security guards talking to you about these interactions.
So it feels kind of immersive in your... It's not... It doesn't pull you out of the game to remind you that it's a game, which is always fun.
There is nothing that I dislike more than tutorial hallways. And so I try my best to avoid them.
Growing up as a female gamer, was there, like, did you play with kids at school? Was that a thing? Or was it like, was it weird for you?
Yeah, I mean, so when I started playing video games, it was the early to mid 90s. So while some games were social, there wasn't a lot of social opportunities over video games. I did go to like an after school club, like a boys and girls club, where there was a Nintendo 64. So we like traded off playing Donkey Kong and some other games. But mostly for me, gaming was a solo experience. That eventually changed. In middle school, I met some friends who liked JRPGs, so I got into JRPGs. I got into online games. I tried to get into Counter-Strike. Turns out when you're a 12-year-old girl and you speak in voice chat in Counter-Strike, you stop playing online first-person shooters immediately. But I did get into like MMOs. I'm still a big MMO player.
You talked about that, and I wanted to ask your take, because there's a lot of negativity and there's a lot of crappy people out there, especially when it's, you know, a girl gamer. How do you think we change the vision of stereotyping girl gamers, guy gamers, and that toxicity? How do you think we fix that as a community?
Yeah, I mean, as a community, it's all our responsibility to hold other people accountable and call them out when they're not behaving well or when they're making bad assumptions. Not feeding into those stereotypes, not feeding into spreading those stereotypes. As game developers, there's a lot we can do to set a community up for success. We can ensure that we have proper reporting tools so people can report bad actors. We can ensure that people are empowered with the ability to mute and block and not get into matchmaking with others. We can have karma systems so people get banished to what I like to call asshole island if they're being really toxic. And we can set up our communities for success by promoting good behavior, by having like very easy to review rules of conduct, by celebrating the good and providing NPCs and stories and examples of being welcoming to others and not being terrible to them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Moving on from your growing up in school and getting to know video games, you eventually went to college for engineering, correct?
Yes, but not the software type, like engineering.
Right. And I was going to ask you that because, you know, some people have a very specific, when you say engineering, they think either you're like in a lab with chemicals creating things, or you're like in an architectural office, you know, creating skyscrapers, or they picture, you know, machines and robotics. So I was kind of curious for you, which kind of engineering are we talking about?
Yeah, well, so my college was relatively unique. I went to Harvey Mudd College, and Harvey Mudd College engineering degree is a general engineering degree where you have to take mechanical engineering, you have to take chemical engineering, you have to take fluid mechanics, you have to do all of the light labs and, you know, electrical engineering labs and computer engineering labs, in addition to sort of the more mechanical stuff as well. So I actually graduated with college with a relatively general engineering degree, with the intent of being a biomechanical engineer, so an engineer that works on prosthetics. And I did actually get into biotech, working on on-skin sensors and other devices out of college. So that was sort of my goal.
That's really cool. But somehow that eventually shifted into video games.
Yeah, it really happened my senior year of college. I will say that my sophomore year, I had considered changing my degree to a computer science degree because I really loved programming. But I felt like I was too late to jump on that horse. My school was very competitive, and everyone who was in the CS program had been programming since high school, if not before. And so I felt a little intimidated there. And I wish I had gone for it. But I did pick up a lot of really interesting skills in the engineering side of things. But my senior year of college, and funny enough, it was actually the League of Legends community that introduced me to game developers. I was at the time a relatively big cosplayer and a big League of Legends fan. So I was writing guides for certain characters. I was doing some cosplay. And I ended up making friends with some people who worked at Riot. And since my college was close to Riot, they invited me to come see the studio. And when I went there, I suddenly realized that, oh my gosh, like, these are my people. Like, they're all nerds. We all love video games. We're all like technical and creative.
Yeah.
I could do this. So it was a little late to change my major. So I just went through with my engineering degree. But as soon as I got out of college, I started teaching myself programming, networking in the local games industry, and setting myself up to change careers.
That's great. Where'd you get your foot in the door?
I mean, honestly, several different places. So while I was in biotech, I was able to switch over to the software development team. My CEO was great and understanding, and he actually encouraged me to work on some mini games for the biotech company that we were running. That we were running concussion detection products and needed to get all these statistics on people's brain health and state, which is done a lot through tests. And so some of these tests were better digitized and worked as like reaction tests. So I made mini games for that.
Oh, that's great.
I also volunteered my time, sort of applied for and volunteered my time for a indie studio that was pro bono, so I wasn't compensated for it. I actually came on as a producer and was handling management of their engineering teams. And then one of their back-end engineers had to leave the project. And so I took over the back-end engineering as well. So I was doing both the server development and the management of production on that team. And that gave me a lot of great experience of, you know, working with large teams, figuring out how to approach production problems. And that helped me get my foot in the door there.
Yeah.
But I also started volunteering for the IGDA at that time, which gave me a lot of local connections and started me on that track that eventually led to me becoming the executive director of the IGDA.
Okay, so tell people what that organization is and kind of what they do, because some people, they've never heard of it, and other people, they've heard of it, but they don't really know what that means.
Yeah, so the IGDA is the International Game Developers Association. It's a 501c3 nonprofit membership organization whose mission is to support and empower game developers around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. So the best way to think about them is they are attempting to be the voice for game developers and the voice for individual game developers within the games industry and legal issues, as well as provide those developers with the tools they need for success, the resources, the networks, the other connections, and really like any potential opportunity for people to be able to pursue their dreams with all of the materials and knowledge that they need. So they have local chapters. IGDA Seattle is our local chapter here in Seattle, but they're all across the globe from Tokyo to all across Europe to Finland. And I was participating in helping run that local IGDA chapter in Seattle.
That's really
be
cool.
on events and talks.
How do they? What other tools to be able to help? So, say there's organizations and there's what they're doing to design their video games. How does this organization kind of help change the industry, right? Because there's so many different aspects to it, and from an indie game standpoint, I understand that there's a lot of people here and there's a lot of resources, but when you're in a big, say you're Sony or any of the big game companies out there, how do they help those companies also shift when they've got their whole own little world?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and something I'm actually quite passionate about. While I was at the IGDA, I worked to create several white papers targeted specifically at mid to large studios to ensure that they were being as supportive and inclusive and understanding as possible. One of those is the guide for game companies, how to create and sustain a positive work culture. That is specifically targeting all of the issues about not only diversity and inclusion, but equity, progression, fairness, and like personal growth and the happiness of your employees. So it goes through hiring practices, exit interviews, different programs you can run, and methods for communication, praise, progression, mentorship that you can run internally in your company to ensure that it is a positive and supportive and healthy workplace.
Well, they're just as much giving tools to the companies as they are to the individual developers.
Yeah, I would say that it's maybe like 25% to the companies, 75% to the individual developers. But we understand that the state of the games industry, the state of the companies in the games industry greatly affects individual game developers because we are the people who make up those organizations.
Right. Yeah, that's great. So how did your role shift? You kind of came in at the intro, but eventually executive director's not a small role in a company like that. How did you shift from that very starting to get your foot in the door and volunteering at the local chapter all the way up to executive director?
Yeah.
And kind of what did those roles entail? Like as you progressed, how did that role shift?
A wonderful question. So initially, as I was volunteering for the local chapter, it was just really understanding the local community's needs and putting on events for them. We did a series of micro talks. I started our yearly summer picnic, which is still going on like 8 or 9 years later. We had, regular winter events and mentorship and career fair sort of events as well. I was just sort of organizing and running those for the local community. After doing that for several years, I actually was leaving state and applied to be on the International Board of Directors. The board of directors for a nonprofit are the people who help guide the goals for the organization. So it's much more sort of strategic planning for the organization. They're the ones who say, like, this is what our mission is, this is what we're going to try to do for game developers. Like right now, the IGDA is really focusing on providing support for people affected by layoffs and helping ensure that as few layoffs as possible happen within the games industry, but those who are affected receive as much support as possible. In that role, I was able to really help shape what the org was doing to some extent, and make a lot of connections within that organization and our sister organization, the IGDA Foundation, and get a really good understanding for the needs of the games industry. After my tenure was 3 years, but near the end of my tenure there, our executive director stepped down, and I applied for that role, and that was a full-time position. And as an executive director, you're basically the CEO of the company. So the board of directors provides you with guidance of sort of the direction the org should go, but the executive director provides all the actions. It's hiring and managing employees, it is managing finances, it is deciding how to approach events, what to do, how to approach materials, resources, support, marketing, whatever that is. It's really the strategic implementation side of the organization. And of course, I started that role 6 months before the pandemic hit. So I did all of this wonderful planning and organization and setup, and then had to change absolutely everything the next 6 months.
Did the pandemic affect the industry as far as all these people are home now? Did they consume more games, less games? Was there a greater need for developers? Was it easier or harder for developers? How did the pandemic affect it from a game design standpoint?
Yeah, the pandemic was massively influential in many ways. From just a consumer standpoint, people were at home more. There was a lot more interest in video games, particularly social video games. That's when Among Us, despite being a years-old project, sort of came to life again because it was a great social game. So the growth of the games industry during the pandemic was massive, far higher than anything had predicted previously. But that also sort of tapered off as people start getting back outside, and we're seeing sort of the effects of that to some extent. When you see massive growth, particularly with publicly traded companies, and then that tapers off, stockholders do not like that, and some companies made large decisions such as layoffs to try to improve their cost to profit ratio. On the development side, there were lots of challenges. I know that a lot of people romanticize work from home. I work from home. I love work from home. But there are a lot of challenges of working from home, particularly in game development. A lot of hardware had a ton of regulations with regards to where it could be located, the amount of security it needed to have. There's a lot of IP restrictions to even access some of this hardware, which is very hard to set up from homes. Like setting up a static IP is not a trivial thing if you don't know how to do that. And actually, the IGDA ran an event called the Game Development Crisis Conference in April of 2020 that was talking about a lot of these sort of technical challenges and how to overcome them, how to get dev kits home to your teams, how to set up your company's infrastructure to just even function with remote work. And there's also all the soft skills and communication side of that. We as humans are super social creatures that are used to communicating face to face and taking a lot of hints from people's body movement, intonation, stance, positioning in the room. We have a lot of passive communication in the office place where we can sort of look over someone's shoulder, run into them at the water cooler. And with work from home environments, that type of passive communication, those types of social cues just don't really happen. And so a lot of companies ran into issues where they needed to be much more proactive with communication, which can be very difficult. And it's also additionally difficult because the pandemic was just awful for people's mental health, right? So
yeah,
some people got really stressed.
Yeah.
They're stressed, they're alone, they're locked in at home, they're not communicating in the same ways that they normally would be. So there was definitely sort of a hit when it came to people's like production, like performance. And I don't mean to say that like people were failing.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not the
it's
case.
just
Like
hard.
just overall companies as groups were less effective because they had less effective communication. They had people who were going through the struggles of mental health, of having children at home, like
Yeah, trying to
doing
do your job
school.
with no school. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But this work from home pressure that COVID brought was also beneficial because it allowed for there to be more opportunities to work remotely. So if you were dealing with childcare difficulties or health issues, or you were someone who is from a place that is more difficult to travel to or more difficult to find a job at, you had more access to opportunities.
Yeah.
So many of the conferences moving online opened up their ability to be attended by people who normally wouldn't be able to afford the $2,000 plane ticket
Right.
and $2,000 of hotels in San Francisco for GDC.
Yeah.
So it really
Not to
provided a lot
mention
of
food
equity.
and travel and
Oh yeah.
for sure. Where do you think the onset of the height of what I guess is being termed as cozy games kind of came about? Was that during and because of the pandemic? For me, it was one of the big ones was Animal Crossing, and I know there's been a lot of cozy games in the last 4 or 5 years that have really done fairly well.
Yeah, I think there was always a interest in cozy games. If you look back at historic cozy games, most of them coming out of Japan, a lot of them like Harvest Moon and such have like a really big fan base here in the US. But not a lot of those games were being created, I think, because they were a little harder to prove, and a lot of those customers were a bit harder to access. You have to remember that online PC gamers have diversified greatly over the last 2 decades,
For sure.
right?
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
the people who were playing games online when I was 14 were very male identifying, were tended to be on the younger side. And nowadays, that is a much more diverse group. The people that are on Steam and buying games are from, a lot more diverse backgrounds and areas and gender identities. So I think that was part of it. And I think one of the games that, of course, proved that those people were now online and could now purchase games was Stardew Valley. And it reminded a lot of people of the joys of the games that they enjoyed when they were younger. And I think that gave a number of people confidence to start developing the games that they wish existed. Because game development itself, until more recently, has been very difficult to break into at all. But thankfully now with the tools available, like Unreal Engine, like Unity, like Godot, like Game Maker, it's a lot more accessible. So a lot more people can bring those dreams to life without needing to pitch to a publisher and get a ton of funding and all of those hoops that historically game developers have had to jump through.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about one of your other projects. Speaking of cozy games, you worked on a game that eventually came out on the Nintendo, right? The Fae Farms.
Fae Farm, yep.
So tell us about your role in that company and how much of a influence you had on that game and or other games that they did.
Yeah, wonderful question. At Phoenix Labs, so I was the general manager of Phoenix Labs Vancouver. We had both the Dauntless and Fae Farm core teams in Vancouver, as well as some of our other R&D teams. And while I got to work with those teams and provide them with all sorts of support. I actually wasn't a developer on those teams. My role was very much executive management, so I was more involved with things like studio office build out and planning and HR processes than I was with crafting systems, right? So I just certainly participated in play tests, and I provided a lot of support to the leaders of those teams, but I wasn't directly involved with the development of those games.
Okay. What was it like for you to go in the store? Because I saw that you have a picture of you in the store at a GameStop, and you said it was full circle, and you were there, and there was this game that, you know, you worked for the company.
Yeah. So for context, for people who aren't aware, my very first official employment was as a game advisor at GameStop. And so I worked at the Alderwood Mall GameStop by the food court. And going into that same GameStop and being able to hold a game where my name is in the credits, that I got to see in development, that, you know, I felt some sort of not ownership of, but fondness for, is like something that, even if I didn't directly write any code, I helped the creation of, was truly amazing. Because at the time when I was working at GameStop, I just liked video games. I had no clue I could ever be a game developer.
Right.
And I am sure that 16-year-old me would have been very thrilled and impressed with where I had managed to go. And I know that physical games, like physical boxes for games, like physical copies of games, are not as popular these days, but there is something just truly magical about having a physical embodiment of this essence of something that you've helped create.
Yeah.
So it was very exciting.
I love to have my physical games. I like to see them on the shelf and have the lineup. And obviously in the modern era, it's Steam, it's order online, it's download code, whatever. You don't get those physical boxes anymore. But there is something to have, just even if you haven't worked on it, just to have those physical games and to be able to look and be like, oh yeah, I forgot I have that game. And you can get hyped about a game you haven't played in months or years, because you see it and you get that nostalgia feel. And just having those physical cases is also like, it triggers those fond memories of those games. So
absolutely. I can't move my camera around here, but I have a bunch of indie box copies of games which had Steam codes in them and a lot of really cool collectibles. I'm a big World of Warcraft player, so I have collector's editions for every expansion of World of Warcraft. And then I have a bunch of other hard copies of games from my original Game Boy Color games, PlayStation 1 games, all the way through some signed copies of games that my friends made, which have a special place in my heart.
That is awesome. That is really awesome. Let's talk about your game, because you have this game, speaking a little cozy gaming, and I know people in our chat have been chattering about it here in the live. Tell us your pitch for Potions: A Curious Tale, and then we'll get into like how it came to be and all that other fun stuff. Well, what was the pitch? What's the original pitch?
So the original pitch is pretty much unchanged throughout the development, and that is Potions: A Curious Tale is an adventure crafting game where combat's not always the answer. You play as a young witch named Luna, who's recently discovered her ability to brew magical potions. And she can use these potions as spells to overcome enemies, solve puzzles, and overcome other obstacles on her quest to become a potions master.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. What was the inspiration for this? Because you've spent years working on this game. Years. I'm not. How long? How many years? When did you start?
I started mid 2014.
So 20 or 10 years.
10 years, yeah. I shipped it 9.5 years into development.
That's crazy. How was that developing your first kind of solo game, pretty much all on your own? What was that like? And what was the challenge? And I know we'd be here for days to do step by step, but what was it? What were some of the big challenges for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the initial biggest challenge was deciding I had a game I wanted to make. I did not start the development of Potions thinking it was going to be a professional game that I was selling at any point in time.
Okay.
In 2014, I was, volunteering for that indie studio on the side. I decided to leave biotech and I was trying to get a job in the games industry, but I was somebody with a bunch of like biomechanical experience, not something that most
Right.
game teams are willing to hire. You know, they can hire a DigiPen grad that has 4 years of specific game education versus someone who's self-taught with very little experience. And so I knew even at the time that one of the most important things that you could do to bump up a resume for a video game position was to have a portfolio. Having a portfolio where you can show the work that you've done, that you're passionate, that you can work well either by yourself or with others, that you can get a product somewhere is really important. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to be a producer, an engineer, or a game designer. And so I decided to design my own game and develop it so I could get both that engineering and design experience and just put that in my portfolio. But as I went to events and worked on this game and told people about what I was doing, there was just so much interest. And I think one of the reasons there is so much interest in this game is because it breaks a lot of common game tropes. Because I built this game out of frustration. I built it out of frustration that in so many games, you're told that you're a hero, but you're put in a position where the best thing to do is just like senseless slaughter of every fluffy bunny you come across.
Yeah.
Because you get more experience points, because you get something that you can sell. We all know how easy it is to start like hoarding materials and ingredients, even if we don't necessarily plan on using them.
Or if you even know what they do.
Exactly. And so I wanted to make a game that at its core caused a player to stop and consider before engaging in aggressive action. And so that's why I came up with the potions system. It's just that every aggressive, like directly aggressive action you take costs resources. And so there's just that little bit of consideration and hesitation before you start slaughtering everything. And I think that people find that very interesting because it really does just change how you interact with the world.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a top-down action adventure game with very like, it could be related to like Zelda. It's very similar to Zelda in many ways, except for it's completely different with how you approach the world. You're trying to lure enemies into traps. You're trying to figure out if you should attack an enemy or if you need to like trick it or charm it or scare it, chase it with your broom. Like the whole world becomes this puzzle and you are worried about your resources and you are worried about like senseless combat because it's dangerous, you're wasting resources. It just completely changes your calculations of a type of game that many of us have played dozens of.
What about getting people to do art? Did you do your own art? I know, if there's art, there's videos you got to worry about. You got to get your licensing, you get on Steam, you got to get it out there, then the promotional work, marketing, all of that. And you have to do all of that plus design the dang game.
Yeah. So with art, I was thankfully able to hire some really amazing contractors to assist me there. I was also able to hire contractors to assist me with audio. When it came to things like trailers and promotional assets and marketing materials, I did that all myself. I used DaVinci Resolve to do all my trailer cuts. And when it comes to like all the writing for the Kickstarter, the Steam page, that's all things that I've done myself as well. When it comes to programming and game design, I've done most of that myself with occasional help here and there. And yeah, I think one of the advantages of being able to do most of the development and creation myself is that I didn't ever have to cut things short unless there was an intentional decision that I didn't need a piece of content or wasn't going to add to the game. Since it is a big world that has a lot of like repeatable assets, like you run into multiple frog enemies, like there are tiles where you can make large biome levels. It allowed me to make a pretty large game the way that I wanted to, without having to like drain my resources paying other people to create a lot of things for me.
Yeah. What was your goal? What when you put it out there, what did you want to accomplish with this game?
I mean, one of my goals was just to ship it. I would say that the goal that drove me forward, that allowed me to work on this game for over 9 years, now over 10 years, is that I wanted it to uplift the next generation of girls. I grew up on playing a lot of first-person shooters. I grew up playing a ton of games. I probably started playing games in 94, 95. It wasn't until 2002 that I played the first game that had a female character you could play. And that was a JRPG where she was just one of many, and the main character was still a guy. Probably wasn't until I was playing like MMOs in like 2003, 2004, where I was even able to make a female character that I was playing. And when I demoed my game for like the first time at PAX, like people came by and they expressed interest, but then like a month or two later, I demoed my game at a conference here in Seattle called Geek Girl Con. And I had actually sort of begged them to be let in because they had only really had tabletop and board games demoing there. But they're like, sure, video game made by a woman, about a woman, works great. Why don't you set up a booth? And my booth got absolutely swarmed by young girls who of course, it would be my target audience. It's based on fairy tales and folklore.
Yeah.
It's a young witch is the main character. But during that conference, I had two experiences that really stood out to me. One was like this little 7-year-old, 8-year-old girl, maybe younger, came up wearing a witch dress, clearly not aware of my game.
Right.
And she just pointed at the screen that was playing my trailer and said, "Look, Mom, it's me." And I was like, oh, yes, like see yourself in this, because I wasn't able to see myself in video games until I was much older. And then a set of parents came up and they said, "Hey, thank you so much for being here and for making this game. Our 8-year-old daughter in 2nd grade is getting bullied for playing Minecraft because everyone's saying that video games are for boys and that she shouldn't be playing Minecraft because she's a girl. So thank you for being here, because it helps her to see that video games are for her, that, you are a girl like she is, and that this is a game that is clearly made for her, and it's just helping her feel so much more welcome." And those two interactions are something that have sort of like fueled me since they occurred, because it has meaning to it, especially because like I know that Potions: A Curious Tale may or may not be a cozy game based on your definition of cozy.
Yeah.
But what it is it's an empowering game that shows the player that they can succeed with their own wits and intelligence, not because they're the strongest sword master alive or because they were granted magical powers to cast giant fireballs. It's because they're getting ingredients, they're crafting with them, they're beating strategies and puzzles and figuring out solutions to the problems in their way. And I think overall it's a very empowering sort of experience.
Yeah. That's awesome. And I appreciate that story. And I was like trying to not wipe my eyes because I was tearing up, and I was like, that's a sad, like happy story, sad story. I'm like, no.
It always tears me up.
Those that are listening to the show, I may have had to wipe my eye a few times. But it's very important. It's very important to a lot of people in the community to share that, because I know so many people that have experienced that. Oh, you're a girl, you can't play these games. And I get so, and I've said this about tabletop role playing, that like the video game geeks and nerds of the world, they were the ones who were cast out by by people that didn't think that video games were cool, and you were picked on because you played video games. So who are we to exclude anyone? Everyone should be included. And that's always been my theory is like, come on, nerds unite, right?
Exactly. No gatekeeping.
No gatekeeping. Gee, criminy. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that stuff. Since we're kind of on that subject, this kind of touches into it. There was a note, and I can't not talk about it, and it's your viral video that went crazy. And I know that there was negative stuff associated with that, but I think there were so many great positive things that came from that as well. So for those that don't know, Renee put out a video kind of pouring your heart out, right? About the situation, the day of the game release, and your feelings and situations that had occurred, and how, heart-wrenching moment. And the video went viral. Tell us a little bit about that, the process, and kind of the aftermath.
Yeah. So I decided to launch Potions: A Curious Tale on International Women's Day. Technically, I launched it in PST time, slightly before International Women's Day, but in Japan it was International Women's Day. And I chose that because I do see this as a very empowering game for girls. I'm a woman. It's a game for women. Main target audience is women. And I did everything I could to prepare for success. Like, I crunched all the numbers. I was watching all of the charts, and I gave a whole talk on marketing min-maxing. And I was really confident in the release. Hit launch, avoided looking at numbers as much as possible. And then I checked, and the numbers were abysmal. I'm very conservative with my estimates. I'm relatively informed on how to make video game sales estimates, and my sales numbers were like 34% of what I predicted, 66% lower than I predicted, and I just didn't know what had happened. And I looked, and I saw that hours after I had launched my game, EA shadow dropped a bunch of their back catalog. So like old Command and Conquer games, things like that. And they had dropped 11 titles. And I had set myself up to land on Steam's new and trending page. It's a very important thing to hit if you're an indie game developer, if you want to go from like hobbyist level of income to like, I can maybe make another game level of income. And I was devastated because since it was, a shadow drop, it was completely unannounced. I wasn't warned of this anywhere. I couldn't sort of avoid the 4,000-pound gorilla that smashed me right off that page as soon as I pretty much ranked on the front page. And I was shattered. I was shattered because like on International Women's Day, I was expecting all this celebration and camaraderie. And like, I don't think I was owed anything by that. It was just supposed to be this really positive moment. And to have all of those efforts just sort of smashed to the ground in a way I couldn't really have foreseen. I was very upset. So I just recorded a TikTok where I was crying, glasses on, no makeup, in my pajamas basically, and saying, I didn't even talk about Potions. I said, what sucks as an indie game developer, that you can do all of this work to set yourself up to success, and then like EA can shadow drop games and just ruin all of your hard work. And then I ended with like, so happy International Women's Day. Thanks. Yeah. And the initial outpouring of support was definitely amazing. People understood that I had poured so much of myself into this title, and that this black swan event had really like just ruined my opportunity. It is not every day a AAA studio releases 11 titles at once without telling anyone. In fact, it's very, very, very rare. So for that to have happened, and for it to have happened on International Women's Day, was just like, it was crushing for me. And there were two camps of people. There were like this beautiful outpouring of people who understood, who decided to check out the game or the demo, who helped share it with their friends or people they thought would be interested. And there were people who were really mad that I had mentioned International Women's Day and that they thought that I felt like I was owed something due to my gender, which obviously clearly is not the case.
No, and that wasn't even what you were saying in your video either.
No. And unfortunately, that escalated to death threats and review bombing and harassment and learning all the ways Gen Z can tell you to kill yourself, which is fun. I learned all sorts of new terminology and acronyms for that. Needless to say, it made launch a little more stressful than I expected.
Yeah.
Nothing like doing hot fixes and managing a PR firestorm at the same time. But ultimately, the outpouring of support and people resharing and checking out the game was able to help me make up that lost coverage from getting knocked off the new and trending.
Yeah.
And I will note, I wasn't the only indie game affected. I wasn't the only game that launched on that date during that time.
Right.
And there was several other games that went through the exact same thing where they had set themselves up to have great coverage, and then that was completely taken away from them. And so I really feel bad for them, and I've tried to help promote those games as well, because we all deserve an opportunity to have our 15 minutes to show
Right.
our creation off. And it was really unfortunate that not everyone was granted that.
Do you think, and this is just an opinion and I don't know at all, but do you think that maybe Steam might have seen what was going on or might have an idea to maybe in the future change how that algorithm works?
Potentially. There was definitely a lot of discourse around that with this happening. I think one of the beauties of Steam is that it doesn't strictly categorize games based on developer or publisher. So, it's not like these are indie games 100% verified, or
Yeah.
these are AAA games 100% verified. Among Us can become as popular as other AAA titles on their storefront. But there's definitely the issue of re-releasing previously out titles, but it was on a new platform, right? It was the first time Command and Conquer 3 was on Steam, and so people who want to buy that game on Steam, of course, wanted to know about that. And
Right.
Since EA didn't do any marketing for it up front, it was helpful to the consumers who were interested in that for it to be pushed for them. And as an indie developer, the amount of exposure and coverage you get through Steam is unparalleled.
Yeah.
Compared to any other platform. Just the marketing of being on Steam can provide you with access to so many users. It's hard to provide too much criticism towards it, even if this really unfortunate situation happened, because I don't know of a good solution.
Yeah.
Any solution is going to have its pros and its cons, right? There's always going to be those drawbacks.
Yeah, for sure. How did you take care of yourself afterwards? Because I'm hoping that you realized, okay, I'm having all of these things. These are all negative. I need, take care of yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
How to take care of your mental health, make sure you're safe. What kind of things that you can talk about did you do to help yourself out on the mental health issues that came because of the negative feedback?
Yeah, the first thing I did was I turned off all notifications for platforms that I was being harassed on. Except for the ones where I was managing communities. So I had people spam graphic porn in my game's Discord server, so I had to be aware of what was happening in that server so I could moderate it. As well as my Steam community forums. I had to be vigilant as to what was going on, because I was the person. I don't have a community manager.
Right.
I am the community manager, so there was some level of exposure that was necessary. The first week and a half, I was still crunching on hotfixes. when you suddenly thousands of people are playing your game, bugs that you haven't encountered before are coming up for multiple people. And so I was doing a lot of late nights on that and trying to balance community management and mental health with getting hot fixes out. I would say I did as best as I could with that.
Okay.
Like the first 3 weeks was just like, it was not a good time. I was not in a good place. I was having like anxiety attack, panic attack after panic attack. I had a hard time sleeping because my heart was racing. I felt like I had to put an anti-swatting notice on my house. Like, that's not fun. Like I felt actually threatened. But I tried to be kind to myself in recognizing, like, this is an extreme situation I am going through. If I am not doing well, like, that's okay. It is okay to not be okay,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
And then as I got out of the weeds of, hot fixing 4-player experiences, I took a massive step back from everything. I took a step back from social media. Still sort of kind of taking a step back from social media. I don't push myself on that right now just because it's traumatizing to some extent.
Yeah.
And, I took a vacation. Like, wow, it's been a minute since I had a proper vacation. I did a lot of gardening. I had a giant patch of brambles, basically. It's Oregon gray polly, for those people who know what that is. And I spent a lot of time out there just like digging and tearing up roots, and it was very cathartic.
Yeah.
I am a druid at nature, and so being in nature, ripping up annoying prickly plants was something that helped me recover. And yeah, I guess I'm going to say this again, just being kind to myself, like recognizing I wasn't going to be as effective as usual when it came to programming or problem solving or drafting posts and words. And now, really, I tried to take it easy these last couple of months with the responsibilities I had. And it's only been this actual like last week and a half where I have started pushing forward on things that weren't necessary. So I had some hot fixes, I had some like content patches I needed to get done. And then I took a break most of July. And now I'm getting into console development because I have recovered. Like, I am in a much better state for that.
That's good. Well, and I also want to say, there are so many people who look up to you for what you did and how you stood up and how you opened up about that. And I want to commend you and say thank you for sharing, and thank you for doing that, and thank you for representing all the people that need representation that you can be there for. So that's really awesome. I appreciate that on behalf of all of our audience. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really glad that has been helpful to people, and that's why I try to be honest about the experiences I went through as well. Like the downside. I'm not just like, oh, just stay chipper and everything's fine. Like, because if you do find yourself in this situation, it helps to know that, yeah, it sucks, and it sucks even if you like mentally like say these comments don't matter, these people aren't part of my target audience, there's always going to be haters online. Like, you can logically know that and still be impacted by the emotions of silly ape in front of computer gets bunch of hate, feels bad, right? Like,
What does the future hold for yourself and for potions?
Ooh, well, for potions, that's very, very easy to answer. I'm working on console ports right now, and I plan to do like a free DLC for both consoles and Steam with that. I guess it's not technically going to be DLC. It's probably just going to be a massive content patch. But I do plan to add in some more endgame activities, and it's going to be really fun to get into that. There's been a lot of requests in the community for more content. People have enjoyed the game and they want to be able to enjoy the world more. So definitely aiming for that end game, additional quests and exploration opportunities. For me, absolutely pushing forward on that. But I'm starting to think about my next projects. I have some ideas knocking around. And I've been doing things to, again, give back. I've been trying to do some educational TikToks and other videos. And I'm doing a professorship with the Indie Game Academy where I'm teaching their game design classes. So it's been really wonderful to support their students and, talk about theories of game design because that's actually not very well covered. There's certainly textbooks out there. They're really difficult textbooks to read, in my opinion. And so breaking down everything that I've learned through all the lectures I've watched and my own experiences on game design has been really fun.
You're going to be at PAX West coming up, right? You got
Yes.
a couple events at PAX West.
Yeah.
Tell us about those.
I have 2 panels on Monday at 12:30. I'm going to be talking about food in video games. I'm a huge foodie and chef. I love culinary stuff. So talking about food in video games, the roles it plays, the cultural sort of impact of those is going to be super fun. And then at 2:30 on Monday, that's September 2nd, I'll be talking about micro indies, how to run a really small indie studio where it's either just you or you and a couple of friends or you and a couple of contractors. I think a lot of indie game talks now are talking about indie studios that are like 26, 40 sort of people, which is, indie by some definitions, but I wanted to talk about like basement indie, right? Like where you can fit the whole team in a small pizza party. And I think that's going to be really interesting, particularly for people who are looking into breaking into the games industry or starting their own project.
Yeah. And then you've got Geek Girl Con later in the year.
I do.
Which you
I
mentioned
do.
a little earlier.
Yeah. So Geek Girl Con has welcomed me back again. Since so many of the attendees are part of my core audience, I'm really excited to be there. And hopefully I will have Helios plushies to sell there as well, because I've been working on getting Helios plushies made so everyone can have their silver-tongued feline companion.
And that's made by somebody from Funko, right?
The design, yeah. The design is by Julie Godwin, previously of Funko. She's done amazing designs for Funko and other folks, and she designed the plushie and has done an amazing job on it. You can find pictures of it either on my social media or on like Potions of Curious Tales Steam page or Kickstarter page.
Okay, awesome. Well, people can find stumblingcat.com, right? That's the website.
Yeah.
Yep. Go there. They can find you on Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube under RikuKat, RikuKat, correct? On all of those?
Yep.
Also, Stumbling Cat is on Facebook. Just search /StumblingCat, facebook.com//StumblingCat or /Potions a Curious Tale, right?
Yep.
Also on X or Twitter @StumblingCat, so you can find you on all of those things. Or just put in a search. Potions, a Curious Tale, right there, just in the Google search, or Steam, or wherever you want to search it. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. Guys, definitely go and check it out. Renee, thank you so much for being here today. We're going to do our live stream Q&A here in a section in a second. Gosh, COVID brain strikes again. So if you're in the live stream, get your questions in the chat or your comments, and we'll go through and we'll read some of those here in just a bit. For those listening to the podcast, coming up, we have a lot of amazing episodes coming up with great guests, including author Olivia Blake's going to be joining us, Shadowrun author Jennifer Brozak will be joining us, of course, voice actor of the one and only Commander Shepard. He's also an author or an actor, a GM. Mark Meir will be joining us down the road as well. We got so many great guests. Please stick around, follow, like, subscribe, rate, review, push all the buttons, whatever platform you're listening to us on, click all of those buttons and give those support and share it and tell your friends. So we really appreciate that. It helps us and in turn. So For Renee Gittins, I am Nick, and I want to say thank you all for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is a radio and podcast host, paranormal investigator, and author. He has been seen on shows such as The Holzer Files, Ghosts of Devil's Perch, Curse of Lizzie Borden, and many more. His new book, Theater of the Mind, is now available. Please welcome Dave Schrader back to Epic Realms. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me again.
Tell us about the charity you were working on. This is a reversal. I was talking to you earlier. This is a reversal. Last time I did a charity and was clean shaven, and now you're clean shaven for a charity. Tell us about the charity and what you're raising funds for.
Yeah, we were out at the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash that just took place this last weekend, and it's a great little event. They do what they call Christmas in July. So there are donations you can make that'll go to a children's charity. So if you want to drop off toys, they're going to go to kids that are in need at Christmas time. Then all the ticket sales from the event go to help Wounded Warriors Project in Pennsylvania, which is for veterans that were wounded during their service. And then they also raise money for Hero for Hire. And while we were there, Daniel Klass, who I'm sure you're probably familiar with, his daughter is currently battling it well, cancer. And we were trying to raise some money for her. So we did a night of celebrity bartending. So we had 4 different little bars going up around. It was John Zaffis and I against Brian and Rochelle from Ghost Hunters, and we had the guy dressed like Batman over in the corner, all ripped and wearing just his cowl and at the bottoms of his uniform. So we were up against stiff competition, literally, and we ended up raising, I think, $3,000 in tip money for that. And then when I walked outside to get some fresh air, a couple of the guys were shaving their heads for the charity, and people were making donations. So they said, well, let's shave Dave's head. Oh, never mind. And I said, well, if people want to donate money, I'll shave my goatee. So we raised another $200, and I had them shave my goatee for me.
That's awesome. That's great. I love that you do so many charities throughout the year, just constantly giving. And that's one of the things that I and so many people that are part of your audience love about you is the amount of giving that you do for charities and the selflessness that you give out. And I don't think you get enough credit for that. And so I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do for all those charities and all the people that need help out there, even when it comes down to like the well wishes and prayers and thoughts for people that you put out on your social medias. So it's really awesome. And that's a great thing. That's amazing. Thank you so much for all that.
Yeah. Well, and I don't do it for the accolades or the
I know
pats
you
on
don't.
the.
That's why I'm giving them to you anyhow.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, I figure I've got a platform, and whether I've got one person listen or a million people listening, why not try to do something good with the time that we share together? And from time to time, let's talk about things that we can do to make a difference and change people and change lives. So that's what I've done all along.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Last time you were on this show, you were talking about an upcoming event. You were going to go to Egypt. This is this was a little bit ago now.
Yeah,
how was that
ago.
Egypt trip? And kind of tell us a little bit about that trip and maybe some other trips that you've done since then.
Yeah, last year was a busy one. I did a trip to England, 2 trips to England, and a trip to Egypt. And it was bonkers, just amazing times. I mean, we were getting access to, the Great Pyramids. We got to go in with our small group of about 20 and got to investigate King Tut's tomb all by ourselves.
Yeah.
So we went in and photographed and videoed and did some EVP work, and it was just really amazing to be in these historic sites and get to just kind of breathe in that rarefied air of these historic locations. And we were in Queen Nefertari's grave. I can't think of the word. I'm looking at tomb
chamber.
And King Tut and a couple other players along the line, and got to see the Sphinx up close. So this was a dream come true. I used to, when I was a kid, I used to go to the local travel agency, and every now and again at the end of the month, they'd pull down travel posters and put up new ones, and they would give me posters. So I had one for England, one for Australia, one for France, and one for Egypt. And now I've checked all those off my box. So I've had a chance to visit many different countries, and I got to see all 4 of the major ones I really wanted to see as a kid. So it was pretty exciting. And to get to go there, not only just for a visit, but to get to go see the history and the mysteries and be a part of investigations at historic sites. That's,
bringing people along with you, people that like want to do investigations and like-minded people And that's really awesome and super cool. And you do a lot of those events. You do a lot of conventions and things like that. And you invite people to come and join. You're doing a Palmer House event coming up, right?
Yeah, at the Palmer House.
I think it's sold out, but let's talk about what's your tie to the Palmer House?
Well, the Palmer House Hotel in Sauk Center, Minnesota, not the other famous Palmer House Hotel in Chicago, but it's just this great little homespun hotel. It's a boutique hotel that was made, I think, in 1901, but the original hotel had been there for 50 or 60 years before that and then burned to the ground, and they raised the new hotel. So it used to be the Sauk Center Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Then when it burned down, they created the Palmer House Hotel. And it's awesome. It's haunted. It's got a creepy vibe to it, but it's not scary. There's nothing dangerous, demonic, or deadly there. But it can be unnerving at times. And I've been going there now for the better part of 16 years.
Yeah.
And I probably 2-3 times a year, and I've maybe only been let down maybe 2 or 3 times in all of that. So, and by let down, I just mean it was quieter than normal.
But there's still stuff going on because there's always everybody I know who's gone there now has a story about the Palmer House. Oh, I went there to to debunk it, and then they come back like, man, ghosts that's real. That stuff's real. It's like, well, what do you expect? Like the Palmer House is, especially in Minnesota, is fairly well known. If you're in the paranormal scene in Minnesota, like the Palmer House is the be all end all as far as I'm concerned. So.
And what was funny, I was there earlier this year at the Palmer House doing a couple of events, and I did one with Dalen Spratt from the Ghost Brothers. And there's a local production company that I've been working with. We're filming a little project we're hoping to sell and get out on TV by 2025.
Awesome.
And they came to film some of what I do. And we went down, the night before everybody arrived to do a little private ghost hunt. It was just me and the owner and the film crew. And we were down in the basement of the Palmer House and getting live real-time EVP. And it was freaking the camera crew out and the sound guy. And there were times he could hear the whispers while I was recording the EVP through the microphone and the headset. So he was really unnerved by it. And then it was so exciting to hear guys that really had no belief in the paranormal. This is just a gig for them.
Yeah.
And they end up just absolute believers. And then I found out that a bunch of the crew rented the hotel to go back and visit and just hang out for an entire weekend and investigate themselves and do some stuff. So that was pretty neat.
That is really neat. When you're doing some of the shows that you've done, you talk about the crew and they've got the headsets. And I know you've talked about this in the past, how a lot of the crew members will have interactions. For some of those shows, do you have like the tried and true, like this is a person who goes on a lot of paranormal shows and they're kind of like, they understand, as opposed to people that are like, a rotating crew. Every show has a different crew and they don't know.
Well, most of like when I did the Holzer Files and Ghosts of Devil's Perch, the Holzer Files, all the casting, or the crew, I should say, in production had worked on shows like Dead Files and Ghost Adventures and a couple of the other shows. But they weren't all together. They just, you piecemeal it in between seasons. You build your production team. And there were some really cool moments that we had. We were at a house in Metuchen and we were doing our baseline investigation and having some weird activity, and everybody was outside the house. And I was sitting, it was a very cold night, and I'm sitting in front of this big bank of computer screens at our little HQ outside, and everybody's kind of doing their thing and getting ready. We're going to go do this and film that. And as I'm watching the cameras live, all of a sudden you see the back door, and it's kind of got one of those sheer curtains hanging over it. You see what looks like something walk through it, and you see a face. And I'm like, oh my God, did you guys see that? And they're like, what? And of course, nobody's paying attention.
Yeah.
And I go, something just walked through that door. And the directors are kind of giving me the side eye. And the one camera guy goes, well, I've got it rolling. We can go back and check it. I'm like, yes. And you see everybody's kind of piqued curiosity. And I'm like, this was crazy. Because legitimately, you see what looks like a head go right through the curtain.
Yeah.
And we play it back. And all of these guys who had worked on other paranormal shows flipped out. They're like, all the years I've done this, I've never seen something like that in my entire life. That was so cool. And it was a moment we weren't even trying for. There was nobody left in the house. We were all outside, and the cameras were just rolling inside when we captured that.
There's so many cool little stories that you always seem to come up with, you and other people in the industry, that like you hear some of the stories repeatedly, but every once in a while there's little tidbits, little stories like that where the crew had something going on. That's one of the reasons I would have wanted to ask you about the crew, because usually those are the stories people don't always hear about. And you know, sometimes you see they'll pan to the crew member who's freaking out about whatever, but you know, because there's so much time recorded, that there's a lot of stuff that happened, a lot of interactions that the crew had that you just don't see the light of day, except for unless you were there. So it's always cool to hear those kinds of
Right.
stories.
Because sometimes, you know, it's, and I always said, I want my cameraman to be a part of this.
Yeah.
So my director ended up being my camera guy for Holzer Files. He was kind of my dedicated camera guy. And he would be the kind I could talk to when because Shane's off on his own, Cindy's off on her own, Shane's working with his technology, Cindy's talking to the dead, and I'm just by myself with, you know, maybe a recorder. So when something's happening, I have no one to react to, except for my camera guy. And I'd be like, whoa, did you hear that? And I'd get the nod of the camera, and then we'd play back the EVP. And sometimes it really unsettled my director. And then I had another great cameraman on there too, Rob Toth, who has been a big part of Dead Files and many other shows. And I loved working with Rob Sappy and Rob Toth as my main camera guys. And there were a lot of times we'd hear stuff. We were in one house, the Ayers Allen house, I think it was.
Okay.
And we were having all kinds of really weird activity taking place. And we were getting set to have this moment where our team is going to rejoin and kind of talk about what's been going on. Everybody is in front of the camera or outside. The sound guy's tucked around the corner, and we're standing there, and clear as day from the room behind the camera guy, you hear footsteps on the wooden floors come walking right up behind him and stop. And we're all staring at him, and he just kind of lifts his head up over the camera, and he slowly turns his head and looks back at us, and he just didn't move the camera, didn't run. You know, he was ready for whatever, but just kept filming us and our reactions to it. And those are great moments that would have been really cool on the show. But then we have to punch something else out that was actually more integral to the story.
Yeah.
So it's tough to make that call.
Yeah, for sure. When you have these people on, whether it's on a show like that, when you have new people on, whether you're going on a tour with newcomers, what is it like for you? Because I'm assuming, and you know, assumptions being what they are, do you have to teach them some of the ins and outs of doing paranormal investigating and like kind of some of the do's and don'ts as far as that goes when you go on those tours?
Yeah, we try to give everybody a little bit of a, you know, paranormal investigating 101. You know, here's the basics. And I've done that since the beginning. Just try to make it entertaining and fun, but hopefully that they're learning there are better ways to do things.
Does that get old for you? You know, after 30 years explaining the same things, and this is how you do this, and you know, protect yourself.
Thankfully, it's only been 18 years, so I hope to get to 30 years, just 12 more years from now, and then I'll let you know if I'm tired of it. But no, I enjoy it because I like watching the expressions and wonder on their faces as I put out the possibilities of this could happen. You have to be prepared for this.
Yeah.
So don't do this, don't do that. You know, be a part of this, be aware of that. And it never goes old. I think what's funny is for us, the paranormal community, the ones that you see on TV and that are out there doing this all the time on the events, sometimes the actual investigation gets a little tedious because we know how boring it can be.
Yeah.
And, you know, when it's dragged out and super long and boring and nothing's happening, and you have a 5-hour ghost investigation in the same spot and they just keep rotating in different groups every hour, that can really bear on you. And you know, there's a funny time we were in Virginia City, Nevada, and it was Jeff Belanger and we were over in the jail, and we were leading the ghost hunt there, and they had like 4 buildings, and every hour they'd bring us a new team, and those teams would break up and go to other locations. And by that like 5th hour, we were out of questions, we were both just exhausted, and we sat down on the floor and we're both looking up at the 2 layers of jail cells because there's one set on top of the other. And all of the people were on the first level of the jail cells when very clearly this full-on black shadow figure walked out of one cell, looked at us over the bar, turned, walked down, and went into another cell. And Jeff and I just sat there, and then we slowly turned and looked at each other, and I'm like, did you? And he goes, yeah, the guy that just came out and went into I'm like, yeah. And he goes, hey, is everybody on the first floor? Yeah. Is there anybody on the upper floor? Anybody? So somebody's like, well, I'll go up and check. Went up and swept every cell. Nothing. And he's like, shouldn't we tell them? And I'm like, you know, then it's just our story. You know, they might think we're just hedging it to make them go investigate someplace else. And I
Yeah.
said, so this really kind of cool moment for just the two of us to witness. But I also try to keep in mind that, you know, this may be your first experience. So, you know, getting an EVP that says get out is super exciting for you. For me, it's like, oh my God, come on, Ghost, say something besides get out, right?
Right.
I mean, I need something a little bit more. So it's always trying to, you know, find that fine line of still being in the moment and excited about this, not necessarily for myself, but for the people that are having. It's like taking your kids to a zoo. You know what a monkey looks like, you know what a tiger looks like, you know what a bear looks like,
Right.
but there's this kind of giddy excitement as the kids are experiencing it for the first time. And that's what most of us try to do, is we try to live in that headspace of this is old to us, but it's new to you, and I can't wait to see your reaction when this happens. And you know, when you're there and you have some skeptical people in your group, and then the skeptics are the one that have the most profound experience, that really is fulfilling.
That's awesome. I love that. I love that. When you're putting together these events, are you doing all of the organizing and the scheduling and the, you know, the ticket, all that, or are you going through an organization, or is there a group of you doing those?
I used to. I was like the big guy in the field. I did it from 2006 to I think 2012. I used to do darkness events, and we had, you know, between 200 to 300 people at an event.
Right.
And overall, that's not huge when you think, you know, there are events like, you know, the Pennhurst event during the summer, which brings in 5,000 people. But we were in locations like Eastern State Penitentiary, Waverly Hills Sanitarium, Rolling Hills Asylum, the Queen Mary, Stanley Hotel. So there wasn't just non-stop room, you know, plus we were doing live investigations at night. So we would have large groups of 100 people investigating at night, and we'd be broken up into groups of 20, 25 people that would be separated out, and every hour we'd rotate around, and they'd get to work with all their, you know, favorite paranormal personalities from TV. And that was just fun to get to do. But I did those for about 6 years, and then it just started getting tougher and tougher to book, because locations were now not obscure little locations. They were, a lot of people were calling on them. So they started jacking prices through the roof and giving us less and less access, but wanting more and more money. And I eventually just stepped back and I let other people host events, and they'll just hire me to be a speaker and presenter and an MC. And sometimes I'll go on ghost hunts.
That's awesome. You got a lot of events coming up. We'll talk about some of your events coming up later on in the show. You're doing the Paranormal 60 now. You've got the Paranormal 360.
Yes.
You've got the Mysteries, Mayhem, and Merlot that's part of the Paranormal 60 network. Tell us about some of these shows, how the evolution of these have come about since you've done the Paranormal 60.
Well, I originally began with a show called Darkness Radio.
Yeah.
And we did that for a number of years. And then we moved over to the Jericho Network, podcast network.
Beyond Darkness, right?
Yeah, we went from terrestrial radio as Darkness Radio over to podcast in Beyond the Darkness. Then we transferred back into Darkness Radio. And then, after doing it for 13, 14 years, I stepped away and turned it over to Tim, my co-host and producer, longtime friend, and just stepped away and took a couple months to myself. I had been doing this nonstop for 16 years, 5 nights a week. And then if I was hosting Coast to Coast AM on the weekends, sometimes 7 days a week. And I just got to the point where it's like, for my own mental health, we had just come out of COVID. I did my best to continue to be there and be proactive and entertain people all during COVID. And, I'm just sitting at this event this last week. I was sitting down with John Zaffis, and we were kind of examining the last, the last 6 years have been really tough, between personal losses and then COVID rolling in. I've probably lost about 30 people in the last 8 years. And that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people. And, some of my mom being one of them, and so many great friends. And, it just, you wake up every morning dreading finding out who's going to be gone next. And John and I were just talking about that, and it's so kind of disheartening, but I needed time off for a while, and I took a couple months, and then I thought, you know what, I can come back a couple times a week and I'll do the Paranormal 60. And my goal was just a once a week or maybe twice a week, 60-minute show. And, that's what you basically find Monday nights on my YouTube channel. From 9 to 10 p.m. Central, I do the Paranormal 60, where I usually have a guest or maybe two and talk to them about different subjects and topics. And that's done with a more serious note, but we can have a little fun with it. Never disrespectful, always respectful of it, but enjoying leaning into the high strangeness and the absurdity of it.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday, we really embrace the absurdity. We read news stories from around the world, and I've got my little Paranormal 60 news crew. I've got my 3 buddies out of Texas, and then my friend Tressa, Sweet Tea out of Chicago, who is a comedian, and we share news stories from around the world that have happened in the past 7 days that have to do with ghosts, UFOs, space exploration, lost civilizations, whatever weird story is in the news. And we share them, and we all have a cocktail in hand. And, you know, when somebody stumbles over their story, we all have a drink and have a laugh. And that usually ends up going about 90 minutes long because we're having such a good time doing it. So those live on my Paranormal 60 YouTube channel. And then
I love those shows, by the way. I love the
Thank
news.
you.
It's fun. It's, you know, you get a chuckle, and you can tell that you guys are enjoying it and just having a blast doing it. So
yeah, it's a great opportunity to work with people I love and that are dear friends, and we all get to, you know, especially during COVID, I just realized, man, I've never felt so isolated in my life.
Yeah.
And I realized most of my friends are spread out around the United States, and you just don't always make the time for the friends that you should. And with how many friends I've lost, these guys mean a lot to me. And let's get together once a week and have some laughs. And this is a great way for us to do that. It's, you know, 4 of us, 5 of us sitting down, laughing it up and having drinks and just enjoying our time. And that's really been great. And then I've been filling in at a regular radio station, WCCO here in Minnesota, which is a legendary radio station.
Yeah.
I was filling in on regular shows, so it was not paranormal topics. We were talking politics and news of the day and whatever was kind of the buzzwords. And there was a Sunday night spot that they were always doing a rotating host in, trying to find the right fit. And I threw my hat in the ring about a month ago. I said, you know, I'd be happy to take that over, just to have a regular spot every week that's mine, instead of just filling in for everybody else. And he said, okay, what do you want to talk about? And we went over a couple topics, and he said, I think if we do this, I know this is counterintuitive to what I've told you when I hired you on, because he brought me on to just fill in and not be Darkness Dave.
Yeah.
Talk about everything but the paranormal, show my range.
Yeah.
And I did that for a year. Right. I did that for a year with him. He goes, if we do this, I want it to be a unique enough show that, you know, it'll be appointment. People want to tune in to check it out. And he goes, so would you want to go into the paranormal again? And I said, sure. And he goes, let's play off the Paranormal 60 show that you're doing now. And the show will be a little bit more well-rounded, so we'll call it the Paranormal 360. And I said, okay. And we started that a month ago, and now that's live every Sunday night on WCCO Radio in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And you can stream it anywhere. If you ask your smart device, hey, Alexa, Sunday night, set alarm to, 7 to 9 p.m. Central to play WCCO Radio, and it'll fire off for you, and you can listen to the podcast. And I talk to 2 different guests, 1 an hour, and we talk about different topics: time travel, reincarnation, spookiest places, all just kind of cool little offsets of one another, and discuss the possibilities. And that's been kind of the fun of it for me, is always an evolving and revolving door of entertaining guests and subjects to talk about.
Yeah, I love it. And your wife has a show now too, right?
Yeah, she when I started with the Paranormal 60, I had 2 shows, one on Monday, one on Wednesday, both live at night. And then I realized, I've got a lot of friends out there that are really having a fun show and doing stuff, and they may not be getting the same exposure that I'm getting after having done this for 16, 18 years at the time.
Yeah.
So I Jeff Belanger and Ray Auger, who do or Auger, that do New England Legends podcast. They jumped onto my network with me. So Monday nights or Mondays, you get to hear New England Legends, and that's anywhere from a 15-minute to 30-minute podcast. And they tackle a different legend and talk about what's the reality and such. Then on Tuesday nights, on the podcast, the audio version, you get my Paranormal 60.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesdays, now we've got the Monsters Lounge with Tressa and Jenny.
Okay.
And they discuss anything from aliens to cryptids. Thursday, you get the Paranormal 60 news. And then Friday, you get True Hauntings podcast with Anne and Renata from Australia. And that's on our audio podcast. So that's the way it broke down. So we still had a couple days open, and my wife really wanted to do something with kind of true crime and mysteries, things that I didn't I used to do a show called True Crime Tuesday,
Right.
and that just wore me down after a while. There's so much darkness, but
Yeah.
she lives for the true crime. So she took that over. So now she's on Sunday nights. You can go watch her podcast on YouTube as well. And then the audio podcast is released on the weekend. So you get 6 days of content from us. You get 5 days of paranormal and 1 day of true crime and mysteries. And that's kind of what we set up. So if you subscribe for free to the Paranormal 60, on whatever podcast platform you listen to, you'll get to hear all of those shows. So it gave everybody a chance to be heard and seen, and the people I love and care about, a way to kind of get out there and have a built-in audience.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. And it's fun to see the growth from just the Paranormal 60 and see it bloom to all of these other shows and whatnot. So congratulations for now running your own paranormal network as far as podcasts go and everything else. So it's really cool to see all of that and to see all of the different things, right? That there are associated with that. So that's awesome. When you look back on all these shows and all of the things that you've done, what's the first thing that kind of pops in your mind looking back at everything?
I just can't believe how fast time has gone. My daughter's going to be 18 this November, and I started my journey into paranormal radio 18 years ago. So it was January 1st, 2006. And like that, 18 years have gone by. And it's exciting. It's exhilarating. It's kind of weird to realize how fleeting time really is. And, sometimes it's a little melancholy because I will look back and see, the many amazing guests that I've had that are no longer walking this earth, from Jesse Marcel Jr. from the Roswell UFO incident to Stanton Friedman, the ufologist and nuclear physicist, and to Rosemary Ellen Guiley and so many others that we've lost over the last 18 years. But it's nice, I was the last person to do a radio interview with Dr. Hans Holzer. Yeah. And that's part of what opened the door for me to get into the Holzer Files TV show. So I really, I gave a voice to some people that maybe weren't being recognized or seen or heard as much, or not to the audience that I was directing to.
And we do miss a lot of those people. I know I chatted with Rosemary Ellen Guiley a lot, and she actually, as far as spiritually goes, some of the things she's done, the work she's put out, and some of the things she said to me over MySpace, if anybody remembers MySpace, she was on there, and I had a handful of conversations with her, and like just the things she had and the insights she had was always amazing. So yeah, definitely miss so many people. You have a new book. This is your second book that you have, right? The Theater of the Mind. Now, I may know a little bit about it, but tell our guests where the name comes from, kind of what the book is, and your thoughts on the process of this.
The funny kind of genesis point for me was during COVID, we had a lot of free time, and I sat down and started writing a book about myself. And I suffer anxiety and depression, and I deal with something called imposter syndrome, which is really a tough little, insecurity to crack. So I was, I'd written well over half the book, and then I thought, nobody's going to want to read this. This is so dumb. Nobody cares about your stories. And I was just like beating myself up over it. So I just threw it into a drawer and left it. And I had been writing with listeners these stories. They would send me in their stories, and we would present them on Darkness Radio as something called Theater of the Mind. So I would take your real life paranormal story, punch it up a little bit just with grammar and fixing punctuation and adding elements so that we could add some sound effects, instead of just saying, as I walked up the driveway, I would add things like, as I walked up the driveway, the crunch of the rocks beneath my feet and the wind of, the whistling of the wind. That would give my producer something to create an ambiance while I was doing it. But I had all these, I've got like a couple hundred stories sitting in this drawer languishing. And I'm like, well, those aren't your stories. And everybody said, feel free if you ever want to use them in a book. So I reached out to a handful that I chose for the first book, and they were all on board. Go ahead. And the ones didn't want their names involved, I didn't use their names. We might change names to protect the innocent, and that's what I did. And then I threw in 2 of my own stories. So that way I could slowly ease into releasing my stuff and not feeling the pressure of, well, they're rejecting you. If they don't buy the book, they don't buy the book. But you know, if it's a book about you specifically and they don't buy it, it feels a lot more personal. So I just figured I'll just weave them in. So the first book was Theater of the Mind, Tales from the Darkness, Ghosts, UFOs, Aliens, Monsters, and Other Strange Stories of the Supernatural. And that came out earlier this year. I have been working on book 2. I was hoping to have book 2 out already, but it looks like it's probably going to come out in around October. And it'll be Theater of the Mind, and there'll be a different little subtitle to it. Each book will be called Theater of the Mind, and then a different subtitle. You know, Creatures of the Night, or Things That Go Bump in the Night, or whatever little rejoinder, and then they'll have different deals. But I didn't want the book to be specifically about ghosts,
right?
Because what we do and what we examine is so much bigger and broader. So in my book, I've got the Black-Eyed Kids, the Bloody Bones Man, ghosts, aliens, time slip phenomena, phone calls from the dead, near-death experiences, a haunted doll, haunted hospitals, a changeling from Ireland. So I really kind of, you know, had a lot of great stories to work with and flesh it out. And it's 15 stories. I call it a great bathroom reader. You just take it in and set it on the cabinet next to the toilet, and you've got each one set for about a good sit down, and you can move on. So you don't have to remember what happened in chapter 3 to carry on. Each story is self-contained, and each story comes from a different person and a different perspective. But it's kind of neat when you look at all these stories, you realize, wow, I'm not alone. There are people that are having experiences, and more than just one type of experience.
It's one of the things I always loved about your show. You know, even in the early days when people were calling in, all of the other people, you know, somebody could tell a story that was just so far out there, and then you get 300 people being like, I had the same thing happen to me. And I know we talked about that a little bit before, but I you know, and I'll maybe talk about it later, but I also am one of those people where somebody came on and everybody's like, that's so weird, but also, is it really that big? And I was like, no, it is, because that happened to me when I was a little kid. So it was really cool to see that happen and hear you talk about it, but then to actually have it happen where somebody came on and told a story. And I think it might have been a Theater of the Mind as well episode that had happened. So yeah, those experiences, those stories are really awesome. I'm so glad that those people agreed to let you put those out there.
Well, a lot of them were you know, it's kind of one of those things that a lot of people have these stories, these maybe one-off experiences in their life that they can't wrap their head around, and it's almost cathartic for them to share it with somebody who's not going to mock them or ridicule them, not going to make them feel stupid for being vulnerable or open about this. So a lot of them, you know, wanted to share it. Like I said, when I reached back out and said, here is the cleaned up version of your story, can I release it this way? Some of them would say, well, you know, I remembered this part of it was a little different, and when I talked to my brother, this is what he. So we adjust it to make sure that it was as accurate as possible. Like I said, there are some flourishes with, you know, the sound of the crunching stones under my feet while the wind whistled through the trees, and, you know, just little elements to kind of give you that theater of the mind. So it's not just words on a page, but playing out in your head, which is what I really love. I've got a lot of great reviews on Amazon. And, you know, people love that they kind of feel like they're being drawn into the story, that they become part of the story. And what more could an author ask for? So you know, I'm really pleased to be a part of this. My other book I co-authored with Marley and Patrick Burns. They, you know, Marley Gibson was the author of a young adult paranormal book series called The Ghost Huntress. And Patrick Burns had been featured on the TV show Haunting Evidence. And we were 3 friends, and we said, hey, let's get together over a weekend and just do kind of an easy manual on how to ghost hunt, why we ghost hunt, what are we doing, how do you differentiate, you know, evidence from false evidence. And we wanted to make it an easy read, because a lot of the books out there were, you know, 2 inches thick, and so technical that you'd get bogged down in jargon and bored out of your mind trying to read it.
College text.
Right. So we wanted to make it kind of a fun, like you and I are sitting down and I'm going over advice to give you on how to start up your investigation. So we wrote that book, and I've been selling that for about 10 years, and people really, really seem to like that book and enjoy it. So it's been something that I've continually carried and make available at live events or through my website.
That's the other side, correct?
Yeah, the other side, a guide. It's a teen's guide to ghost hunting and the paranormal. However, they slapped the teen on the cover at the last second, trying to cash in on the Twilight market. It's written for everybody. It's just, I think, because it was simplistic, not dumbed down, but simplistic.
Yeah.
They felt better at putting teen on it. I feel like that limited our audience a little bit, but adults, children, and teenagers alike have really enjoyed the book, and it's easy to digest. And I've even had some veteran ghost investigators that have been doing it for 20, 30 years that said, man, there's so many great points in here. I used to do these things, and now I kick myself. Why aren't I doing this? And they were so glad to be reminded of some of the basics and the elements of how to do this. And so, I've been very proud of that. And I've got the books on my site. If you get Theater of the Mind off my website at Paranormal 60, it's $30 signed, or you can get it $20 unsigned. Then there's my book, The Other Side, which you can get for $20 signed on my website. So you can get both books as a nice little package for $40 and save $10. So that's something you can do by going to my website, paranormal60.com, and kind of scrolling down the front page. You'll see the package deal for 2 books there. But I don't want to turn it into an infomercial.
No, that's all right. That's why we're having you on, so you can talk about some of this stuff, so people know.
Yeah, and I just love that, again, we get to share stories, and I don't want to give away any of the stories that are in this book necessarily, because I'd like you to read it. But when we first started talking about the Black-Eyed Kids back in the day on Darkness Radio, we were one of, if not the first, paranormal program talking about the Black-Eyed Kid phenomenon.
Yeah.
And we would get all of these remarkable stories that were coming into us from people around the world. And at first I was very skeptical of it. I thought it sounded very urban legend, right? And as a perfect concept for an urban legend, this is one I grew up hearing, right? And I lived right near a place called Stratford Square Mall in Bloomingdale, Illinois. And that's where we always used to go hang out. And then all of a sudden this rumor started circulating that this woman had left the mall and went out to her car, and she got, put her stuff in the trunk, jumped in the driver's seat and turned, and there was this little old woman sitting in the passenger seat. And she was like, "What are you doing here?" And she's like, "Oh, I can't find my car and my son, and I don't know can you give me a ride home? I'm lost." And the woman just said, like, her spidey sense was tingling, and she was so uncomfortable. And she's like, "Well, yeah, but I have to run back in real quick because I'm picking up something that, they were getting for me out of layaway." And she goes, "Okay, well, I'll wait here." And she said, "Okay, I'll be right back." And the woman went in and got mall security. And mall security came out to the car, and they went up to the passenger side and opened the door and started talking to the little old lady. And when she refused to get out of the car, they eventually put hands on her and dragged her out of the car. When they dragged her out of the car, she was sitting on a hatchet. And it was a guy dressed as a little old lady. And man, that news spread all around our town and all through, the suburbs we lived in. And holy cow, there's no news story to prove that. There's nothing that ever happened. That becomes urban legend, right? It's always those stories. Oh, well, my cousin's friend had that happen to them, or my cousin's dog walker, right? So it's always kind of just close enough to be real, but not real. So that's what the Black-Eyed Kid phenomena sounded like to me. And then I started getting some really interesting emails. Like I got this one from a woman. I want to say she was from the Philippines, or it might have been China. I apologize. It's been a while since I've read it, but she had heard the Black-Eyed Kid stories, and she was listening to one of our episodes about the Black-Eyed Kids. And her grandmother came in and sat down and listened. And she said she just turned white and her mouth hung open. And she's like, "Oh my God, I think I had an experience with one of these where I was growing up." She goes, "Well, what do you mean?" Said, "Well, we used to share living quarters, so we all slept in the same room on these mats, with our blankets, our parents and my brothers and sisters." And she goes, "One night I woke up and my older brother, who was about 3 years older than her, was standing in the doorway waving for her, going, 'Come on, let's go out and play. Let's go play.'" She's like, "Our parents are going to be mad." He's like, "They're not going to wake up. Let's go play." So she finally relents, and she's the little sister thinking, "That's fine. I'll go play and I'll just blame it on him." So as she gets up and starts making her way and looking back at her parents, she trips and she looks down and she tripped over her brother, who's still sleeping. She looks back up at the door, and this boy is in the door smiling at her, waving for her, and his eyes are jet black. And other kids had gone missing in that village. And she's positive, had she gone out with this boy, she would not have ever returned. She squealed and crawled back into her under her blankets and was weeping. And she could hear him coming across the floor, walking towards her. And she was sobbing and crying. And finally, their father woke up and everything was fine. And she said that has stuck with her entire life. She's never talked about it. So when you hear stories like that, all of a sudden it's not just because most of the stories we find are from like the late 1990s through today, and that's convenient, right? And I think it was Brian Bethel who was the originator of the Black Eyed Kids stories. You can trace that moment to him. He's the one that I think called them the Black Eyed Kids.
Yeah.
So the stories, it turned, have always existed. People just didn't have a name for it.
Mhm.
And, kind of like Slenderman. Slenderman's a story that was created for an internet meme
Yeah.
and a contest, yet people had encounters with a being like this for centuries. There are old tales that have been told throughout different scripts and texts that talk about this long, tall, skinny being with no face.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of interesting and chilling to realize there are all of these other great stories that exist out there. And when you start hearing, Black Eyed Kids stories started coming to me at live events, I would have guys pull me aside and they're like, listen, I served in Desert Storm. I can't tell you where specifically I was, and I can't give you any of that information, but I can tell you that one night we woke up and this kid walked right into our deal, and they were really nervous because they used to strap bombs on kids and send them in because the kids, the adults and the soldiers would be more accepting of a kid, and he'd get in the midst of them and boom, the whole place would go. So they were worried that this kid was strapped with a bomb, and he was had jet black eyes and kept trying to get them to come with him, and they wouldn't go with. And within a day or two, there'd be some huge tragedy. So it was like, is this thing a harbinger of death? Is it something that's a warning?
Right.
I don't know, but I loved hearing these, and I started hearing that from many different military personnel from many different places around the world, having encountered these things just before something substantially horrible took place.
I've always loved ever since you guys broke the news on the Black Eyed Kids and had David Weatherly on, I was like, I'm getting that book. I got to read about all of the things Black Eyed Kids. And I've been fascinated by it ever since. And there's a handful of people that have had me come to talk to them about Black Eyed Kids. I'm like, well, this is like fourth hand. This is from what I've read from a book and heard from Dave on this show. This is what I know from, what I've read. I've never experienced it, but gosh, these are creepy things. Let me tell you about them.
Well, that's why I wanted to put them together in this book, because these are firsthand accounts told to me, shared with me, so I can give you, here they are. This is the way it happened. This is the way it went down. These are the people that it affected and impacted. And then we'd hear other stories that would spin off of it, like the Black Eyed Kids led us to the Bloody Bones Man.
Yeah.
And stories like that. And the Bloody Bones Man, to kind of explain it, is imagine Freddy Krueger without the hat and without the striped sweater.
Yeah.
Right? You just see this man that looks like devoid of skin. It's just that muscly, sinewy, bloody look to him. And he has made his appearance known, he's the boogeyman.
Right.
And I started doing some research, and there legitimately was a being called the Bloody Bones Man in old, like, Dickensian literature. And they would talk about he lived in the Harry Potter suite under your stairs, right? He had that small area where he'd be under the cabinets. And if you ever caught sight of him, he was usually sitting on a pile of bones of dead children that had lied and were bad to their parents. So you could tell there was definitely a moral story to the deal. But again, was it based in a reality?
Yeah,
had somebody witnessed or seen this thing? Yeah. And people started sharing the stories of the Bloody Bones Man. And we've heard a lot of really creepy ones. This is one of my favorite ones, is in the book, and I've gotten some since. So I'll be sharing more as the books go. I've got probably enough to do about 10 books right now, if I put about 15 stories in each book. And those are just the really good stories. There are other stories I've got that maybe just don't have as much meat on them to, create a full-fledged story. Maybe that'll be just one fun book that'll just be one-page ghost stories and paranormal stories.
You made a post about this book on social media not too long after it had come out, and I replied to it. Are we going to get a Dave Schrader audiobook narrated version of this book? And you said, stay tuned. All right, I've been staying tuned. Is there an update?
It's tougher than it seems, right?
I know.
Because I'm working on the second book. I'm hosting 3 radio shows a week. I'm guesting on other people's radio shows. I'm filming a project that we're hoping will be out and maybe on TV next year.
Yeah. You're doing conventions every weekend.
Yeah, I do conventions almost every weekend during the year, and then I've got family that I have to be around. So I just haven't had the chance, but I do plan on going in, sitting down, and knocking out the book in an audiobook form and making that available as well. People seem to like my reading voice and inflection, so hopefully they'll enjoy that, and I'll have Theater of the Mind out here. Maybe I'll release both the first book in audiobook and the new second book in paperback at the same time. So for people that are picking up the new paperback, they can go back and listen to the original book. And Theater of the Mind, the first book, Theater of the Mind, Tales from the Darkness, is available in paperback form, or you can get it in electronic book form, Kindle form as well. So that's all on Amazon. And you should be able to buy it whatever country you live in. You just can't buy a signed copy unless you're in the United States. Or I'll be out in England in September at the Festival of the Unexplained, and your listeners can check out festivaloftheunexplained.com. It is the only time that Shane Pittman, Cindy Keza, and myself from the Holzer Files will be in Europe together doing a conference. So it's the only Holzer Files UK event we'll be at this year, and I will have copies of my book there. I'll be signing and selling as well.
That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna turn the tables on you. You've historically said and asked this question to people on your shows throughout the years.
Mm-hmm.
What do you hope people get out of this book from reading it?
I really hope that it brings in a sense of peace and community. I hope that it makes people feel not so alone. People that have had a fascination with it or have had their own experiences. There are many people that deal with depression and anxiety because they think they're crazy for having had this happen to them. And now here's a chance to read 15 other people that have had similar and maybe even stranger, more absurd experiences. So my hopes really was kind of like we do on the show. I want it to be a safe space for you to come and maybe get a little scared, maybe make you think a little bit more, and maybe educate you on the concept that there's a lot more going on in the world that we're living in than meets the eye. And if we could get our faces out of our, cell phones and tablets once in a while and start paying attention, there's a lot of really cool magic that exists around us, and I hope people start to take note of it.
That's awesome. Awesome. Quote me on that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I will ask, if anybody has bought the book already and you liked it, please go rate and review it on Amazon or Goodreads, because it really helps authors a lot when you rate and review their books. So if you like the book, please rate and review it. If you didn't like the book, just keep it to yourself. Nobody needs your negativity.
Yeah, still give it a 5-star and a 5-star rate and review. Say how
no,
awesome.
no. I'd never say that. Just give me an honest rating and review. That's all I ask.
Who's going to be your guest tonight? You're going to be live later on tonight, Paranormal 60, 9 o'clock p.m. Central. Who's your guest? Tell us about the show.
Well, tonight, we're going to talk about space-time slips. Our a guest that's coming on, Anita, and her name is escaping me off the top of my head right now. I apologize. I'm still a little COVID, but convention fogged from the weekend, being up late and getting up early every day from the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash.
It's been a year since I've had COVID, and I still get brain fog. It's even 2 years now since that, and I still get brain fog and issues.
Well,
so
I don't have COVID. I meant to say convention brain fog, not COVID.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I know you have had it in the past.
Yeah.
I had it, and it's been a while, and I'm still suffering those effects. So yeah.
So tonight we're going to talk about the strange time slip phenomena, these moments of lost time, found time, just how weird and malleable and pliable time is. And our guest is a former teacher who has been experiencing strange things and gathering these stories and experiences. She's written 2 books. So tonight my show is live 9 to 10 p.m. Central. And again, you can watch it over on the Paranormal 60 YouTube channel. And we're going to have a good conversation, and we'll take some of your questions from the audience. And, I just ask, go over there, subscribe, hit the little bell, and, never miss any of the content that we put out on the program.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I will definitely.
Hey, stop with that shit!
hop
Thanks.
in there and watch and listen. Usually I listen to the replays when I get time, but I'm gonna force out some time tonight to make sure that I am there
Excellent.
live for tonight's event. So
I appreciate that.
you've got an event pretty much every weekend for the rest of your life. You can see it all on paranormal60.com. All the events, you're going to be at the Para Rock Amex on August 3rd in Madison, Wisconsin. Benton County
It's
Historical.
It's Para Rock the Annex.
Annex.
And it's in Madison, Wisconsin this coming weekend, Saturday night or Saturday all day. There's paranormal conference, and then there's rock and roll music all night. Some great local Wisconsin bands that'll be playing. So it's a cool mixture of rocking out with our ghost out, right? So we're gonna doing all kinds of fun paranormal stuff. We've got a couple of the guys from 28 Days Haunted, and I will be on site, and there are going to be some ghost hunts and presentations, and I'll be there signing books and autographs and hanging out. And then the week after that, I'm in Vinton, Iowa, and I'll be there with Jeff Belanger, Josh Hurd, and we will be doing I think it's our first annual paranormal conference. They've done it over a couple of different years, but this is their first release of this new version, and we're gonna have a great time. I really loved it last year. We had a great chance to explore and investigate, and then I've got my event that's coming up at the Palmer House Hotel in Sauk Center. I'm going to be out at the amazing Michigan Paracon this year. The Great Lakes Paranormal Conference is coming up as well. So there's so many places. Just check out darknessevents.com. darknessevents.com, and that'll outline all the events I'll be at this year and the ones that go into next year.
That's awesome. And you're going to be on the cruise again, the Jericho cruise, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm excited about
some
that.
UFOs this time again.
I'm hoping. I don't know what I'm going to do this time. I've got a lot of cool ghost stories and tales I'm going to be telling, and other strange paranormal phenomena. So usually they have me do a campfire tale on the last night, where they literally at the back of the ship they put together this little fake campfire for me, and they put all these rows. And I've had several hundred people come out to the back of the ship. I'm surprised we're not tipping it backwards. Right. But we all load up back there, and it's fun because a lot of the wrestlers and celebrities and musicians come out to hear the ghost stories. You know, I had the last one I was at, Chris Jericho and his entire family were out there listening to the stories, and afterwards Chris, you know, that was my third one I'd done with them, third or fourth one, and now I'm on the 6 on the Beach cruise. It's called 6 on the Beach because this is their 6th cruise. And he's like, Dave, you are welcome on every cruise until I stop doing them. You're my paranormal guy, so I appreciate that. So you can come for a weekend of it's like 4 days of rock and roll, wrestling, and the paranormal, podcasts and comedy. All of this great stuff's going to be taking place. They've got a lot of really big name people and celebrities. You can go to chrisjerichocruise.com. That's chrisjerichocruise.com and find out all the information.
That's amazing. You
just do me a favor. If you sign up and you're going to go, they'll give you a little drop-down box. You know, why are you coming? Just drop down. They're already going to get a lot of people for Chris Jericho. Drop down until you find the Paranormal 60 or Dave Schrader and click that so they know that you heard about it from me. That helps me too, so that they make sure to keep bringing me back.
They're going to keep bringing you back. You're amazing. Thank you. I don't think that there's ever going to be a problem with that. The Paranormal 60 on YouTube. You're on X/Twitter at the Dave Schrader, and Instagram at official Dave Schrader as well. So you guys can go and find him on those social medias. You can just a Google search. He'll show up, guys. Be top of your list right there on the Google search.
Thank you.
People watching the live stream, please stick around. We'll do a Q&A session coming up here, just a short little one. So if you have questions for Dave, please throw them in the chat, and we'll grab through a couple of those. Coming up, we're going to have Grenade Giddings from the video game Potions, A Curious Tale. She's a game designer. She's going to come and join us talking about women in the video game industry and her story as far as her game and getting that out there and everything that happened. That whole game went viral, and I wanted to get her on the show and support that. We're also going to have voice actor Mark Muir coming on. Award-winning author Olivia Blake is going to be coming and joining us. So many more people. So please, please, please stick around. Join, like, subscribe, click all the buttons, follow all the things. It helps us, and in turn, helps our guests. Of course, don't forget to go get Theater of the Mind by Dave Schrader right now, anywhere you get your books, paranormal60.com. For Dave Schrader, I am Nick, and I want to say thank you all for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an award-winning author and renowned editor, He's worked on projects for GURPS, Call of Cthulhu, D&D, not to mention his books in Forgotten Realms, Ravenloft, so on and so forth. There's a big long list. Please welcome the one and only James Louder to Epic Realms. How you doing?
All right. Thank you for having me.
I'm very glad and excited to have you on here. And I was kind of curious, you started writing and editing pretty early in your life, like high school, right? Or was it before high school?
Yeah, it was that. Yeah, actually before high school, I started, working on drawing and writing my own comic books and working on short stories when I was in middle school.
Okay.
And then worked on the high school newspaper and the yearbook, and went to a summer program at a local college when I was in freshman in high school, and got to work on the yearbook there. Wrote stories for that. Continued that when I went to an undergrad at Marquette. I worked on the literary magazine as a fiction editor and feature editor there. So, yeah, I've been doing this forever.
For a long time. Did you have family influences? Did you have parents or aunts or uncles that were into writing or poetry or anything like that? Or were you just like the unique duck in the family?
Complete, yeah. My dad was a construction worker, and my mom worked in a nursing home. So that's I held both of those jobs when I was in high school. Paid for college wheelbarrowing asphalt with my dad.
Wow.
So in Boston, no, I'm kind of unusual for my family that way. My older brother was into comics and into reading quite a lot, so he was an influence. But I was fortunate. My parents basically let me pursue the things that I was interested in, and then I had a number of absolutely fantastic teachers and drew a circle of friends, especially by the time I got to high school, who were very supportive. And so we all played D&D together. Several of us read comics and collected comics. One of my friends' parents let us paint his ceiling and walls in his room with all of these comic book characters and everything else. We spent months doing that. So yeah, it was great.
That's awesome. You mentioned yearbook and that kind of stuff, newspaper, magazine stuff early on. Were those things in high school and maybe early college? Are those kinds of things that you learned there? Are they things that you still use regularly on this day? And are there anything in particular that like really stands out to you looking back?
Yeah, great question. I mean, part of it was I was in situations in my high school. The newspaper had actually folded, and we didn't have it for a couple of years. And then I got a teacher to be the sponsor and helped relaunch the paper after doing a journalism class at that summer program, where I had done my first couple of writing assignments there. I think the first thing I published was a review of Star Wars. The first movie when it first came out. And then the same thing with that summer program. The second year I attended, we didn't have they didn't have anybody to do the yearbook. So several of the other students and I got together and we did hey, let's put on a show. And we went in on weekends and put the thing together. And what I took away from that was that the confidence to be able to take the lead on those kind of projects, that actually people that are motivated and trying to put a good project together can do remarkable things even without a lot of resources and a lot of experience.
That's awesome. That's a great thing to encourage people, especially kids, students, but also adults, people that are adults that have been doing it for years, to go, hey, get that confidence, go out there, you can do it, you can do it. This
right.
show,
Yeah.
this show.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and that was, and it's the same thing with the mentors as I've gone through the people who were the editors, Marilyn Hendrickson and Pat Moran, who were the editors at the literary magazine at Marquette the first year. Both of them went on to be professionals in publishing, and I learned an incredible amount from them because they had these professional standards and the way they handle things for that magazine that they were really trying to make the magazine the best it could possibly be. And that carried over by the time I started at Marquette, TSR in the book division. It was still being formed. What the fiction publishing program became was grounded in sort of a game company transitioning to becoming a fiction program in the 80s.
Yeah.
And then around 87, 88, because of the success of Dragonlance, the first 6 Dragonlance books, and the novels that came after, we transitioned that program into being a really significant fiction publishing operation. And that also meant we were writing our own back cover copy and doing our art orders, and again, that whole let's put on a show kind of approach for a very small staff in the book department.
Yeah. What big things that department did, right?
Yeah, it's staggering, especially looking back on it, how much the program punched above its weight.
Yeah, for sure.
There was a period around 1990 where TSR, we had like 23 books. That was the total output, which is significant for a staff that's a managing editor and then 3 full-time editors. The company with those 23 books had more bestsellers at B. Dalton's and Walden Books, which were major chains at the time, than all of the individual conglomerate houses in New York that were publishing 200 books.
Right.
So the 23 books TSR published had more bestsellers than Ballantine, Random House, Del Rey, all of these giant programs that had hundreds of people working for them, which was crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
For sure. Was that kind of your foot in the door after college to the industry? Because you've worked, you've been an author, you've worked on game design, you worked on all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Was TSR kind of your foot in the door, and kind of how did that happen?
Well, it was, though I'd actually sold some material before I worked for TSR. My original plan, I graduated from Marquette. I was going to go to graduate school and get my as I say, my practical plan was to get a PhD in medieval literature and teach and then write on the side, because since I was a little kid, I wanted to do this sort of writing game design stuff.
Yeah.
And I liked teaching. I didn't like academia so much. So I left grad school and then started looking for something that I wanted to do full time. And I interviewed a couple of times with TSR, didn't get the job, did get a job offer from Gary Gygax at New Infinities to be a hybrid fiction game editor.
Okay.
And then that didn't work out because New Infinities sort of fell apart, and they came back and offered me a job at TSR because they were looking for somebody specifically who could do sort of that foot in both worlds, the game and the fiction stuff.
Yeah.
But I'd had a few publications before that. Gateways Magazine, I sold a piece on how to design superhero role-playing game settings. I did some film and book reviews for Film Facts Magazine and Midnight Graffiti and things like that. Kind of mid-tier magazines.
Yeah.
And then I got the job at TSR, and from there it was instantly being thrust within the first year. The first year, I went from being an editorial assistant, Xeroxing manuscripts and doing that kind of stuff, to being in charge of the Avatar project, which was the novels and game-related stuff and comics from DC Comics that were all there to explain the different the changes between first and second edition Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So it was 0 to 1,000 miles an hour with these incredibly important books for the company in a very short amount of time. And I was and that was another one of those instances where it was partly mentors. Mary Kirchhoff, who was head of the department, did a spectacular job training me as an editor and made sure I was fully ready to work with those books when they were assigned to me. And being surrounded by the people in the book department and the people in the game division at TSR, there was nothing like it. I mean, I guess the analogy I always think of is if you're a music nerd and you think of what the Brill Building was like in the 60s, right?
Yeah.
You know, that all of these incredibly talented people all having these offices and they're all writing what ends up being significant pop songs, all kind of working in parallel. And that's what TSR in the late 80s was like.
That's crazy. How is that for you? You know, you grew up playing D&D with your friends, right?
Right.
D&D and, you know, that kind of stuff. Put yourself back into your shoes at the moment, getting to work there during that era. What were you thinking? Like, oh my God, I've hit the big leagues, or
I did.
I'm so
Yes,
excited,
that's
this is exactly what I wanted my entire life.
It is, and part of that is, you know, I dedicated my first novel to three of my teachers from high school, Beth Anderson, Lynn Caldwell, and Bob Cole, in part because they pushed me to try to do things like that and gave me the confidence to think I could succeed. And that paid off. But, you know, when I got to TSR and I got the opportunity to audition for a novel, because one of the things we did in the department, everybody wanted to write novels because they were so successful.
Yeah.
But we set up a program where if you wanted to write a novel and you hadn't done fiction before, you had to audition for it and audition for it blind. So you were competing against, we opened up the submission process. So we were getting in writers, Elaine Cunningham, Christy Golden, Mary Herbert, are all authors who I brought into the company through the slush submission and the audition process. But anybody in-house that wanted to write a novel had to compete with them, until they. So you'd write the proposal and your name would go off it, and it would go in to the pool with the other ones that were being reviewed by the editors, and the best ones won out. You know, looking back on it now after 30 years is, you know, what kind of hubris do you have to think that yes, I can write one of these novels, and then have it do well.
Yeah. And then it did. And then it did.
And then it did. Right. Exactly. Then, you know, sure. There were weeks that I sold better than Stephen King and John Grisham. Okay. Which was, again, the power of the company and the lines, because the novels hit the market at this perfect point. Interested D&D was there, but also the chain stores, Walden's and B. Dalton's, were making those books available to the perfect market, and they loved working with TSR at the time, and we did all kinds of promotions with them to hype the books as well, and it was one of those perfect storm things.
You mentioned people submitting, this is my idea, right?
Yep.
At the time, D&D was putting out Dragonlance, Ravenloft, Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, you know, this huge list of places and worlds. How did they say, okay, well, this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do? Or was it just like, you pitch whatever you wanted? You want to pitch Ravenloft, you're going to get Ravenloft.
Right. Well, originally it was like with Avatar, the company had, and this was Shadowdale, Tantris, and Waterdeep, the three novels. The company had come up with a basic, very rough plot for what that was going to do. 4 characters, unlikely heroes, the gods and the tablets of fate and all of that stuff came from TSR. And they found originally 3 authors who would go on to do the books. Later on, and this was one of the developments that we did in the department, when I was the series developer for Ravenloft and the Forgotten Realms, I created things like the Harper's series, which were intended to be standalone books set within the larger world. They didn't have to connect up, so that gave us the ability then to just have people come in and pitch a good idea. So, and that's where Elaine Cunningham, you know, came from with Erlyn. That was a character she wanted to write. She pitched this water deep fantasy mystery with the characters that she created, and then that got added onto the Forgotten Realms. And so it was a hybrid. There were books that the company did want to do, but in the book department, what we were trying to do is then open up the platform so that the individual authors would have more say and more creative control, and the ability for the books to reflect their vision.
Okay. Let's do a little aside here. I mentioned Ravenloft. I mentioned it for a reason.
Right.
You were kind of heading that whole thing up as far as the stories go. You have some amazing books in there. What was it about Ravenloft that drew you in as a player, as an author, as a editor?
Right. Well, I had played the original module that Tracy and Laura wrote before I started at TSR. So I was familiar with what Ravenloft was as a player first. And that's true with Dragonlance as well. I had actually played through some of the Dragonlance the DL module series as a player first. I'm very much interested in horror, especially in that the cross genre horror fantasy mix. So Clark Ashton Smith and writers such as that, that those have a lot of appeal to me. So when Ravenloft was pitched to be that the box set, and then we're going to develop the world out, I lobbied very hard to be able to work on those, and was fortunate because that was sort of the ideal project for my strengths, because I could work with Bruce Nesmith and Andrea Hayday and Bill Connors in the game department, and then help translate that vision into the fiction and things that were coming out, while at the same time I got to create a Dark Lord and do one of the domains in Dark Lords. The Stezin Deplarno thing that I wrote for Dark Lords.
Yeah.
And I got to Bruce Nesmith and I did a 2-round Ravenloft tournament for Gen Con in 91, something like that, which was just a blast, right?
Yeah.
So getting to do those sorts of horror meets fantasy creations was, that was the best.
That genre, the Ravenloft world, has kind of evolved over time, right? From that, whether it be the novels, whether it be 2nd edition, 3rd edition,
right,
all the way up to even 5th edition,
right,
and even 3.5, because Sword and Sorcery came out with their own little Ravenloft stuff. Because
I worked on a bunch of stuff for White Wolf for those too.
What are your thoughts on the evolution of Ravenloft from where it was all the way up till today? And where do you think it's going?
Well, I mean, it's going wherever the people they bring in to work on it take it. I mean, that's one of the strong suits for these shared worlds, is they actually can and should mutate over time to reflect a modern audience.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that I think Ravenloft has done right, is they need to bring in more diverse creators. They need to have the world update so that things that were picked up as unintentionally problematic tropes like the Vistani can be updated.
Yeah.
And the people, as somebody who was working on the setting from the start, I applaud that. Great. That's a fantastic thing to do. You want to make this world more inviting for more players. The one thing I would love to see more of with and this is any shared world, it's not just D&D, but D&D has faced some challenges with this, is there are ways in which you can create new material and still respect the creators who worked on the original stuff, and find ways to dovetail the setting, so that it can be both. You don't need to carry through harmful tropes, but it's a good idea to keep creators involved if they want to be involved. You know,
Sure.
so you get, and you see that in for Dragonlance, right? With Margaret and Tracy continuing to be the central voices for Dragonlance, or
Right.
Bob Salvatore having control over Drizzt as Bob continues to write the Drizzt novels.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what you should be doing. And, you know, especially I've talked to Bob about this specifically with Drizzt. I mean, he's had the chance, because he's had control of that character relative, you know, not formal legal control, but that Wizards has been smart enough to leave him creative control.
Yeah.
That he's had the chance to explore things and to develop and clarify his vision for that in ways that make it clear all of this carries through, that the Drow are different than what
Right.
might have appeared in the original material.
Yeah. Have the world evolve, have the characters evolve, and
Yeah.
move forward for sure.
Right. Right.
So, going back, you've worked on all kinds of different places, projects. From there, for the next like 10 years, you know, outside of TSR, you worked for a bunch of different companies, did a bunch of different things. Do you want to kind of highlight some of those for us a little bit?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, and this is because TSR was such a great training ground. When I left the company in '94, it took me about 6 years, but by the time we hit about 2000, I did some work for White Wolf. I did some work for Steve Jackson. I did some work for, you know, various companies. I started, and this was partly the technological revolution with word processing and some of the other things that you could do, graphic design, typesetting, basically on your own computer. I got to start putting together anthologies for places like Eden Studios when I did the All Flesh Must Be Eaten, the 3 anthologies for those, which were zombie stories, which at the time I pitched them to Eden Studios, there were none in the marketplace. I know that's hard to believe. I was on a panel with Max Brooks once where we were comparing notes about how hard it was, because he was selling the zombie survival guide right at the same time I was pitching. No, George Vasilakos over at Eden, you really want to try to do these zombie short stories. But really, there's an audience out there. And so I got to do those and things for Hero Games, and that was a matter of knowing enough to be able to, because of my training, I knew enough to be able to put these anthologies together, could reach out to the fiction market, and especially with what I'd learned about contracts, put these books together in ways that were appealing and got authors involved who wouldn't normally be doing game-related fiction, especially when you look at the All Flesh Must Be Eaten books, that there are a lot of horror authors and people who went on to significant careers in horror. Those are among their first sales, but they're creator-owned short stories.
Yeah.
So if they had been work for hire, which is the company owns all of the rights and everything else,
Yeah.
that's what the rights deal is for, like, Forgotten Realms and Ravenloft. Because these vectored in a different direction with the contracts, it gave me the ability to bring in a whole different set of authors than I would have been able to work with. And they were great books, and they got nominated for awards, and they won awards, and magazines that normally would review game-related fiction as, you know, or wouldn't review them because they just didn't like it from the start, reviewed those anthologies and were baffled that they were good.
That's awesome.
which is fantastic. So doing the 200 best anthologies that I did for Green Ronin, Hobby Games the 100 best, and Family Games the 100 best, those were significant. Doing a lot of the writing that I've been doing myself, and again, this is Eden Studios, and George Vasilakos doesn't get nearly enough credit for being flexible about this kind of stuff. I mean, George at Eden Studios published fantastic games, but he was also open to doing those anthologies with flexible contracts. He asked me to do a novella for Pulp Zombies, the All Flesh Must Be Eaten role-playing game scenario. So I was supposed to write the 10,000 word intro fiction for that. And it was going to be this spider shadow type character, the corpse, who I came up with, who actually goes back to my high school playing days. I played that character based on Zeb Cook's pulp game that was in Dragon Magazine, I think like 68.
That's awesome.
I developed that character, and so this was my chance to write it. But I wanted to keep the rights, and I went to George and said, "Look, I'll do this, and you get the rights to reprint this and whatever you want to reprint it, but I keep the rights so I can continue developing it." And George said yes. Which is awesome. And so since that time, I have been able to do all kinds of things connected to that character, and it's developed into. I've done comic books with it. I've done, the Cats of Cthulhu scenario that I just wrote that's coming out in a month or so is connected to that IP and that setting. The Nightmare City Call of Cthulhu scenarios that I've been running at conventions for about the last 5 years. Tap into those short stories. I've published, I think, 5 or 6 short stories with the character now. Yeah, it's fantastic, and part of that is understanding the rights and working with publishers who are okay doing that kind of sharing.
Yeah.
So I can do this stuff and develop it for you, and you get to keep your stuff, and I get to keep my stuff and go on and do other things with it, and that's been a real joy.
Now it's going to be a challenge. Anybody listening is going to have to go out and collect every single little instance with that character.
Well, yeah, I mean that's even
put them all in.
There are super obscure references because one of the I did a couple of stories for an indie anthology comic called Mythography, with that had the characters that I've been using in these scenarios that I've been running for Nightmare City. And so anybody who ran through those so that I run them at conventions would recognize these characters, but they came from this super obscure indie comic book anthology from the 90s.
Then they'll have to go through and put a timeline together and build a whole.
Yeah, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have one of those.
Oh, nice.
I've had to, as I've been, because the crazy part about the corpse stories is the first story is called, and this was for Pulp Zombies, and it was supposed to be a zombie story related, Pulp Fiction, was The Night Chicago Died. How could I not use that as a title?
Right.
And so it's zombies in 1920s, St. Valentine's Day Massacre kind of thing. And the corpse ends that story badly, as you might suspect, from a horror adventure story. And I'm really proud of the ending for that. Stuart Wick, of one of the founders of White Wolf, talked to me after he read it and said, "You surprised me. I was totally not expecting that story to end that way," which was a win. When you get somebody who's as experienced a storyteller as Stuart telling you that, yeah, you really surprised me with that. That's really heartening.
So I want to look at some of these things that you've mentioned here, from Cthulhu themed, White Wolf themed stuff, all kinds of zombie things that you've edited, written, Ravenloft. I'm noticing thematically
there's a trend.
There's a trend, right? Where does your love for horror and zombies and that kind of stuff, where does that originate? Where does that come from?
That's probably fair to say that I got that. Probably does come from my parents. My parents watched a lot of horror movies and let me stay up when I was a kid. I've always been a night owl, and let me stay up really late to watch horror movies. And so, Dr. Phibes and the first Kolchak movie. I've been talking to James Aquilone, who's been doing a lot of just great stuff with Kolchak. The first Night Stalker movie that was on television in like 72, 73, hugely influential on that whole occult detective, the crossroads of reason and irrationality or cosmic horror. I got to write a short story for Shadows Over Baker Street, which again, this is just right exactly where my interests lie.
Yeah.
Which was a licensed story with the Arthur Conan Doyle estate that was a crossover between Sherlock Holmes and the Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah.
And you can't get two more antithetical starting propositions.
Yeah.
That here's somebody who's the entire world can be explained by reason, and the Cthulhu mythos where there are things in the universe that you can't understand, and even worse, you don't even want to try because that way lies madness.
Yeah.
And so I got to write the story I ended up doing was Dr. Watson's experience when he was a soldier in Afghanistan, and the story is set after in the period after Doyle had killed off Holmes, had him go over the Rickenbach Falls.
Yeah.
And so Watson is looking back on his experience in Afghanistan with these memories that he had suppressed. And now Holmes is dead, and they're coming back up, and he's thinking, oh, I wish he was around to help me explain this, because I can't, because the two, logic and irrationality, are just at that angle.
Right. And there's been a lot of that type of feel theme when it comes to Sherlock Holmes later. I mean, they just a couple of years ago came out with a video game that's a Cthulhu themed Sherlock Holmes game where you're playing Sherlock. So that's just a theme that just invites people in, and
it does.
people love to see.
And especially, I mean, when I did this for the Del Rey anthology, it was still under, the Holmes was still much more carefully controlled by the Doyle estate. But now that Holmes is largely in the public domain, and that's allowed people to go back in now and completely explore all of those intersections.
Yeah.
But that's been, I mean, if you go back to Cornell Woolrich, the horror writer, mystery writer, and a lot of classic stories that got adapted into radio and film, he was living in this just crazy juxtaposition between hard-boiled noir and overt horror. He has a novel called The Night Has a Thousand Eyes, which is a police procedural where the characters may have been fated to die. What do you do with that? Right? So here's and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Nightmare Alley, which was just remade. The original novel is better than both of the adaptations, the film adaptations. I like the Tyrone Power a little better than the new one. The new one has the better ending, but the original novel is, again, incredible. And that's that juxtaposition of here's somebody who is faking being a medium.
Right.
And as somebody tells them in the story, you're messing around with God. God's not gonna like this. And that may be what happens in this.
Yeah.
But you've got that, that supernatural religious element intersecting with what is otherwise just a standard sort of hard-boiled, there is no God, there is only us sort of story.
Yeah, for sure. I want to shift gears a little bit from that, because I needed to know where that came from, but I also realized we're coming through on time here, and I want to know, you've had a myriad of different things you've done at multiple companies, multiple things, multiple industries, whether it's, comic books, novels, board games, RPGs, that kind of stuff. Out of all of the things that you've had to do, all of the different roles and different hats you've had to wear, is there one particular role that you felt the most rewarding personally?
The most rewarding for me is writing. I mean, that's it's also the hardest out of all of the jobs that I do. Being the writer, keeping the writer hat on and creating is the hardest for me. And it's gotten harder over time, in part because it's hard to shut off the editorial voice.
Right.
And it's hard to shut off the parts when I work in publishing and I help publishers work with, make products appeal to an audience and help them with marketing and things like that. That's hard to shut off. And if you pay too much attention to that, it can be stifling creatively.
Yeah.
But the writing is definitely the most rewarding, I think. And then that's followed very closely by the anthology work, and then helping writers as an editor clarify their vision and get their work out in the best possible form. To me, anthologies are like throwing a party, right?
Yeah.
I get to put together a party and invite all of these super interesting people who will then get to show why they're really interesting and why they're talented and why they got invited. And I get to arrange the order in which they do things, and knowing ahead of time what they're going to do, I can juxtapose this person's work with this person's work that may give them extra resonance.
Yeah.
And that's something that I learned as a reader, looking at Ellen Datlow's anthologies, or even the way Harlan Ellison put together the book Deathbird Stories, which is a single author collection, but that's paced. And it has a beginning and a middle and an end, and it works, and it builds to a point. And so that's when I work on anthologies, it's different than editing somebody's novels and stuff. But I'm editing a book for John Scott Tynes with Arc Dream right now, a fiction piece that John is doing, and John's a very talented author. And I just sent him a bunch of notes and got notes back from him where he said, for me, one of the best things that I can hear as an editor, you get what I'm trying to do.
That's awesome. That's awesome on multiple things. I'm assuming being a writer and an editor, you're able to see things from both points of view. So, I mean, that helps, right?
Well, it does, but at the same time, you have to know when you've got to switch hats. So, I wrote something and had a friend edit it. I mean, writers need editors.
Yeah.
And that's even me. I'm not my own editor.
Right.
That's a bad idea. And I sent my friend, who's also an author and an editor, and she was in the role of editor for this, and she sent me back comments and said, by the way, Jim, you never described your main character in this. Of course I did. I know what they look like, right?
Right.
And that's the part where a good editor, that's their role. Their role is to look at that and say, I don't think what you're doing here is what you're intending, or this isn't clear, and ask those questions.
Yeah, they can step aside and look at it from a different, fresh set of eyes.
They're the pseudo reader, right? I mean, they're
Right.
they're an intermediary reader, and so they're trying to help you get your story across to what your audience will see.
Yeah, and you did some editing for Chaosium, right?
I did. Well, yeah, I did a number of things for them. I was a consultant for them for several years, helping them settle some old fiction debt and sort out a bunch of contracts. I do a lot of things with creator rights and trying to help other creators as well. So I'm involved with the Tabletop Game Designers Association, which just got launched. Those things are very important to me. That I put a couple of books out that were in the pipeline. I helped them work on processes and getting some other things like that settled as well.
I'm sure that was also right in your wheelhouse too, because you were looking at Call of Cthulhu stuff, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, I had done. Yeah, it was called. Yeah, I love Call of Cthulhu, and I had done an anthology for the company, Madness on the Orient Express, at one point back in 2014, 2015. And so, yeah, I've been a fan of that, of those games since, Greg Stafford and Lynn Willis and Charlie Crank, founded the company.
You just released a reprint of the 1980s, the Cthulhu Mythos books, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did. It's a cult detective magazine.
Yeah,
Again,
that's it.
it's that cold check, a cult mystery stuff. Yeah, they did a reprint of an Arc Dream, Delta Green story that I wrote, and Arc Dream's another great example. I hold copyright to that story, and it's an IP sharing thing. Those characters are mine. The story is technically mine. I'm borrowing Delta Green. They're borrowing my character. And a Cult Detective magazine was doing a Cthulhu Mythos special where they were reprinting a bunch of Detective Cthulhu Mythos stories, and the opportunity came up to reprint that. And I sent Shane Ivey an email and said, hey, can we do this? And he said, of course we could do this. And we did it. And so that's something that's just the sort of collaboration that I find rewarding. So yeah, it's a story set in the 1980s in Milwaukee, involving a customs agent who may have supernatural powers, having to deal with the weirdness that is Wisconsin in the 1980s, which it completely coincides with me coming out from Boston to go to school at Marquette, and I worked for customs for 2 summers. So the
Oh.
descriptions, yeah, I was.
So you get
I
some
did-
insight there.
So yes, the description of the building and the elevators and all of that are in the story are just firsthand experience. So
That's awesome. That's great. Speaking of Cthulhu, we've got the 10th anniversary of Cats of Cthulhu, right? That's how it is.
Right. Yes.
I
Cats
know
of
a handful of
Cthulhu.
people, content creators, that have been doing live role plays of that game. Lately,
Yeah. Oh,
so.
And Joel Sparks did an amazing job with that game because he boiled it down to a rules light system. And I wrote, thank you, Joel, for letting me write so long. I wrote way longer than he was looking for the scenario.
Give me 5 pages. Here's 100.
Well, it was, yeah, I mean, 3,000 words. Well, I could keep this under 10, I write short scenarios like a novelist. And yeah, it's what his ability to be concise and to boil the game down to, just that really tight rule set that just makes it fun to play, is really appealing. And that's another one where Joel asked me about writing a scenario for it, and I said, hey, can I set it in the theater with this kind of washed up magician that I have in the corpse stories in Chicago in the 20s, and this is perfect, and here's the plot, but I need to keep my characters in the theater and all that stuff. And Joel said, yeah, of course, that's great. So I'll be running that at Gamehole a couple of times, later this year, and it'll get published when the 10th anniversary edition comes out later this year as well.
Yeah, because they made. I'm looking at it right now. They had a goal of 25,000 and they hit 75.
Yes,
for the 10th anniversary edition, and that is awesome on Kickstarter.
Yep, and what Joel is doing and the original publications for Cats as well is just that true indie spirit, and that's one of the things that I love about what's going on in the role-playing game market right now.
Yeah,
is so you've got D&D, great. I love D&D. I played D&D. I wrote D&D. Great. D&D needs to succeed to bring people into the market.
Right.
But there needs to be games like Cats. There need to be publishers like Ninth Level with Kobolds Ate My Baby and Women Are Werewolves and the other, the stuff that Senfung Lim and Banana Chan and Chris Spivey and the other people who are doing these really personal, important visions for what role-playing games can be that broaden the market and advance it as an art form.
Yeah, that's awesome. I completely agree, 110%.
Yep. The room's there for all of it, right?
Right.
That's the part. And that was the thing that actually attracted me to role-playing games initially. I played Gamble World once, died horribly.
As you do.
As you do, eaten by a giant radioactive weasel. And then I played D&D and played a lot of D&D in high school, but we also played Call of Cthulhu and Traveler and
I haven't heard the word Traveler in a while. Nice.
Yep, and Traveler's still being done.
Yeah.
Mark Miller's still doing great stuff, and Mongoose is putting out good books, and and we played all kinds of different games, including indie stuff and things that were, well, like I said, with the pulp game that was in Dragon that Zeb Cook wrote,
right.
That's where the corpse came from. There was room for all of that,
right.
and that was the thing that showed Call of Cthulhu and RuneQuest and Villains and Vigilantes and all of these games that had systems that were specifically designed to help you frame the types of stories and the types of genres that you were trying to tell in your role playing. That's really important. One system does not fit everything. So the market now, with all of the diversity, with the different designers doing just these great little rule systems to tell different types of stories. Opens up, you can tell any kind of story you want now.
I just wish I had time to play all of these games, right?
Oh, I know. Same here. Right. Same here. Same here. I've got a shelf of games that I keep buying, and sooner or later I'm going to get to play this.
I keep getting people. Have you played this game? No, I haven't. Have you played this game? No, I haven't. I want to play these games. I want to
play all of them. All right. Exactly.
You've also got a book that you are coming out with, an anthology called the Dagon Collection. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm in that one. That's Nate Peterson edited that. So it's a nonfiction collection from the Starry Wisdom Library. And again, this ties to the corpse stuff at Nightmare City. It's a fake auction catalog for what the Federals grabbed from the Dagon cult in the Innsmouth raid. At the end of so these are all of the books and the artifacts and stuff. And then the feds have released them all now, and this place gets to auction them. And so Nate, and he had done the Starry Wisdom Library, was the first volume in this series. And so Nate came to me and said, "Hey, would you have something to pitch for this?" And I had a book that I had written into the corpse stories and especially the games that I've been running, the Call of Cthulhu, Nightmare City, and the WoW Reputation, called The Geometry of Nowhere, which is central to the plots for these scenarios that I've been running. And so I got to write the fake auction catalog history of what the details of this book, or multiple versions of this book, might be. So it's great. It's that Borges sort of fictionalized nonfiction.
Well, and on top of that, you can use it for your role playing stuff, right?
I
need an item. Let's have the whole story be based on this.
Yes, both the Starry Wisdom Library and the Dagon Collection. If you're running horror role playing games set in anything past like the 20s, both of those books are fantastic resources, because some of them are write-ups of books that have been mentioned in the mythos over time by Block and all Howard and other writers, and some of them are new creations.
That's awesome.
Like this one. And so and it's sort of a Rosetta Stone for my fiction, because I've threw in all kinds of references to all of these creator-owned stories that I've done, where even if it's just name checks or place checks that tie into fantasy stories and all of these other things that I've published over the years.
Yeah. Well, you've done so much stuff. Like, we're gonna have you come back down the road, because there's so many. We didn't touch on like some of the appearances you've made on like shows and the podcasts, or some of your review writing stuff. You've got the Fantastic Flops book, right?
Right. Yeah.
Drive Through RPG that's coming out.
Right.
Is it already out? Or is it?
Fantastic Flops is out.
Yeah, it is out.
That one's out. Yeah, it's Go Show Press. Chris McLaughlin's done 3 of those books. Everyone's gone to the movies, and their essays just exploring for Fantastic Flops, movies that did badly, that had no right to do badly. They were good films. You should watch them. And so I got to write. And again, thank you, Chris, because I wrote 3 or 4 times what I should have written for this. But there's a theme, right?
Yeah.
On the Monkeys movie Head, that was co-written by Jack Nicholson and Bob Rapelson and the Monkeys, and directed by Bob Rapelson, that torpedoed the Monkeys' image, but they were fully in on it. So it's really a film about the industrial entertainment system, and it's marvelous.
So guys, go check out that. Go check out all of those things. Everybody listening, go check out all these things we've mentioned. You have a plethora of things. Don't say that you didn't get information on cool products in all sorts of varieties, whether it's novels, freaking RPG games, or just movies in general. You've done everything, James, and it's been amazing having you on here. You've got some upcoming events. You're going to be at Gen Con, right?
I will, and yes, I'll be at Gen Con the full time. I've been to. I missed 2 because of health stuff, but I've been to every Gen Con since the last year. It was at UW Parkside in Wisconsin, so that's 80 something. And I've worked every one since 1988. I'm doing some of the 50th anniversary D&D panels that Matt Forbeck set up with Rose Estes and Ed Greenwood and Jeff Grubb and some other folks, and doing some other panels there. So I'm looking forward to that. Gen Con's always a blast.
Yeah, love Gen Con. And Gamehole Con, you mentioned it earlier today. You're going to be at Gamehole Con. You're going to be running some games.
Yes, and I'll be running Nightmare City, the Call of Cthulhu game with the corpse stuff. And then if you want to shift gears completely, I'm running the Theater of Tears Cats of Cthulhu. Cats of Cthulhu.
Cats of Cthulhu.
Cats of Cthulhu scenario set in partly the same place, just completely different games during the show. Yeah, and Gamehole is in Madison, and is a fantastic show.
Yeah, hopefully I can get over there this year. It's just around the corner. It'll just be
relatively close by, right? It's sort of right in between the two of us.
Right, exactly. Just meet in the middle.
Yep.
Awesome. People can find you on Facebook at facebook.com/James.Louder, correct?
Yep.
And you're on.
I'm the one talking about publishing. The James Louder talking about publishing stuff and gaming stuff a lot. That will be me.
And you're on LinkedIn as well. People that like to be on LinkedIn and catch stuff. I'm actually new to LinkedIn. I just joined it a couple months ago, so I'm just kind of getting in there, getting my feet wet, trying to figure it out. And that's actually how I was able to contact you, because some people. That's the whole reason I signed up, because there were so many people that are on LinkedIn.
It's the
only way I could contact people. I was like, well, I guess I'm signing up because there's amazing people that I want to talk to, and that's what I'm gonna have to just do. I'm just gonna have to go on in there.
And that's it's good for the professional contact stuff. Eventually, I'll get jameslouder.com will be my website once again when I get it back up online.
Revamped. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go to our live stream Q&A here in just a little bit. But before that, for those listening to the podcast, coming up, the lead investigator from Discoveries of the Ghosts of Devil's Perch and Holzer Files and The Curse of Lizzie Borden, Dave Schrader, is going to be returning to Epic Realms. He's going to come to us to talk about his new book, his new radio show, and his touring schedule going around to all of these conventions. So that episode is going to be live July 29th, and the podcast available on the 30th. Also, video game designer Renee Giddings is going to be here, Tracy Hickman, Mark Meir, Leanne Merciel. The list goes on and on. So please, please, please join us for all of these future episodes. Make sure to get notified, rate, review, subscribe, follow, all of that stuff. It definitely helps us, and it helps our guests. So, for James Louder, I am Nick, and I want to say thank you for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is a renowned artist, having done work for authors and companies like Wizards of the Coast, D&D, Magic the Gathering, World of Warcraft, and many, many, many more. Please welcome the wonderful Todd Lockwood to Epic Realms. How are you doing, Todd?
I am well. Pleased to be here.
You have just a plethora of works of art, and there are so many people in the gaming community, whether it's video games or reading novels or D&D, that see your art and don't realize it half the time. How does that feel to you, to be like seeing stuff and people are like, oh, you did this and you did this and you did that? You know, you're all over the place.
Well, it's strange. Yeah, I've had my toes in a lot of pies. Wait, I've dabbled my toes. No, not pies. Pools.
Pools.
You don't want my toes in your pie.
Not my pie. Yeah, no.
But yeah, that job that I took with TSR, working for D&D, turned out to be an amazing springboard for the whole rest of my career. You know, it got me employed, building a portfolio, refining my craft, creating an audience for my flavor of work. And then when Wizard of the Coast bought TSR, and we got to revamp the look of Dungeons and Dragons for the 3rd edition release, I mean, that was a dream gig.
Yeah.
I got paid to do that. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me then, and it's still amazing to me. I've been extremely fortunate.
I feel like at the time when 3rd edition came out and you were looking just the dragons alone, that's a look now that kind of is the standard bearer for what each of the different types of dragons looks like now and has continued to look like in all the editions in some way, shape, or form. So I think it's
Yeah,
really
for
cool that
25
the
years.
look differentiates with all the colors, and it's very specific. And you see that still in 5th edition and even in other games. So I think it's a really, really cool thing. And you were kind of like the standard bearer who did that. So
Yeah, and I always have to give props to Sam Wood, who also worked on the Dragons with me and did some of the illustrations and didn't get credit for them in the Monster Manual. But if you're looking at the 3rd edition Dragons, it's Sam Wood and I.
Okay.
We just had very similar tastes in what the aesthetics of fantasy creatures should be, not just dragons, but everything, but especially dragons.
Yeah.
Sam went to Harvard to study biology and art. So he knew his anatomy, and
Yeah.
I've always been an anatomy geek. I mean, we studied human anatomy in art school, but I have books on animal anatomy too, and it colored my choices as our choices, both of us. We were in agreement on how a dragon should be put together biologically based on its evolution,
Yeah.
if you will.
That's awesome. Let's rewind a little bit. Growing up as a kid, I know you started art super early. You've said it on other shows and stuff. Was your household like an art type household, or were you just kind of the one that just did the art and everyone else just kind of was good job?
No, I did it the most, but my parents were both artistic. There was a lot of music in the house too, music and art. I was too shy to chase the music. My brother and sisters were in the show choirs at school, but I didn't want to be singing and dancing on a stage. No, when I came home from school, I just dropped my homework on the floor and got some paper out and started drawing. I was making stories in my head. I made my own comic books. So in my mind, I was drawing a TV show or a movie.
Yeah.
So really, I was storyboarding and also turning people and shapes and things in space from panel to panel. It was a great education, but that's how anybody gets good at anything. You do it, and you do it, and you do it, and you do it.
Yeah. Did you grow up on comic books? And if so, what were some of your favorite comic books?
Really, I didn't. I was not a comic book kid. I thought superheroes were kind of dumb with their spandex. Thor. What's a Norse god doing in a superhero comic book? But until the movies came out, I didn't appreciate them really at all.
Yeah.
Although I did have the Spider-Man issue that introduced Dr. Octopus, and I don't know what happened to it, but I really liked that. And then, strangely, it's my favorite of the Spider-Man movies is the one with Alfred Molina as Doc Ock.
Yeah.
Such a great story the way they put him in there and told his arc. But the one comic, if I collected any comic, the one I collected is kind of obscure and few people have heard of it, and that was Magnus Robot Fighter.
I haven't heard of that, so no. What was it about that stood out to you that you were like drawn to?
Well, it was good art. It was science fiction more than superheroes, although, stupidly, he was just a super strong guy that defeated robots by beating them up with his fists. So, in that regard, it was pretty dumb. But that, for whatever reason, that was one of the ones I was drawn to. That's how I know that when you kill a robot, it goes squee.
Did you said you got home, you drop off your bags, and you just like start doing art? Did art get in the way of school for you at all? Was it some kinds of hindrance where you're like doing stuff instead of other things?
No, I was a bright kid, I guess. I was a straight A student, but I could turn a B science paper into an A+ paper by adding illustrations. I did that with an essay on anthropology, and I went to the encyclopedia and found pictures of Neanderthal and so on. And we had dictionaries in our house, first of all, and I would open them up to get the reference I needed for an assignment, and then I'd just keep reading. It's the perfect thing to put in a house for a curious kid.
Yeah.
Liken it to Wikipedia, maybe, where there's no distraction. Go off and play video games or Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or whatever.
TikTok.
But I wandered off the question. No, I was a good student. So, but I wasn't above using art to boost a grade here and there. And
Yeah.
honestly, I might not have graduated high school if my last year of school, my teacher had been in class any more often than I was. She just already knew that I was a good artist and she just gave me A's. And I did do the assignments, but I didn't do them in class. I did them like after school or at home, whatever. And she was seldom in class because she was kind of a hippie.
Okay.
But
So you
Mrs.
lucked out
Harden,
with that.
Mrs. Hardenstein, I wish I'd have kept in touch with her after high school because she ran into my brother once and told him that I was the one student out of all her art students that she wanted to keep track of, and I didn't find her in time. She passed away before I could get back in touch with her, which makes me sad to this day because she was a great influence.
Yeah.
One of my first best teachers.
Well, there's a note of encouragement for anybody who's been in school and has a teacher that they really like to try and stay in touch and, you know, not
Absolutely.
lose that contact.
Yeah, she's the only teacher that I would have, I think.
Did the other teachers encourage the art, or were they like, hey, now, other than, you know, when you draw anthropology stuff?
Non-cipher for most of them. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Sixth grade was when I did that anthropology report, and that was Mrs. Oh God, what was her name? I had such a crush on her. You know, in hindsight, knowing that her husband worked with my dad, but she was also a sixth grade teacher. She was probably 20 something.
Okay.
And however old you are in sixth grade, 11.
Right.
11.
Young,
But I had
impressionable kids always.
Yeah. So I would draw things just knowing that she would like them.
When you moved on, you went to college. Did you have a hard time choosing where you were going to go and what you were going to do, or were you like, I'm going to do art and this is where I want to go, or am I going to do art and I don't know where I'm going to go?
I knew where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to the Colorado Institute of Art because it was close by in Denver.
Okay.
And in fact, for the longest time, I enjoyed saying that I got my art education at the CIA, Colorado Institute of Art. And then they changed it to the Art Institute of Colorado and ruined the joke. But and now they're out of business. The art institutes are all gone for predatory loaning practices or something.
Oh, no.
They got sucked out of existence. But anyway, I did think that if I was going to have a career in art, I should get some business schooling first.
Okay.
And so I enrolled in classes at the Rocky Mountain School of Business. And 2 weeks in, I was thinking, I do not belong here. These are not my people.
Yeah.
I don't like any of these prefab, hairdos. And I don't know. I was just feeling like, what have I done? I've signed up for 2 years of this.
Yeah.
And then within the next few days, I showed up for class and the doors were locked and there was a sign saying that the school was out of business.
Wow.
So I got a partial refund and I went straight to art school.
Nice. Was there anything that you learned going to college that you still use today that you always reference or think of or anything like that?
Oh, I had my foundation in all the basic principles at CIA. Gosh, I wish I could remember all the names. There was a gal who taught the first or second order design class who really had some unique assignments. And those were interesting because, it introduced me to new tools like circle cutters. We did a lot of compositions where we explored design concepts using just black circles on a white background.
Okay.
According to how you cut them out, overlapped them, or sectioned them, you create different, you'd present different concepts like gradation or grouping or, different kinds of movement. And it was really illuminating because it was one of the first times that I was being taught the basic principles of composition without thinking about what these objects are.
Yeah.
So they're purely abstract shapes, but they can still make an interesting picture. And that's a really important part of any composition, of any picture. You got to know how to use things like gradation and contrast of size and value and direction and angle and light and dark. I mean, all of that comes together in a two-dimensional surface that you want to grab people as immediately as possible and keep their eye moving within the picture. Composition class, what was that teacher's name? He's the one who explained that we're artists and we grew up needing those warm fuzzies that we got from the praise for our art to offset the cold pricklies that life threw at us as sensitive people. And I've always remembered him for that. He taught me a thing or two about reflected light. So yeah, that was a great place to be, and at the right time to be there. It was $200 a semester. But we're talking 1970.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not bad these days. I'll take it.
No, it went up to 300, and everybody was shocked.
I just know everybody that goes that is in an industry that they really love and went to school, went to college for that industry. There's always these handful of little nuggets that they take away that most people don't even realize. The teachers don't even realize that lives with them forever. And I had to ask you that question because as an artist and with all the stuff you've done, I knew that there had to be some takeaways that you like look back fondly on and go, yeah, that was some great information to have. So
absolutely, there was a lesson or two that still pops into my mind with like reflected light. I always think of Mr. His name was, and it was just a silhouette of a moose that I painted from a photograph. And I just painted him kind of silhouette with light in the background and the rim light around the body. And it looked pretty cool. And he said, I know it's not in photograph, but if you put just a little bit of light reflecting off the foreground onto this shaded side that's toward us of this moose, he'll look more round and more real. So I did it, and damn, he was right.
Yeah.
It's the simplest thing. And so what you know about a thing can improve your photo reference, although you should have a good reference, but you shouldn't be so dependent upon it that you don't know how to fix what it's missing.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
That's great. Did the college help you getting into any businesses, getting work, getting jobs? Because I know some schools, some colleges, especially back in that era, they'd help you get your foot in the door in certain industries. Was that a thing for you?
Well, they did after graduation, there was an open portfolio night for local employers to come in. And I got hired by the Rocky Mountain News to be their on-staff artist. And then I got talked out of that by Richard De Oliveira. It was the art department then, and then it became the De Oliveira Creative later. So he explained what a dead end that Rocky Mountain News job would have been. Of course, his needs were self-serving, but ultimately I think he was right. I had done some freelance work for the news, and that was fun, and I learned from that, but I'm not sure it's something I could have done as a career.
Yeah.
For one thing, I'd have been working weekends and late in the night to get illustrations for their Sunday tabloid, stuff like that. I'm happy with the route I took because I was working for a design shop that needed guys who could do everything, illustration and logo design and typesetting and everything you had to do to work in that industry 45 years ago. Almost 45.
I remember somebody mentioning to me earlier this week, because I told them you were going to be on the show. And you're like, you definitely got to ask him about beer cans. And so I looked and I was like, oh, and I saw a quote about something about you saying if I never see another beer can in my life, it'd be too soon, something along those lines. So I have to ask you, what's with beer cans and why where does this lie in your career?
My 14-year career in advertising was in Denver, which didn't have a lot of big clients, but Coors Beer was probably the biggest fish in that little pond. And I was doing advertising illustration, and because in the 80s, everybody wanted airbrush. That was the thing that everybody wanted. Then I had to do airbrush to get work. And that led to painting billboards and other advertising for the Silver Bullet, Coors Light. Now in 80s and early 90s, if you were painting something like a beer can and you wanted to look airbrushy and slick and have it in perspective and super cool, you had to hand letter the labels. You had to paint every dewdrop by hand, and it was tedious, tedious work. It paid okay. It was one of the better paychecks that I would get back in the day. But yeah, like if you picture the Coors label on the can, well, it gets bent around the can. You can't
Yeah.
just slap it down. Like now you could work it out in Photoshop. And Photoshop couldn't do that even in the early 90s when
Right.
I was first looking at it. So I would have to draw it in perspective, probably grid it off to get all the movements right. You know, draw a grid and then draw a grid on my two-dimensional can, draw the label, oversize, run it into Denver, get it shot down and turned into a PMT, which is a photomechanical transfer. So it's like ink on the back of a vinyl sheet. You rub it down and it sticks to your board.
Okay.
And you peel the sheet off and you've got color there. And then spray a highlight over it, add the shadows, and then paint dewdrops all over everything. And there'd be 1,000 dewdrops in every one of these cans.
Right.
Little formula. And so if I've painted anything more than scales on dragons, it's probably dewdrops on beer cans.
But you probably prefer to do more scales on dragons, right?
More scales on dragons, yeah. And then around 1985, I got some work for a magazine called Satellite Orbit, which was sort of a TV guide for people who had those 8 or 10-inch satellite dishes in their yard, guiding them to where to steal the feed from HBO and other signals like that.
Yeah.
But they just turned me loose, and you can paint anything you want as long as there's a satellite dish in it. And so I did a series of paintings for them, which ended up in Communication Arts Illustration Annual, which was a big deal and a big feather in my cap. But after that, if anybody on the planet needed a satellite dish painted, they called me. And it wasn't creative. It wasn't paint what you want. It wasn't like the one cover that I liked the most was a field of satellite dish flowers, the bright red, being attended by a robot honeybee satellite.
Okay.
So it was metaphorical and fun. See, that was fun, but a family of people sitting and watching TV with the ghost of a satellite dish behind them, that's not fun.
Yeah.
That's just...
Creative, those people in the offices are coming up with their ideas for the artists, right?
Yeah, that may be when I started plotting my escape from advertising, although there were other instances.
Well, you had talked about dragon scales. Were you a D&D player before you were in college, or was that after? Kind of tell us about your history with D&D.
Before. No. I started playing in 77.
Okay.
With the little white box of pamphlets. Not the very first edition, but one of the very first editions.
Yeah.
Before D&D, before AD&D,
yeah,
by far, it was when it was D&D. And we had a high school buddy 1 year ahead who had gone to Germany with the military, probably the army, I guess. And he picked up D&D there. And to this day, D&D is big in the military. It's a great way to pass time.
Yeah. And separate yourself from whatever is
the
going
world.
on.
Yeah. And he came back and turned us all onto it. And so we played a lot of D&D, and that was a time when we would go every weekend. We would start at 11 a.m. or noon on Saturday, go through the night and into Sunday and knock off about 10 p.m. Sunday. I mean, a good 30 hours of straight D&D. I mean, those were the days.
Right.
Little by little, it became one day, and then every other weekend, and then once a month, and and then people get jobs and they move, or they have children, or they get married, and
yeah. Do you still play?
No, I haven't really played regularly with a group since I left Colorado.
Okay.
Left my group behind and went to take the job at TSR are making D&D. So I was kind of getting my fix every day. I didn't really need that release.
Yeah.
There were some kind of moments working there, like discovering that in the official D&D universes, Orcus and Loth are still alive on their own planes. But we killed them on their own planes. We went to their planes and killed them. They're dead forever.
Right.
It was disappointing and maddening, but also illuminating because it really reinforced for me how realistic those games are when you're playing them.
Yeah.
They're real worlds. You immerse yourself, and you have camaraderie and feelings for your characters and your friends' characters.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Totally immersive.
And trying to separate like what the canon is from what your story is, because your story is yours, not anyone else's. It's special. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So
we killed those two gods.
Yeah.
Dag.
They're supposed to be dead. I don't care what you say, TSR.
But we were very powerful. We played to the teens and 20s in level, and the other DM who hosted, we would go back and forth. Bill Lennox and I. He was very good at challenging me, and I was good at challenging him, making him more creative, and him making me more ruthless maybe, but also more clever. We were very honest about our games, it wasn't anyway, they were giveaways, all those levels. We had been playing for a decade or more with the same characters.
Yeah.
So they had to go somewhere. Which meant and that's part of the reason we played less often. It was more work to prepare for 6 or 8 upper teen level characters.
Being able to make it a challenge and not have them just stomp through it, or have them all just die instantly.
Right. Yeah, you learn to be nimble as a DM. You don't want it too easy. You don't want it too hard. Doesn't mean you don't kill them every time, or not every time, from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 total party kills, but always a way out, because there was somebody, like I killed all my characters in one game, but there was one of them who had acquired Constitution of 20, and so he regenerated. He could regenerate from death.
Back then, yeah.
Back in that day, yeah. And so he woke up in a pile of logs with his dead comrades, just as the lackeys were pouring the oil on to burn the corpses, and scared the crap out of them. And, they didn't get their stuff back, but they were alive.
Yeah. I always ask this question to people who play D&D, or have played D&D. On this show, the ongoing question is, do you prefer to be a player, or do you prefer to be a GM? Or DM, in the case of D&D.
No, both. I like both.
Okay.
I like playing, because I like thinking as a character. See, this all goes into my love of fiction. I was always a storyteller. When I was learning to draw, is because I was telling stories. And that's my favorite thing about art. I was drawing and writing at the same time, but it was art that paid the bills first.
Yeah.
So I became an artist. But that muse never died. I just kept her fed with scraps from the D&D table.
Yeah.
But I also like DMing, because then you're building a world and thinking of motivations for non-player characters. It all just feeds into telling a good story.
Yeah. Where did the shift happen when you were like, I'm gonna stop painting satellite dishes and I'm gonna start, trying to do more fantasy type art?
Well, I had agents in New York who shall go nameless, but their initials were Bernstein and Andreuli. I don't know if they're still around or not, but Sam Bernstein and Tony Andreuli, they were a couple of caricatures. The son of Sam Bernstein, might still be around, heir apparent to the business, but he put me through some tests just by being kind of a cold bastard. And I hope he's still alive because I don't want to speak ill of the dead. But yeah, I once put myself in the hospital trying to finish a painting for him while working with the flu.
Oh, wow.
And I called him the day that I got home, or he called me, and I thought, oh, he said, this is Sam. And I thought, oh, here's Sam. You might want to bleep out the names. I don't know. I guess it's already live out there. Anyway, I thought, oh, he's calling to make sure I'm okay. And he said, you son of a bitch, you made my painting a day late. And that was the first day I started thinking about, I got to do something else.
Yeah.
Because I was tired of the Friday afternoon call with a Monday morning deadline and a day before FedEx operated on weekends and nothing was digital and you couldn't just, you couldn't transmit over distance better than a fax machine in those days.
Right.
Many a day I packaged up a painting at the last minute on Monday and drove it to the airport so it could get on a FedEx plane to New York and be there Tuesday. Because there was no way I could get it to them Monday unless I could paint it within the next 2 hours after their call. And it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. And then it was the Son of Sam again on a painting for AT&T. It was a painting of a hotel building. And the first specs that I got from the art director said paint it this way. And so I drew that up. And then they had a change of plan and they wanted to revision the ad completely. And I said to Sam, well, then we have to charge for the design time for the drawing because this is on them. They changed it, not me. And he said, yeah, you're right. I'll make sure that gets taken care of. And then when the check finally came, and they always came late because anyway.
Because they can be late, but you can't.
Yeah. It didn't include that additional fee. And I called Sam and said, that fee's not on here. And he said, oh, you're right. Okay, I'll take care of it. Another month passed. Sam, did you talk to them about that fee? He said, oh, yeah. Don't know what happened. I'll get back to it. Or I'll ping them again. I'm on it. And at that point, I went to the paperwork for the job, found the client's name, found the design director's phone number, and I called her and said, this is what happened. You owe me this much money. And she said, oh, you're right. We'll take care of that. And within a week, I had a check. So I called Sam and I said, Sam, the money came. And he said, I told you I'd take care of it. And that was the day I knew I had to escape advertising.
Yeah.
I was being lied to. I was being used. I didn't own anything I did. None of it was anything anybody would ever want to look at twice. It was on a billboard that you hated as it was blocking out the scenery, driving down a Colorado highway. Yeah, that's when I knew I had to get out.
So then you started looking for other kind of work?
Better class of work. Yeah, it was really actually Bernstein Andreuli. There was one girl there. Her name was Francine. Can't remember her last name off the top of my head, but she was a real sweetheart. And she seemed to get all the publishing work that none of the other reps there wanted. They wanted advertising.
Yeah.
They didn't want, book covers and stuff that didn't pay so well in their view. Advertising was the big tickets. I did a sample of a sci-fi cover and sent it to them. And I got a call from Sam himself, Bernstein. I'll never forget it. He said, that's not the kind of work you want to do, my boy. Nobody wants that work. Yachts and golfers. That's where the money is. Yachts and golfers. I didn't want to paint yachts and golfers. I wanted to paint dragons and spaceships and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love the accent, by the way. Love the accent on that.
Yeah, well, he was New York all the way.
Yeah.
So I guess I get some credit for spurring me to take initiative for myself. I was terribly, terribly shy. I hated the idea of going to door to door with a portfolio. So agents seemed like a good thing, and I did that throughout the advertising years. But they started out taking 15% in Denver, and then they went up to 20. And meanwhile, New York was taking 20%, and then they went up to 25. And when they were both threatening to go up 5% again, it's like, why am I doing this? I'm doing all the work.
Right.
I sit by a phone. Sometimes I'm calling the client and reminding them that I haven't been paid. and then they take credit for that too.
Wow.
So be your own representative. That's there's probably artists that would just disagree with me. Greg Manchis has had a long running relationship with his agent. Can't think of his name, but for decades, and he's done right by him. But
so how'd you get into doing D&D? How did they get a hold of you? Did you get a hold of them?
well, I managed to get a couple of covers from my agents in New York for Asimov magazine.
Okay.
Because the artist that was supposed to do them, Chris Moore, had an eye infection and he couldn't work. So I got these 2 covers, and the art director was very happy and started giving me more covers. And I said, how can I get more of this work that, in parentheses, I didn't say it to her, but pays better than Asimov's magazine, because that was cheap. That's why Bernstein really didn't want that work.
Yeah.
Give that stuff to Francine. She knows somebody who'll do it. And I asked her, how can I get more work like this? And she said, try hanging a show at a science fiction fantasy convention. I said, what's that?
Yeah.
I had no idea. This was in 93 or very early 94 maybe, but the WorldCon in Winnipeg in 1994 was my first convention. And that was a game changer. Within 2 years, I was working for TSR.
Awesome.
I hung some personal work. I did some work for that show. If you've seen my drawing, Cerberus, it's on my website in the gallery under Other Visions. I hung the original of that there, and another pencil drawing I'd done, Zeke, may also be in that same gallery. But Michael Whalen took note of them and stopped me in a hall to tell me how much he liked them. That was like a kill me now moment, because Michael Whalen was my idol. I wanted to be like Mike.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And also from that convention, I got contacted by Carl Nam at Realms of Fantasy magazine. And they didn't have budgets to speak of, but they gave me free rein to illustrate short stories by noted authors like Tanith Lee and others. And so my early portfolio was built just doing the cheapest work that I could squeeze out time to do.
Yeah.
And at that time, I'd become really efficient at not painting an airbrush. And I was able to do work that I'm proud of, and some of it still hangs in my home, because my wife wouldn't let me get rid of it. But I made friends there who knew people who. I made a friend, Dave. Dave, what's your last name? Oh my God. God, the years get behind you.
Right. I'm surprised you're remembering first names. I can't remember first names of people I know from 2 weeks ago. So you're way ahead of the game for me.
Well, the stuff you learned when you were younger sticks better than the stuff you learned when you're older. Dave, anyway, he introduced me to one of the art directors at TSR, who just happened to be in Denver to visit his parents, and he stopped by the house and we talked, and I showed him my work, and next thing I know, 2 of the artists on staff at TSR have quit, and he calls me up and asks if I'm interested in applying for the vacancy.
Yeah.
And I said, let me think about that for a minute. Yes. And I did, and there's stories about that too. I flew out to see a friend in Minneapolis, and we drove down to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, which was where TSR was.
Yeah.
So that I could talk to the 2 guys who'd left and figure out, this is behind the scenes, and why they left, and so I could go into this with my eyes open. I still new at that whole looking out for yourself thing. I've been relying on agents who were really taking advantage of me. But if you put your mind to something, I don't know, you can overcome anything. I didn't get over horrifying shyness until I had to talk in front of a group of people at a science fiction fantasy convention.
Yeah.
That's really how I learned to get out of that. And it still strikes me sometime in a situation where I'll just be like, I don't fucking belong here. I don't know what to do in this situation. I start to freak out. Doesn't happen very often, but almost never anymore. But like the first time I won at Chesley at the 96 World Fantasy, if not 95. It was for Cerberus. We had to go up to a microphone and accept our award, and thanks. I ran to my seat.
When you started working for them, for whether it's D&D or anybody like that, were they coming to you and be like, okay, we want a cover art of, and we want this character and that and this, and we want this thing, or is it just like, this is kind of the theme we want? Kind of, what is kind of direction are they giving you for some of these?
Okay, well, the first things I did for TSR before they hired me, and this was right after my appendix blew up and I was kind of in recovery. It's really strange how that event marked this point of demarcation between my old art life and my new art life. It's almost like my career died and was born again when my appendix ruptured. Maybe all that stress is bad for your appendix. Who knew?
Probably, yeah.
But he sent me some cards for a game TSR was trying to develop to kind of fight back against this new card game that was taking the world by storm. And those were kind of fun. But then another artist, similar to the situation with Asimov's, that artist, Chris Moore, British artist, science fiction covers. His eyes recovered and he continued working and is still working today, as far as I know. But that summer or spring rather, in '96, there was another artist freelancing covers for them that was late because they weren't sure what had happened, whether it was a stroke or a heart attack or a medication imbalance issue or something. But Larry Elmore had 3 covers he was supposed to do that he couldn't do, and they were late. And I got them. And the first of those was Vinus Solemnis, a guy running through the snow. And they did send me reference to the armor and give me a brief idea of what the story was about. But I basically got to have free reign with the composition and the drama of the scene, which was perfect.
Yeah.
And then the second one was The Wayward Knights. And I think that painting kind of kicked some doors down there at a time when artists were leaving and they needed somebody new, because the perspective was dramatic and the composition was spot on. And that's when my wife forbid me to sell. And then the third was Fist and Dentalist. So those 3 covers were my first pieces of work for them, and they asked me to apply, and I applied. And so within 6 months of my appendix blowing up, I moved my family from Colorado to Illinois and Wisconsin to take this job at TSR.
Yeah.
Whirlwind between my first convention and taking that job. It still doesn't seem real looking back on it. And then within a year of that, TSR went bankrupt, Wizards of the Coast bought them and moved us to Washington State.
Yeah.
3 moves in 2 years was pretty crazy. Ask my wife.
How is it for you, being a person who grew up with D&D, to go, I'm doing the art for, like, official art for D&D? And has that feeling changed over the years?
No, pinch me work. I'm proud of the time there. I can't work with them anymore because they don't pay enough as a freelancer.
Yeah.
The D&D side doesn't. Maybe they've gotten better. I don't know. But I did my time, I made an impact. I made a good impact. The 3rd edition stuff, and then various covers I did, and then the gig painting Bob Salvatore's covers was another great run, and a bunch of magic cards. And I got to do stuff for Ted Williams and C.J. Cherry and a number of other fantasy and sci-fi authors. I mean, the last few years, as photo bashing and now AI is starting to change things. I'm becoming a dinosaur in that field, but it's okay because I was able to leap from that precipice with wings fully gilded on or strapped on or whatever, and take a leap into some other things that I wanted to do. I wrote a novel, and that did very well. I'm working on the sequel now, which is only 8 years late, but it's still on its way.
Yeah.
And it did really well. And I'm proud of it. And I want to finish that project. It was meant to be a three book trilogy. It's called The Summer Dragon.
Yeah, the Evertide series, right?
First book of the Evertide. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
How
so I'm
did
working
how
on-
did that come about? How did you go? I've been doing all this art, and now I'm gonna write a novel.
Well, a number of things, because I'd just been laid off by Hasbro,
Okay.
by Wizards of the Coast. And so I had more time on my hands than I had before. Like I didn't have to commute 2 ways in bad traffic any longer. I was working from home. And that was about the time, I almost hate to talk about it because politics is so upsetting, but that was about the time that Bush and Cheney were laying us into a war in Afghanistan. Over WMDs that didn't exist.
Yeah.
Boogie boogie scary stuff. And I was angry about it. And I thought, I started actually doing a daily email news digest, because there were news outlets then, but you had to be online to see them. And most people I know didn't have time to do that at work. And
right.
Instead of commuting, I compiled these little newsletters of pertinent stories with a URL, pertinent paragraph or two, and let people look at them. And the list grew to like 350 people in no time at all, because people wanted to hear perspectives other than what they were getting from the mainstream news. Who I remember on Good Morning America covered up Sheryl Crow's T-shirt because it said "No war for oil," and so they cropped in just on her head so that her T-shirt wouldn't be seen.
Yeah.
That kind of censorship was upsetting to me. So I thought, doing that every day was starting to wear me down.
Right.
I started off every day angry. I thought, I have to turn this into something creative or I'm going to lose my mind.
Right. Yeah.
So I
Change it
thought,
to
I'll do a
positive.
book. I'll do a book about a war with dragons in it. And the working title was The Dragon War. And I'll write enough backstory to string the pictures together and make an art book about dragons at war. And when I started writing that backstory, that old muse was awakened, and she was hungry, and she wanted to tell a story. And I quickly realized that I had more to say than just a book full of pictures could say greatly. So I started writing, and I'm not browbeating. I'm not shaking anybody by the lapels and saying this is how it is. It's a fictional story.
Yeah.
Fictional characters and regimes, but the people became real to me, and it made writing it fun.
Do people you know from the industry, authors or anything like that, help you out?
Yeah, a few, but most of it was reading the how-to books by a lot of those authors, and learning the craft of plotting a book and writing a book. I mean, I think I was sort of a natural storyteller, but maybe not so much a natural novelist. I can't write as fast as I can sketch.
Right.
And I can't edit or fine tune as fast as I can paint by a magnitude of like 1,000. So, I'm slow. Plus, having not done it since I was young and fearless, it wasn't a living for me, and still isn't. But I can indulge it because I have other ways of making money now. I can sell prints, and I can kickstart an art book and stuff like that. And hopefully something pays off every now and then. It's like Rita works for a monthly paycheck. I work for windfalls anymore. It's like famine, 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 windfall.
Yeah.
And Rita is just like nibble, 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 nibble. She's ready to retire. It's a little scary in this day and age right now.
You know, talking about the way politics are and stuff like that, it reminds me of something we were talking about a little bit earlier before we started, because I had asked you about a piece of art you had done, and I was like, is this Stephen Colbert? Is this Stephen Colbert? Because that looks like it's Stephen Colbert with like a red, white, and blue shield and a big flaming sword.
That was Stephen Colbert.
What do you think?
That was for Blizzard Entertainment for a parody deck. And they named him the Cole, Coal, Bear, Bear. But they wanted Stephen Colbert in like patriotic armor with a flaming sword of truthiness. And they connected me up to a secret website of, his people with publicity shots that I could have access to. And I picked a good one with the cocked eyebrow. Gave him a fist holding a flaming sword of arrow, the arrows from the Great Seal, and submitted to them, and they were all very happy with it. But then one day I got an email from the art director saying, "You can't show that picture anywhere ever. If you do, you will probably get sued." I was like, "Wait, what? Why can't we show that?" He said, "There was a conflict with Colbert's people. You can't do it. Their lawyers threatened to sue if we release the photo. But you had a contract with them. This was sanctioned." And he said, "Yeah, I know, but sometimes the big levels things can shift, and they don't have to shift much for little people to get squashed."
Yeah.
So I was disappointed, but that was that. And then one weekend I started getting emails from reporters and bloggers and people asking me about that painting and showing pictures of it, sharing that picture. And sort of horrified, I spent a mad weekend telling them all that they were violating copyright and they had to remove the picture, but it was too late. The demons were out of the box.
Yeah.
And by Monday morning, the lawyers at Blizzard had decided that it was parody, and so it was protected free speech, and it was okay to show it after all. And it became one of my best-selling prints at the Comic-Con for the next 3-4 years, and at Dragon Con. The first year I took a big pile of them, or what I thought was a big pile, like 40 of them, to Comic-Con, and they were sold out in the first half a day. It was astonishing. We called my son at home and said, "Print 50 more Colberts overnight."
Ship them over overnight.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So that was fun, and I was happy to do it. I remember the art director, and I'd done some work for Blizzard prior to that, and I was kind of deciding there were too many cooks in that little kitchen, and I was kind of done with their kind of, you remember that first video that was done digitally for the band? "I'm not working. That ain't working."
Oh yeah. Money for nothing.
Money for nothing. That level of animation. That's how I viewed their characters at the time, because that was the only reference I got, was these screen grabs, basically, of their oversimplified characters.
Yeah.
And I have to ask the art director, "What is this motif on the shoulder and shin supposed to be?" And he would say, "I don't know. Just make the most sense of it that you can." So,
they don't even know.
I said, "Can't I have developmental art, concept art?" There sometimes isn't concept art for some of these characters. They just get rendered out by the 3D guys, or something like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I had decided that I just really didn't want to do that kind of work anymore. And he called me up, and I was thinking, "Oh God, it's Jeremy. I'm gonna have to let him down somehow." He said, "I have a card. I'd really love for you to do it." I'm thinking, how am I going to phrase this so I don't piss him off? And he said, "It's Stephen Colbert as a paladin. Do you want it?" And I said, yes. I'm not going to let that one get away.
No, no, that's great. Let's shift gears a little bit. We talked a little bit about your novel that you were working on. You're working on a second one, you said. Hoping to get all three of them out there. But you've also got another one that you kickstarted earlier that's going to come out in October, but it's not necessarily a novel per se. So tell us a little bit about your 12 Days of Christmas book. And I know you've been working on this forever, and you're finally getting down to doing it.
More than half my life. Yeah. This is actually something I started when I was still doing advertising, about 1990. All my kids were little. My oldest was 7. God, and my newborn is now the mother of my granddaughter. But this is 1990. A friend of mine asked me if I would go to a night class at the Colorado Institute of Art on children's book illustration, something he wanted to try. And I thought, I'll be a good friend. I'll go along. It might be fun. And who knows? I was looking for any way out of advertising at the time. I'd tried my hand at a comic book of my own. It didn't pan out. So comics is a job for a guy with no kids, no wife, no mortgage, who can live in his parents' basement for a year and get something going. But we attended this class in children's book illustration, and I got this spark of an idea all at once. It just kind of leapt from my forehead, fully formed. And I don't know what inspired it. Perhaps a teacher said something about take an existing song and put a different spin on it or something like that. But I thought, here's this old Christmas carol, the 12 Days of Christmas,
right,
which has always been kind of odd. And I had never seen a book of it that wasn't more than just on the first day, oh, it's a picture of a partridge. On the second day, oh, it's a picture of 2 turtles. I thought, what if you give it a narrative, and what if you read the list literally every day so that you get a partridge and a pear tree every day? And then from the second day on, you get 2 more turtle doves and 3 more French hens and so on, until by the end it has escalated in a Malthusian way to just utter insanity. But a joyful insanity, because there's sort of a story in there, which was fun to develop. I did the drawings in just a few weeks in 1990 and put together a Xerox mock-up of what the book would look like, just in black and white. Started shopping it around to publishers. And in that day and age, they didn't want the unfinished work of an unknown artist.
Yeah.
Like I was told again and again, oh, Christmas books don't sell, or nobody wants children's books. And I knew what they were saying is that nobody wants your children's book.
Right.
So I set it aside and went back to making a living. And then when TSR hired me, the contract there was that anything I worked on while I was there, even if it was personal, even if I did it at home, but it would belong to them.
Yep.
So I didn't look at it until Wizards of the Coast fired me. Wizards of the Coast didn't perpetuate that part of the contract. They actually freed us up to do freelance work and sell prints and a number of things that other gaming companies weren't going to do. But when they laid me off, I found the drawings and had the sense to get them all scanned and formatted in Photoshop to the proper size and cleaned up a little bit. And then I got busy again with like the Drizzt covers, and work started pouring in, and it took a back seat again. Right now, I don't even know where the original drawings are. I have the scans. They got to be somewhere in this house because we were here when I scanned them. But it kind of dovetails with the working on the sequel to the novel. My publisher, Daw Books, got sold by Penguin Random House to Astra Publishing in China. And it was a great big upheaval. And meanwhile, I was struggling with the book, and I'd gotten nearly halfway through it and realized that I was off on the absolute wrong track, and I needed to back up and completely retool this mess. So I've been going through that. And when I finally had the first draft done and told my editor so, she said, well, I only have time to read it once, so send me the cleanest manuscript you can. It wasn't clean. It still had problems, and I knew it, and I was hoping my editor would help me out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was relying on beta readers, and that wasn't getting me where I needed to be because there's not many knowledgeable enough or willing to say what needs to be said. And then one of them was just totally harsh and hated everything. And that was someone who loved the Summer Dragon. So I was back on my heels and not really knowing what to do. And at that point, I realized that what I needed to do was hire editors to do my editor's job to help me get over this hump.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for any of them to be able to get started and sitting there and wondering what I was going to do with my time. And I remembered the 12 Days of Christmas, and I got them out and saw that I had painted day one and gotten halfway through day two 20 some years ago. Part of the reason I was able to even get started finishing them was because of Corel Painter, the digital paint that would let me make them look the way I wanted them to look, like watercolor pencil drawings. That was a hurdle I couldn't jump in 1990 with traditional media. I was a watercolorist, and I did the drawings on tracing paper, so they would have been transferred, and then you always lose something. And I did the first day twice, once in oils and once in acrylics, and I didn't like either one of them. But in Painter, I was able to get a first day that I liked, and I got halfway through the second day, and then I got busy. But in March of 23, I picked it up and just got back to work. And that's 90% of what I did the rest of the year was I painted those 14 spreads and did the design and laid it out. And then I was showing it to some folks at MissCon last year. And one of them recommended that I contact a hybrid publisher so that this could get into stores. Don't just kickstart it. Give it a shot at actually having a bigger presence. And
yeah.
He recommended Brown Books, who are a hybrid publisher, which means that I pay for everything, but I get most of the royalties.
Yeah.
Whether that balances out in my favor at the end is hard to say. I hope it does.
Yeah.
But I ran the Kickstarter just to hopefully fund my side of that expense.
Right.
And got most of the way there. It really wasn't enough to cover all the costs. But it was a big chunk.
Yeah.
So it was.
Well, you guys you hit your goal too, right? The goal you had set.
Yeah, I hit the goal, but you always set the goal lower than you really need, because
Right.
otherwise it looks insurmountable and people won't jump on.
Right.
So yeah, you set a goal at the beginning for a publishing job, and it's frequently kind of scary because you know that if you make that number and only $1 more, you're not going to make anything of this.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was it's seed money for a bigger stake, I guess. And hopefully, it pays off in a way that we get a little Christmas bonus every year for a while.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah, definitely. And people can find that. They can pre-order that. They can go through your website.
Yeah. I have
Amazon, all those places.
Honestly, and I probably shouldn't say this for my own benefit, but you can already pre-order it on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want it signed, you want to get it from me.
There you go.
If you go to my Kickstarter, it will send you to my backer kit page. There's a pre-order button on the Kickstarter page. It sends you to my backer kit page. So you can still buy in, and you can get signatures and add-ons. Like there's a deluxe edition with thicker paper and a slipcase in Boston foil. Very, very nice. I got a sample of the slipcase from the manufacturers a while back. It's going to be cool. It's going to be really cool. And then this is kind of the most fun. I don't know how interested most people would be in this, but in February, a month, it might even have been the end of February. It was Easter weekend, whatever that is. I was at NorwestCon up in Seattle, and I have a friend who I've known on Facebook for years and years. what I didn't realize is that he's a professional Santa. He does home visits and
That's awesome.
shopping centers and stuff. And he was even in sort of Santa casual duds. And we'd been sitting and talking for a good hour before it struck me that I'm about to launch a Kickstarter of a Christmas book, and I'm sitting next to Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So I got him to hold up a square of paper, and we took a picture. And then when I got home, I photoshopped my cover onto it, and it looks like Santa's holding up my book. And then that got kind of a little bit of buzz on Facebook and on my sites. And then I thought, what if Santa Claus could sign your book too?
Yeah.
And I mentioned that to Russell, and he said that would be great. We'll add a fee for doing it because there's logistics, and he needs to be paid for his time. But um, you can buy Santa's signature, and if you do, you'll get his signature in the book along with mine. You'll also get a photo of me looking over Santa's shoulder in his shop as he's signing a copy of 12 Days of Christmas.
That's awesome.
We drove down to Oregon to visit his workshop, and he has a little studio set up with backdrops that look official. We took this photo, and I enhanced it and adjusted it, and fixed it up a little bit in Photoshop. Like the best picture of him had the worst face of me, and so I went with better face.
You gotta do some
and
swapping.
swapped faces. I swapped faces, but so that's really cool, and that's a perk that's still available. You could get a copy of the 12 Days of Christmas.
That's
by me, from me, signed by me, and signed by Santa Claus.
And signed by Santa.
With photographic proof.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's so many adults I know that get kids books, kids holiday books, for themselves, not because they have kids. So
right, and
honestly, it's a win-win. You get everybody included.
Yeah, and this is one that adults can enjoy too, because it's zany and funny, and there's visual puns. And if you've got little kids or grandkids, it's something you can spend a great deal of time on with this book open across your two laps.
That's awesome.
You can find all the funny stuff.
If people want to find you this summer, they can find you at Dragon Con between August 29th and September 2nd in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
That's right. In the art show, specifically, not in the dealer's hall. I don't do the dealer's hall.
Yeah, it's a little too cramped in there.
It's too crazy. It's too much of a sweat box. Awesome. Getting in and out is nuts. Plus, they take good care of me. The art show does. They get me a room and they give me a booth.
Nice.
I'll take care of my travel and my shipping and so on. All my food, I don't want to be a prima donna, but the thing that keeps me from attending shows that I would do well at, like Gen Con, is the housing situation. It's always such a big mess. And if you're not there right at the beginning, and I never am,
right,
then it's the hugest hassle. It's the hardest part of doing a convention.
Yeah.
Is where am I going to stay? So they make it easy.
Yeah.
And I've been doing it for a decade and a half, and I have a lot of friends down there. I have a whole Southern family. It's kind of cool. It's nice to know people from another part of the country well, and see the differences. It's
that's awesome.
Humanizing.
That's awesome. You can find you at toddlockwood.com.
Yep.
The Facebook, you got a couple Facebook pages: Art of Todd Lockwood, the actual art of Todd Lockwood. And the 12 Days of Christmas has its own Facebook page too. So you can type in the 12 Days of Christmas, TWELVE, Days of Christmas, on Facebook and find that as well. We'll put that in the show notes also, so you can find all.
Yeah, when you look for that on Facebook, it's the one with the drawing of the lions blowing flutes. Then you're on the right 12 Days page.
There we go.
Yeah. And there's two fan pages because my primary page, The Art of Todd Lockwood, got stolen in February or late February, right before my Kickstarter launched. And I lost 23K followers overnight, actually within the space of a minute.
Yeah.
Real time. I watched it happen. It was crazy. And it was a fight getting it back. I did finally get it back. Facebook's really slow. It's kind of now in a condition where it's difficult to manage without jumping through different hoops.
Yeah.
But while I was waiting for that to either happen or not happen, I started the actual Art of Todd Lockwood, so I would have somewhere to post the stuff that I couldn't post on my old page.
Yeah.
Now I have them both. but the one gets more upkeep than the other.
So check them both, message both. Find all the information there, everybody. You can also find them on Instagram at todd.lockwood on Instagram as well. So go and check out all those things. And of course, like I said, toddlockwood.com will send you to all of those places, send you everywhere you need, and see all kinds of cool pictures and art and, you know, a whole gallery of things there as well. So
Yep.
everybody listening, stick around for the live stream Q&A for those of you that are here, and those that are listening to the podcast. I want to let you guys know, coming up, we're going to be joined by James Lauder. He's written for Ravenloft, Forgotten Realms, GURPS, Hack and Slash, many more. Amazing author, well known in the D&D world. He's going to be joining us live July 15th. That episode will be available for download July 16th. Also coming up down the road, we're going to be joined by the one and only Dave Schrader. Yes, Dave Schrader is going to be returning, the star of the Discovery Show, Holzer Files, also the Ghost of Devil's Perch. He's also the host of the Paranormal 60. He's going to be returning to talk about his new book and his new radio show. So you definitely want to make sure to join us for that down the road as well. Dave's a great guy, does all kinds of great work, so I can't wait to talk with him again. So remember to rate, review, follow, subscribe. Make sure to get all those notifications, and make sure to do those ratings and reviews, because it does help us, and it also helps all of our guests. So make sure to go and pre-order Todd Lockwood's 12 Days of Christmas, out in October. And I want to say, for Todd, I am Nick, and thank you for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an author and writer. A lot of his works include tie-in fiction for D&D, Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Mutants and Masterminds, and many more. Some of his recent works have been for Marvel and the Tales of Basil and Mobius, and even maybe an animated film. We'll talk about that later on down the road. Please welcome our friend Richard Lee Byers to Epic Realms. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, everybody.
So, last time you were on the show, I had mentioned Marvel stuff. Last time you were on the show, you had just finished up your first book for Marvel, and that was the, I think it was the Head of Mimer, right? Was the first one?
Yeah. Well, that's actually not the first Marvel thing I ever did. Decades ago,
You did the X-Men.
I did an X-Men book.
Yeah.
Called Soul Killer, but then I thought, well, I get them when that publisher was no longer doing Marvel. I thought, well, I guess I'm done with Marvel, unfortunately, because I really did like Marvel stuff. But then years later, I got the chance to do this this trilogy for Marvel Tales of Asgard, and the Head of Mimer was the first one of those. It's all come out now. There's the Head of Mimer, the Rebels of Vanaheim, and the Prisoner of Tartarus.
Okay.
Or the three, and I don't know how much longer they're going to remain in print, actually. So any people who are interested in picking those up should probably go
pick those up, especially if you like the Heimdall character, because that's basically who it's based around, right? He's the main character.
Yeah, I kind of did a 3-part origin story for him, which takes him from being kind of just another young warrior in the service of Asgard to becoming the character today from the comics.
Yeah.
And because when I started, the Aconite Books did had gotten the license to do these, and they, I guess because Titan Books had a pre-existing license for Marvel also, they said to kind of maybe steer clear of some of the major characters, because I guess they didn't want those competing with the Titan book about the same character. So don't do Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And, so do pick a kind of a B-lister or a C-lister,
tertiary, yeah,
and then do something about him. So I said, well, Heimdall is interesting to me, and he's never really gotten his due or gotten an origin story in any of the Thor comics that I've read.
Right.
So let's do the origin story. And I kind of like the idea that he has the fantastically keen senses. And I kind of thought, well, let's take that a step further, and not only does he see and hear things that other people don't, but we'll make him smarter than the average Asgardian also, and he'll be able to think his way out of problems where they just kind of muscle through. So I like the trilogy.
Well, and there's
you
been
know.
rumors now for a couple of years that they're going to make a Heimdall movie that's a backstory for him, and it's like, well, I mean, if they do, they better credit Richard Lee Byers and take that story because
yeah, that won't happen.
you never know. They made a D&D movie, didn't they? It's set in Forgotten Realms. You never...
Well, yeah, but I mean, the fact that that I would get credited or paid is unlikely. I mean, if you notice in the D&D movie, they didn't credit Ed.
Yeah, I know. I talked to him about that when he was on. He's like, I don't care. He's like, I don't care. It was a Forgotten Realms movie. I don't need my name there. It was a top notch, A-list blockbuster D&D movie that's set in what I created. So if
There
he's
was
happy
one
with
line
it,
of dialogue that mentioned a character I created.
what's that?
There's one line of dialogue in that movie that mentions a character I created.
Really? Which one is that?
Yeah, my hero Alf Vazim, who's in Brotherhood of the Griffin.
Yeah.
And in my Fae trilogy before that, yeah, there's one line of dialogue which is an offhand reference to him.
That's really cool. That's a deep cut though. Like if people don't know, now I'm gonna have to go back and look for that line.
Yeah, I can't even tell you where it is now, but I mean, it was suffice to say I didn't get paid for it or anything.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, did you?
But there is. But I did get my character did get mentioned, which is kind of cool.
That's awesome. Did you watch that movie in theaters?
Yeah, sure.
What were your initial thoughts?
I thought it was pretty good. It was. I mean, I thought that the jokes certainly landed. I mean, it felt like D&D.
Yeah, it felt like a D&D, like a game at the table, right?
Where a lot of kidding around and stuff. So, my favorite part was where they're digging up the corpses to ask the question. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you could tell. That's the GM messing with them, right?
Right.
Or the story about like the owl bear, the druid that can shape a change into an owl bear, and there are so many people. Oh, you can't do that. You can't. The GM let her do it. That's. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Right. Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. I guess it's not considered a big success. We probably won't get a sequel, but if they did make a sequel, I'd certainly go see it.
Yeah, so would I. I thought it was great. I think it's one of those, as it sits in sales and sits for a little while, they'll probably try making a sequel once they see how much everybody loves it. That's just my hope. That's my hope. I'm just going to keep saying that.
It's like they need a new model for judging whether their movies are successful or not.
Right.
Because they're still looking at the big marker is still that opening weekend box office stuff.
Right.
But so many people now discover movies on later on streaming.
Streaming, yeah, Roku. Like so many people aren't going to movie theaters.
It's like what's the most recent Marvel movie from Sony? Madam Web.
Oh.
which I didn't think was a very good movie actually, but that point aside, it was considered to be a bomb when it came out, and now apparently on Netflix it's doing quite well. So
yeah, that's exactly it. You never know with the streaming services and whatever. So hopefully we'll see one. And then when they can do a deeper delve into the Forgotten Realms, and we'll see some more stuff, see some new books, stuff like that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on, like D&D is coming out with some new books? We had Django Wexler on a little bit ago. Did a Spelljammer book that was really awesome. Jelly Johnson is doing stuff after the movies, not tied into the movies. What are your thoughts on them doing more D&D books? And do you have ideas that you'd like to have?
Well, sure. I mean, I would love to be involved. The phone has not rung. Nobody has invited me to do that, but I'd be delighted to do it. If people who've read my D&D book, my D&D stuff, my Forgotten Realms stuff, knows that, I was developing all kind of plot lines which were going to be resolved down the road, and so if they wanted me to come back and pick up where I left off, I'd have no trouble doing that.
Yeah.
Or, of course, you never know if they want me back. They might want me back as a writer, but not to continue with the old stuff, to create something entirely new, because they say, well, the old stuff wasn't doing that well, and that's why we stopped.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, I love the Forgotten Realms. I'd be happy to come back if they ever wanted me. But who knows?
Right. And Pathfinder Paizo also has said, "Hey, we're coming out with some new books."
Oh, and yeah, well, that didn't, you know, I only did one for them, so I was less likely that it's less likely that my phone would ring from them. Chris Jackson, I think, did a number of like
He had a couple.
canonical type stuff. He's liable to get the call before I do.
Well, you still had a pretty good book in Called to Darkness. I think was still a really good book, and I know I've heard a couple people who have said, you know, are we going to get another one? Will we get another one? So hopefully we do. Hopefully they call you back,
Yeah,
or
I
even
would
just to
like
do something else, because you did some short stories for them too, not just novels, right?
Yeah, I did some short stories. They had like short stories you get on their website for a while,
Mhm.
and I did a couple of those. I'd like to do something for Call to Darkness. It was, I mean, a lot of this stuff, you know, you do and you kind of subtly implant the, you know, the thing where you won't have any trouble picking up on it and going on to the next thing. And I did that with Call to Darkness.
Yeah.
And it it was that book was kind of my love letter to Edgar Rice Burroughs, who I was like the writer that I loved when I was a kid, who kind of got me into all of fantastic fiction. So, you know, people who know Burroughs will probably see there's resemblance. Although there's a lot of Robert E. Howard kind of influence in that one too.
For sure. Let's go back. Did the Marvel books with Aconite. They teamed with Marvel and all that kind of stuff, which you've done some other Aconite books since then as well, right?
Well, I did. Actually, I did
a couple Arkham Horror books.
I did a couple of Arkham Horror novellas, which originally I didn't actually. Technically, I didn't do them for Aconite books. I did them for Asmodee Games before there was an Aconite books.
Okay.
And then Aconite books did a couple volumes where they reprinted novellas that people had done, and I don't know if there are more than 2 of those volumes. There might just be 2, but anyway, they've got one of the novellas I did in each of those.
Okay.
So,
and I think they have an anthology too, right?
They do. I'm not in that one.
Okay.
They didn't like the ideas I sent them for that one, or somebody didn't like it.
Oh man, don't say that.
Well, you know, I mean, it's true. You know, you don't get into everything you pitch for.
Right. Did you play Arkham Horror or play Call of Cthulhu or any of that kind of stuff? Did you play any of those kind of games?
I played Call of Cthulhu and GM Call of Cthulhu. I have not actually. Have I played Arkham? I haven't actually played.
It's the big board game.
Yeah, I haven't played Arkham Horror. I played the one. What's the one where you're trying to prevent the great old one from breaking through into the museum specifically?
Is that the Mansions of Madness? Maybe.
No, it's
Eldritch Horror. They have so many of them now.
Eldritch Horror, I think.
Eldritch Horror. Okay.
Anyway, it's in this big museum, and like all the rooms are full of Lovecraftian artifacts, and then with this being that's about to burst through, all those artifacts are kind of coming to life and bringing lesser monsters in, and you're trying to go through, you and your buddies, it's a cooperative game, are trying to go through and and collect the resources that you're going to need to keep the big elder god from coming through, and or if at the end, if he does come through, you actually can just kind of take him on straight up and try to kill him before he kills you.
Yeah.
That's not the best option.
When you're doing those, when you sit down to do an Arkham Horror type book, do they come to you and be like, "Here, this is what we want for our thing," or do you just say, "This is my idea"? Do they have to make you? Do they want you to tie it into the actual game in any way, shape, or form?
Well, yeah. When I did the Arkham Horror, they specifically wanted origin stories for the characters that you can use as your avatar in the game.
Okay.
So it was like pick one of these characters and come up with a good origin story for him, which is Cthulhu mythos kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I did. There's a character. The first character I did was Norman Withers, who's this kind of stuffy old astronomer character, and I kind of picked him because because he seemed like one of the less likely people to be an adventurer, and I just thought that was kind of an interesting challenge to do, but spin him into a guy that's going out and fighting the Cthulhu mythos on an ongoing basis. And then the second one I did they have a guy named Dexter Drake who starts out as a stage magician.
Great name, by the way. Anybody listening? Great name, Dexter Drake.
But then becomes he becomes kind of a low level Doctor Strange who could do some real magic to by then I did him just because I thought he'd be fun.
Yeah.
And, so anyway, those are my two characters, and those were fun to write. I would be glad to do more of those too if they wanted them. But,
yeah, for sure.
I mean, God knows there's about 1 million Avatar type characters. They can't have covered them all already.
Right, exactly. Do they tell you they're like, okay, this is the character, but then here's some of their starting equipment they get in the game if you want to incorporate that, or do they just say here's the character and like the base concept we have? Like, what do they give?
When I did it, it was just like here's the character, do an origin story for him, make a Cthulhu mythos kind of story, and I did. Well, with Norman Withers, I'd always kind of wanted to do a Hound of Tyndallus story.
Okay.
Because I just like the Hounds of Tyndallus.
Yeah.
And so I figured I had to relate that, to his science background and everything. And that was fun. And then with the Dexter Drake one, I kind of wanted to do a race against time kind of story, where it's like some horrible disaster is looming and you gotta get in there and stop it before it happens. So it all kind of spun out from that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And that was also the fact that I really liked Doctor Strange and characters that do magic. So to do the birth of an actual Magus kind of character was fun.
That's a lot of fun. That is. When you're doing tie-in fiction, do you have something to prep as opposed to something that you're just, you have your story and you're like, okay, I'm going to put out this book, but then you get tie-in fiction. Do you prep differently for those?
Well, you've got to, you've got to be prepared to be a team player and modify your ideas based on based on the input they give you. Where sometimes just throw out an idea altogether and just come up with something new. Because with tie-in fiction, well, there are a couple basic rules. Probably the most basic one is you can't use up the IP, because there's a lot of other products and a lot of other products are going to come after you supposedly. So it's like a lot of times I think that when people look at an IP, their first a lot of them are based around some big mystery or some big primal conflict, and I think their first impulse is to say, well, I'm going to solve that mystery, or I'm gonna take that huge conflict, which is the driving force of the whole world, to its conclusion. The good guys are going to win and the bad guys are going to win. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's a natural impulse, but that's like the main thing you can't do.
Yeah.
Because you can't destroy what makes the IP work, because it'll destroy all these other projects. Beyond that, it's like you have to you have to be able to work with them in terms of all the other projects they've got going or they can imagine. Like if you're doing Forgotten Realms, you might come up with a great story that's set on let's say set in Thay, and but if somebody else is already doing a Thay book that year, they aren't going to tell you that you can do that project in all probability.
Yeah.
It just they're going to tell you you've got to take this idea and set it somewhere else if you can, or just throw out that idea and come up with a different one. So that's the difference. You've got to make sure you aren't destroying the world that you're writing about, and you've got, as terms of not just blowing it like it falls into the sun, but I mean you can't destroy it as something that makes it possible to tell more stories about it. And you also just have to be willing to say, well, we don't like this idea. All right, I'll go come up with another idea.
Yeah.
And then there are other constraints too, like with the Arkham Horror stuff I did. That's like, well, you set it in the 1920s. Well, I set it in the 1920s, and and the story I did about Dexter Drake had, he had kind of a female assistant character, and I kind of played it like, his gal Friday, where she would be, where he would kind of assume he was the boss, and she would actually kind of undercut him and go her his own way. And I thought that would be fine.
Yeah.
And my female editor thought it was fine, but it was reviewed by by other people at the company who thought that it was, oh no, it's too sexist. And I was like, but this is the 1920s, and it's like, well, it's not that 1920s. So we had to make some changes there.
That makes sense. So when you're doing a lot of stories, like whether it's tie-in fiction or for existing IP, what is something you look for when they approach you? Or is it just like, give me anything you've got and I'll do it? Is there something specific you're looking for in a story or an idea or like a type of game or a theme?
Well, I kind of feel like if it's horror or if it's fantasy, I can probably come up with something that is of interest to me that fits in there. So just like, kind of like, give me what you got and I'll see what I can come up with. I mean, there are things that where I can't where you just don't I just don't get an idea. It's like I mean, I like Star Trek, but at one point, an agent I had at that time said, "Well, you should come up with a pitch for a Star Trek novel," and I absolutely couldn't do it. It just, it just was not happening for me. My brain would not go there in that way.
Yeah.
And so, but basically, like I said, if it's within broad parameters, I can probably think of something to do. Like, because most of this stuff is not that restrictive. I mean, even if you're doing particular well-established characters, you can figure out something you want to do with them. Like, with my X-Men novel, I mean, that was. Everybody knew who the X-Men were. Everybody knew who Wolverine and Storm were. Certainly everybody was going to read that book. But I could think of fun things that I wanted to do with them, despite the fact that Chris Claremont and others had written like a cajillion comic book stories about those characters before.
But it's a little bit different when it's in a novel or a short story form.
Yeah. Before that, I'd done a couple Spider-Man short stories that were in anthologies and from the same publisher. And again, there are like a million Spider-Man stories, but I could think of something to do.
Yeah. What about the Mutants and Masterminds? You did a Mutants and Masterminds anthology as well, right?
I've done a couple stories for them, and then I did a novel for them, which is, I think, available if you go to the Green Ronin website. For some reason, it wasn't on Amazon the last time I checked. You'd think they'd just make a point of getting everything on Amazon, but I didn't see it. But
Amazon takes such a huge cut from them.
You definitely get it if you go to the Green Ronin. And I did, so I took a bunch of their pre-existing characters and did a superhero adventure with them, and it was. A lot of. I don't think I'm giving anything away, or I don't think anybody from Green Ronin would come and rebuke me if I said that their characters are kind of, in a lot of respects, are kind of based on existing comic book characters. They spin a little bit, so it wasn't hard. It's like, I could look at such and such a character and say, oh yeah, well that's a version of,
this
character X.
Yeah.
Or Marvel or
now
DC.
watch us saying character X. That might actually be a character in Marvel, But yeah, they do have kind of that because it's based on a role-playing system where they want you to be able to build those characters, and they're like, yeah, this isn't Batman. But you look at it, and you're like, that's Batman, And so you can kind of see how to build the kind of character you want to play in, whether it's in their world or yours.
Yeah. Why the character that I kind of took for my own more than any other they have a kind of an occultist character that's kind of like John Constantine from DC, and he's a lot of fun to write.
Yeah. Do you like those kind of pulp noir? Because I mean, we're looking at Tales of Basil and Mobius, Arkham Horror, a John Constantine type character. This all seems very like, while that's not noirish, it very much feels kind of like some similarities I see going on there. Is that something you were drawn to?
Well, I kind of like. I find it easier to relate to heroes who are kind of there grudgingly.
Yeah.
And are not, just like squeaky clean, as opposed to the sort of the paladin type character. I mean, I don't think we have too many of those in real life. Maybe I'm too cynical, but yeah, I kind of like the character who, the character who will do the right thing, but isn't necessarily happy to be called upon to be the one doing it. Well, and my character Alf Nazim in Brotherhood of the Griffin. I mean, that's a character who ultimately winds up doing the right thing, but he's a mercenary, and he's he doesn't start out normally saying, oh, what's good and what's evil. It's like, well, who's paying us, and then things get to the point where it's like, well, wait, this guy that we're working for is really evil. We better do something about that. Maybe he'll turn on him. But I like I said, I just find those kind of characters even more relatable, I guess.
Yeah.
I read a lot of kind of hard-boiled private eye fiction, and I tend to relate more to the characters who are a little grittier, like Max Allan Collins' character, Nate Heller, is a character that I really like a lot, and he's not really Simon Pure, although he is heroic ultimately.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you also did some. I mentioned Basil and Mobius, or Basil and Mobius, depending on how you want to pronounce it. You did a little bit of work for them more recently, right?
Well, I've done I would have the stories in the 2024 Basil Mobius book, which is just out in the last couple of months, and it's called I think it's called Just Another Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I will be working on I am working on the one that'll be out next year, which I've done one story, and I have to wait till everybody else does their story to do the concluding story, do kind of the finale story, because if it's like I have to be consistent with what they did. If like somebody cut somebody's leg off or something, I need to know that.
Captain Maxwell Drake asked
before
me, how do you?
Before I write the finale. Those are a lot of fun to do. I really like that.
It seems like you're channeling your inner turret with some delightful vocals. While I'm not exactly sure how to and all that jazz, I can tell you that you're doing a fantastic job at it. Keep up the unique communication style. Maybe you'll intimidate an intruder or two, or perhaps just confuse them into
my memory's
submission.
not the best, and maybe this isn't exactly the way Chris or Eric would recall it, but as I recall, Eric or Ryan subsequently said, we need a couple other writers. Who would you recommend? And I think I recommended Chris and Eric.
Okay.
And that's why.
So you were around long before they were.
I was there before there. Now Tim Zahn, I didn't, I did recommend him. Obviously, I would have recommended him. I mean, I think he was maybe actually involved at the same time, got involved at the same time I did, or before I did even. So it's kind of the four of us, and then Ryan is sort of the guiding hand over it all.
Yeah. And it's been it was so amazing because like there's a handful of people. When I first started this show, there was a handful, I could probably count on one or two hands, of people that I knew that I could count on that would probably come on the show without any back knowledge of the show with anything, just because I had talked with you guys beforehand. Obviously. Right. Ed, yourself, Chris Jackson, Eric Scott DeBee, and then looking at it, it's like almost all of you have worked on Basil Mobius, and I didn't even know that it existed until one of you mentioned it. And I was like, you all keep mentioning it. So what are the odds that all of you, those very special first few that helped get this podcast going, are all working on this one awesome project that really fits into that noir wheelhouse that I really like?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's I guess we would all describe it differently. I kind of describe it as if the Grey Master and Fafhrd were taking place in our modern world.
Okay.
because they're these kind of two roguish thief type characters, and then they were always butting heads with something fantastic. For the stories I do, I draw on a lot of fringe science and unexplained enigmas. Like the first Basil and Mobius story I ever wrote was about those little gold statuettes. I think they're Incan that they'll actually look like somebody flying an airplane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wrote about those, was my first story, and I've written a lot of other stuff for the series that partakes of one fringe science thing or urban legend or others. In Eastern Europe, there's a thing about this car, the Black Volga, that goes around and supposedly picks up people and they're never seen again. There's all maybe it's like vampires driving this car or whatever. So I wrote a story about the Black Volga. So I've done a lot of that. Eric and Tim and Chris have kind of at this point taken characters that were secondary characters earlier in the series and spun them out into like full-fledged heroes on their own and are going to do stories with them. So
okay.
Eric has these two kind of sword and sorcery characters that were initially back in the Middle Ages, and they've been brought forward in time, but they're still kind of those guys. And Chris has a couple kind of gangster characters that who are rougher than I was Basil Mobius, I would say. And then Tim has this kind of supernaturally enhanced ninja and this wizard that he writes about. So but then we kind of braid it all back together with Basil Mobius. I somehow wound up being the guy that still writes about Basil Mobius, which I kind of like because I like the characters.
Yeah.
So and it's still published as The Adventures of Basil Mobius.
Yeah, for sure.
So I figure, those are good characters for me to be handling.
Yeah, they're good. And I think Eric described it as like James Bond meets Indiana Jones. It's kind of what one of them, maybe it was Chris that mentioned it, but one of them said that that's kind of how they looked at it. And I like that you say Fafhrd and Grey Mouser, because I was like, oh, that still matches up, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was a little bit more Indiana Jones earlier in the series, because they would the series initially was very much about them going around and acquiring these magical artifacts, and there'd always be some kind of guardian or something. Yeah. And it's not quite that straightforwardly about that now, but we still do some of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Tell us a little bit. Did you watch the short film? Because I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the short film. I know you and I talked about it a little bit beforehand, but did you watch that with Zachary Levi and Seth Park and I forget the other actor's name? But...
Ray Park, isn't it?
Ray Park. Yeah, that's what I meant. Ray Park.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah,
I don't know why. What did I say, Seth? I meant Ray.
Yeah. It was. I watched that. It's fun. It gives a fair idea of what the series is about.
Did it feel like the characters when you saw it? Did it feel kind of like they were represented?
I hadn't written nearly as much about the characters back then when I saw the film as I have now. It felt right then. It might not feel as right now because I've written so much about them myself. So they're developed them in a particular way in my mind. Like Ray Park, he was really good with all his martial arts and everything.
Yeah.
I think of Basil as being bigger and beefier than he is.
Right.
And so Zachary Levi as Mobius, I think was maybe a little closer to what I still think of as Mobius being like now.
Okay. You also worked on a book recently for Cohesion Press, right? Or was it a book or an anthology?
It's an anthology, and it was actually, as I understand it, done as an ebook that was distributed to their mailing list, and as kind of a promotional thing, and it was for they have a series called Snafu, which is
No, here, naughty corner. You stand there. Yeah. No, turn around. Right.
What corner are you in?
I put him in the naughty corner of the house.
Yeah, you bring him into where I am doing the gen, fucker.
Is he still in the naughty corner? No, he's come out. He's come out of the naughty corner now. Excuse me.
all military, SF, fantasy, and horror. And I'd done one story for the Snafu series, the anthology series before that, and then there's this. I think, I don't know. People don't come after me if this is wrong, but I think that if you write to Cohesion Press now, it's like send them an email and say you want to get on their mailing list, that they will still email you that ebook for free.
Oh.
So people can get that and see what's in there. I'm in there, and Josh Reynolds is in there, and Amanda Brightman is in there, and some other writers whose names I'm instantly thinking of. But anyway, it's all military stuff. It's very, very action packed and exciting, and hopefully people will like
But
it.
it's also a little like, isn't it a little like sci-fi horror military as well? Got a little sci-fi in there.
Yeah,
horror.
like it spans all three. You know, like my story, I would say is pretty much historical fantasy.
Okay.
Straight up, and it's like mine is set during the set at the time of the founding of the city of Carthage.
Okay.
And there that other. I actually have not read the other stories in the book, but I'm sure there are some that are science fiction and some that are horror, because that's where the other Snafu anthologies are.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, I don't know. If I turn out to be wrong about this, don't people come after me. But I think that if you ask to be on this Cohesion Press mailing list, you can still get that ebook for free.
Yeah, guys, go check it out. Go check out that Cohesion Press. Is this another one of those things where like somebody talked to somebody and came to you, or they just came straight to you, or?
Well, they asked me to, years ago, they just came to me out of the blue and said, you do a story for one of this particular Snafu anthology, and I did. And
were you like, what's Snafu?
Well, I mean, they explained it, so I didn't have
okay.
to ask. And then I didn't hear from them for a while, and the other people, they were doing other anthologies, and other people were in them, and I was like, well, okay, but then they got an email and they said, well, we're putting this thing together. Will you do a story? And I didn't. Hopefully they'll come back again and ask for them something else at some point. They're fun to do. I mean, it's kind of in my wheelhouse, because like I said, I do historical fantasy.
Yeah.
The first story I did for them was a story about the Crusades.
Oh, nice. So every time I look at it, I keep thinking that it's like a modern military thing. So hearing that, I'm like, they really are spending, because I know I saw one was like they had zombies in there, and there's one story that had like a werewolf, and I was like, what's going on? And then I think there was one that was just straight up military, and I was like, what is going on? And then you say that, so it must branch all over the place.
I think it's, yeah, like I said, I think it's, you do military, but it could be military SF, it could be military horror, it could be military fantasy, which is what I do, because I don't know enough to do. Well, I could do military horror. I don't know enough science to do military
Do
science
like an
fiction.
alien resurrection sort of situation.
I don't know. Well, the thing is that it's kind of science fiction that I really respect is written by people that know more science than I do. And I'm aware of that,
Yeah.
So like I could do probably like maybe a soft science fiction kind of thing, but I kind of wouldn't respect it after I wrote it probably. I have written a couple little science fiction things. I wrote again, for Asmodee, they have kind of a cyberpunk game, and whose name is escaping me right now, but I did one novella for that, and it's science fiction, but it was like the whole world and its technology and everything is already laid out. So on that level, I didn't have to make anything
Yeah.
up. And I didn't have to worry if I'm inherently skeptical about that's the way technology will evolve, because the world is what the world is, and you write about it. If you choose to write about it, then you obey those rules.
When they come to you with a game like that, do you have to like sit down and read the rules and like kind of learn the game a little bit, or do you just roll with it?
Well, it's interesting. You kind of you have to absorb the rules on a certain level, but you don't have to get into the game mechanics necessarily.
Right.
It's like if you could write a perfectly good D&D novel and not know what hit points are,
Right.
But you do have to know kind of what the difference between a cleric and a wizard.
Yeah. The fighter's gonna last longer in a getting a beating than the wizard is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's more like what they do. It's kind of funny. There's some things where knowing the game rules and trying to buy them can actually work against you. I think, like in D&D, because you have hit points. If you have a high level barbarian with a high constitution, and a kobold sticks him with a knife, there is zero chance that the kobold will kill him.
Right.
It absolutely cannot happen. But in real life, I don't care who you are. If somebody sticks you with a knife and gets lucky, you're going to die.
Yeah.
So you can't. Hit points are something that doesn't translate well to fiction, and you just kind of have to ignore that part of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you can say that somebody's hardy and beefy or whatever, and then somebody else is like frail and emaciated, but you can't work with hit points on the level that you work with them if you're running a melee in a game.
Yeah, it's not like you can just like get stabbed more times just because you learned something about your.
Yeah, I mean, it's something else. I mean, you have the leveling up effect in games, where it's like all of a sudden, you've killed 500 orcs, and your fighting level stayed the same, but you killed that 501st orcs, and now you got enough experience points, everything's better. Well, that's not the way that kind of shit works in real life either.
Right.
So you don't try to use that.
Are you planning on doing more Snafu books or any other anthologies?
I'm kind of, if people want to invite me, I'll probably do it. I mean, assuming that I feel any, that I feel any connection to the subject matter at all, and and then there's, kind of a halfway professional rate of pay. I'm actually kind of slacking off a little bit compared to the way I used to be a couple of years ago. I'm now at the point where if people come to me with so we do something, there's a good chance I'll do it, but I'm not like chasing work anymore, like going after writing things on spec and cold contacting editors who never heard of me and saying, hey, why don't you have me do this? I just don't do that shit anymore.
Yeah.
I probably should. That's how you get. That's I'm probably missing opportunities because I don't. But I just got to the point where I'm not willing to do that anymore.
Are there any games or board games or role-playing games that you'd like to do some more tie-in fiction for?
Oh yeah, well, obviously I'd like to do more Forgotten Realms stuff if they ever ask me, but sure, I'd like to do more Mutants and Masterminds or Marvel stuff if that came my way again.
Anything you
or,
haven't done yet?
Well, I've never written a book about like DC characters. There are a couple of those that I would like to tackle. I'd like to do a Batman story. I'd like to do a Green Lantern story.
A Constantine story?
Yeah, well, I kind of almost feel like I have done him because
that's true, I suppose.
Mastermind story. But I'd like to. I mean, maybe Justice Society of America would be fun to write a book about. What's up? I think. I mean, there's a lot of properties which are, I dearly love, but are kind of covered already. I mean, it's like I think The Boys is a great TV show, but I mean, it is a great property. But I mean, it's already got a TV show. It's already got it's already got the original comics. I mean, I don't really think that there's a whole lot of room there for somebody to come in and do something else with that.
Yeah.
I mean, because since you can see that it's driving towards a definitive conclusion, and they say that the show is this season and next season, and that's the end. But I mean, I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff that I love, but I wouldn't necessarily, don't necessarily know where you would take it other than where it's already been or where it's already going.
Yeah.
I got to do a James Bond story. Well, that was kind of cool.
Oh.
It was funny that at one point there was Canadian law was there was a peculiarity of Canadian law where the license to do it was going to become he's going to become a character in the public domain, but only temporarily. Because there's some glitch in Canadian law. So a Canadian publisher said, well, while during this brief window of time where he's a character in the public domain, we're going to do a James Bond anthology. So I did a little James Bond short story, and that was fun. Yeah, that was a character because I read all those books when I was a kid and really liked it.
Yeah, that's awesome. How did that do? How did that do? That
I don't know. I mean, it's like most anthologies, you get the initial payment, and unless the anthology also has a story by Stephen King or something, you don't normally see royalties beyond what you got paid initially. Because most anthologies
maybe a couple fans come to you at a convention and say hi.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything from this, but it was fun to do. I'm still thinking about. Are there any characters or any properties that I particularly would want?
Especially like any board games, because I know Aconite does a bunch of board games and other stuff as like Twilight Imperium and Magic the Gathering is done by Wizards of the Coast and stuff like that, and they all have so many.
Yeah, I did a couple of short stories for Magic way back when it was just launching, and they did a couple anthologies. That was. A lot of these things I honestly don't know enough about too. I mean, I might love them if I knew more about them.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't. It's like, what's the the very elaborate fantasy? It's like a hybrid of a role playing game and a board game, and it's the name of I think the name of the town is the name of the game. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I have no idea. I don't. Maybe one of the people in our live stream might be able to answer, but I don't.
I mean, it looks cool. I mean, if I got into it, I probably would be thinking, "Oh God, I'd really like to write it," but I don't know anything about it. I've never played it or looked inside the box or anything. So I don't know.
No worries. All right. Last little section here before we talk about your upcoming events and whatnot. Because I've got to know about this animated film you kind of briefly mentioned to me about. Tell us about this.
Many years ago, I wrote a story called The Plague Knight, which was published in a little semi-professional magazine called Space and Time. And then years after that, I was asked to turn into a screenplay, which I did, and it was optioned by this little Florida-based production company, and it didn't go anywhere. but the guy that did a lot of their costumes and effects and stuff had read it and really liked it, and in the fullness of time, he started his production company, and they optioned it again. And I'm told that it will be made as an animated feature film the second half of this year, so soon. And then they'll take it to Cannes in 2025 and sell it. It's not going to be like shown as one of the feature films at Cannes, but I'm told that I never knew this, but he told me that at Cannes there's a tremendous amount of film business that's done kind of behind the scenes. People, you want to buy this, so
yeah.
That's the plan, to sell it there, and I don't know. I don't know
Film Festival,
where it'll land, if it'll sell or who it'll sell to. I mean, it might end up on Bulgarian public access at 2:00 in the morning. I mean, or it could wind up on Netflix or something. Who the hell knows? But anyway, it is supposedly happening, so I'm very interested to see how that'll come out. I think it's a pretty good screenplay. I like it, and it's.
So you wrote the screenplay as well, right?
Yeah, I wrote the I think it's actually a novelette. I wrote the novelette, and then I was asked to write the screenplay, and I did that. And like I said, it got optioned but never made, languished for a number of years. And then this other guy came back to me and said, "Well, I've read it, and I'd really like to make it, so let me option it now." And that's where we're at. It's supposed to get made.
Is this the first time you've written a screenplay?
Yeah.
What was the process like trying to convert from, writing a novel or a short story or a novella and converting it to a screenplay? Because those are two completely, they both have words in them, but they're not really the same format.
I actually think that scripts are easier.
Okay.
Because you only really have to craft the dialogue well. I mean, you have to craft the overall story structure, obviously. And but as far as like describing action or describing characters or a setting or something, you can
that's the director.
You have to just describe it so that somebody can know what the hell you're talking about and could put it on screen, but you don't have to describe it in wonderful prose or anything. The only thing that has to be really polished is the dialogue, and I think that's that. And I think that's how. I actually kind of think, the screenplays are maybe easiest of all, because with comic book scripts, graphic novel scripts, you have to be conscious that you always want to end that page with something that's going to make the reader want to turn the page. Something that's going to make you curious. And with screenplays, you don't really even have to do that on thing. Well, you have to you want to end every scene that way, kind of. And you do kind of want to have that act 1, act 2, act 3 structure. But I don't. To me, prose is the hardest.
Okay. What about the length? Do you have to worry about the length, or is it like that's up to the editors to worry about?
Yeah, you do worry about the length. You have to worry about that it's the rule for a film script or a TV script is 1 page is normally equal to about a minute of screen time.
Okay.
So you want to come in at maybe 80 to 90 pages, for like a genre film, like if nobody knows who you are. It's like if you're Martin Scorsese, he can maybe write a 3-hour film,
Right.
But I mean, if I write a 3-hour film, nobody's going to make that.
Right.
It's so you want to be concise. And with a graphic novel script, is kind of with a graphic novel script, you kind of you kind of want it to be thick enough that where it'll stand up on a bookshelf. I mean, it's like a really mundane concern, but you want it to be, I'm told, at least 65 pages. And there's another consideration where supposedly because of the way that a lot of them are printed, you want to have multiples of a certain number because of because it's like they're actually taking a piece of paper and folding it, so you want it to come out even with the number of folded pages. But I actually don't worry about that. They can put ads or pin or whatever, if I come out a little over or something. But yeah, you do worry about, like, particularly I think with the screenplay, because like I said, nobody's going to make a 3-hour movie if I write one.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. You never know.
I'm pretty damn sure.
Gonna break it in as the next big screenwriter.
Well, I mean, and actually, if you look at movies, but particularly kind of low budget movies or movies that are not by not from well known people, from major studios, they actually seem like they're getting shorter. If I look at stuff on Shudder or Netflix or something like that, I will, or Amazon, I will see movies that are like 80 minutes, 78 minutes.
Yeah.
You never used to see that.
Right. Same with
A
TV
movie
shows. A TV show used to be 22 episodes. Now it's like 4, 5.
Although in TV, you've got you've got kind of the countervailing trend that all TV used to be very episodic, or pretty much all TV. Now, at least on streaming, which is kind of what I watch, there's a much more greater emphasis on long storytelling, where it's like everything, like a season pretty much tells one story. Although, I mean, there may be lesser stories in there that kind of break it up. It's like, well, Supernatural was a series like that. I mean, you had the individual cases, but it
was
one
kind of
season,
episodic,
there was
but
an
kind of
overarching
not.
thread.
Yeah. It's kind of episodic, but kind of not, and still has the overarching.
And now you've got stuff that's like really not episodic. Like I mentioned before, that's really not episodic.
Right. Game of Thrones and.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon.
Mm-hmm. For sure. You've got some upcoming appearances, some conventions coming up, and I want to start off with talking about Gen Con, because you've also got a story you've written for Gen Con for the Writer Symposium, yeah?
Yeah, I'm one of the people that's invited to the Gen Con Writers Symposium, and they decided that they were going to put together an anthology this year, and everybody who was in the symposium was invited to submit a story, and they took mine, so I've got a little piece in there. I don't know who else is in it, because I haven't seen that information. Tomorrow they're going to do a cover reveal online of them. I kind of wish I'd already seen that, because maybe their names of some other contributors are in the cover, and I could mention that. I don't know, but I assume that if you look at Gen Con Writer Symposium information and look at who's coming this year, you get to, you feel, okay, well, that guy's probably in there.
Yeah. Well, there's a handful of people that are usually part of the Writer Symposium. A lot of people we've already mentioned today. So, and
I think Maurice Broadbus has been there pretty consistently the last few years. Just as one example.
Yeah, and Ed, Eric, yourself.
Yeah,
Chris has been there.
I don't know if Eric's going this year or not.
I know
Ed is going. I know Ed is going to Gen Con. I don't know if he's technically part of the Writers Symposium or not.
Okay.
Ed at Gen Con, he doesn't have any trouble filling the schedule with the appearances of one kind or another. Everybody wants to see Ed, so I don't know if they dragooned him into doing anything with the symposium or not. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, and I think it was 2 years ago now that you and I met and chatted for a little while at Gen Con, got to hang out. It was that's where I met Aaron Evans the first time, and hung out with Eric and Chris a little bit as well. So it was a good time. And guys, you got to go check out Gen Con if you've never been to Gen Con. It's a great show, and you get to see all these amazing authors.
I know Chris is going to be there this year. I'm pretty sure he's going to be there. I mean, he's easy to find when he's not doing panels with the symposium. He's in the authors Avenue, I think they call it.
Selling all his books, peddling them.
Yeah, I admire people who have the wherewithal to do that. I'm not that way, but the people, Chris does it and does well at it, as deservedly so, because his books are well worth reading.
Yeah. You're also going to be at Dragon Con coming up, right?
Yeah, I don't know what I haven't sent me my programming stuff yet, so I don't know what panels I'm doing there, but I'm presumably do something. The last time I was there last year, they had me do something. They have what's called a writer's track, which is for, if you want to learn about how to write, you come to that. And I was in that, and I was in the horror track. I've never cracked the fantasy track on that convention for
What
some
the
reason.
heck?
I go figure, but I'll be but I imagine I'll be at least in the writer's track and the horror track again this year.
Okay, cool. And of course,
They promoted me from attending professional to guest, so I guess that's a good sign. Because if you look at DragonCon, they've got 4 tiers of people, or they've got tiers of people. They've got featured guests,
yeah,
they have a guest, then they've got attending professionals. Well, way back when, years and years ago, I used to be a guest, and then I kind of got demoted to attending professional, and now I'm back up to guest this year. So
Yes.
I suppose that's a positive thing.
You're back. You've also got your Necronomicon like convention people. If you're listening, it's not a giant book, but it's obviously it's the Necronomicon in Tampa, and that's in September, correct?
Yeah, it's September 27th through 29th, I think. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever dates those would be. If I'm off by a day, that can make the adjustment. But yeah, the SF club that I'm in puts on that convention, so I'll be there, schlepping stuff in and out Thursday evening and Sunday afternoon, and then being a guest in between.
Nice. People can find you online. You're on X/Twitter as R Lee Byers. They can find you on Blue Sky at Richard Lee Byers. And you've got a Facebook profile page, /R Lee Byers as well. That's people can join and follow you there.
Yeah, I'm also on let's see, Counter Social now, and what's God, I can't, Mastodon. That's the one.
Mastodon.
Yeah, that's kind of the dirty little secret of it all. Is it's whatever platform you're looking at, it's all the same shit. I'm like, if people have the choice, I recommend that they follow me on Facebook, because I probably put more. There's probably some stuff that goes up on Facebook that doesn't go anywhere else.
Okay.
But basically, whatever platform you follow me on, you're going to see the same stuff.
All right. Awesome. Well, thanks. Please stick around. People, we're going to do some of the live stream Q&As here in a little bit. Get your questions up in the chat or comments, and we'll get to them here after the podcast is over. Coming up July 1st, renowned artist in D&D, Magic the Gathering, Warcraft, and many, many more amazing artists. Todd Lockwood's going to be joining us. That podcast will be available for download on July 2nd. And people in the live stream, that's going to be a late one. That's going to start at 10 p.m. Going to be a late one that day. Also coming up, James Lauder, Olivia Black, Leanne Merciel, and Mark Muir, also paranormal show host, lead investigator, and author. My friend Dave Schrader is going to be returning as well. So please remember to rate, review, follow, subscribe, wherever you're getting this. Make sure to follow us there. It helps us, and it helps our guests like Richard Lee Byers. Please go ahead and tell all of your friends about it. Tell your family about it. Spread the word. We need all of you to help us out to grow and get bigger. So, for Richard Lee Byers, I am Nick, and thank you for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an accomplished author with multiple series of sci-fi and fantasy novels. He's the author of the newest D&D novel, Spelljammer Memories Wake. That's going to be available Tuesday, June 4th. Please welcome Django Wexler to Epic Realms. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
I'm really curious because you've done a lot of things and it's kind of bounced around a little bit, and I'm very curious kind of how this journey took place. If you want to kind of start us off, because I know you kind of did some tabletop role playing in high school. You enjoyed kind of the fantasy genre. Tell us about you as a kid growing up and kind of how you got into that genre, and were you a writer at that time as well?
That's a long story, but the gist of it is, no, I started out as a role-playing gamer first and foremost. So I started out playing D&D when I was like 11 or 12. I have character sheets from my Spelljammer campaign back then, which are a little embarrassing nowadays, but it's really funny. But especially in high school, we had a really good RPG group in my hometown, and I played a lot of RPGs. It's almost unfathomable to me now the hours that I put in. I mean, we would do 2 or 3 nights a week for 6 or 7 hours at a time. And the rest of the time was like reading books and doing other stuff. It's like that, that was my life when I was 17. And I kind of got into writing. I've always been like a DM/GM in tabletop RPGs.
Okay.
It's just always been where I gravitated to, and I kind of got into writing because it got a little frustrating trying to do the stories I wanted to do in the relatively low bandwidth world of role-playing games. I think in retrospect, I just wanted to do more like book type stuff. At the time, I'm not sure I understood the difference between what's a book story and what's an RPG story. I probably do better at that now. And then also I graduated and left for high school and left for college, just meant a different group and different circumstances. So that's kind of when I started writing, was about the end of high school. And I kept playing RPGs in college. I played a lot of D&D through the 3 and 3.5 era. And then but I kept writing fiction too. And I did some fan fiction, and then I finally sold some books. And so now, ironically, writing a D&D novel is a thing that like 18-year-old me would be completely freaking out about. But I haven't actually been in a serious D&D campaign for probably 10 years.
Okay.
So it's kind of,
Did you read D&D novels back then as well?
Oh yeah, I have on my shelf the 6 original Spelljammer novels, which are a nostalgia trip. I haven't gone back to read them actually, because my guess is the quality is a little mixed. Like they got a different author for each one, which is a little weird for an ongoing series.
Yeah.
And so I recall not liking all of them even at the time, but it's definitely a blast from the past.
Yeah, I think they did that for like the Ravenloft books as well, where they were like, here's the thing, and then they changed to another author, but it's got the same characters. You don't really know.
It's a weird, because for R.A. Salvatore was doing and is still doing all the Drizzt stuff.
Yeah.
Weiss and Hickman were doing all the Dragonlance stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't have any association with WotC, or I guess it's still TSR back then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
This is pre-WotC.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, but anyway, once I started having a writing career, my agent would sort of poke around for work for hire opportunities to kind of fill out my schedule.
Okay.
And I ended up doing some Magic story for Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, I want to get to that here in a bit.
Okay.
When you're growing up, you're in high school. Did role playing and writing, did that get in the way of your academics at all, or was it like hand in hand? Did they help each other out?
I was very good results wise in academics. I always got good grades. I did not work very hard. All through high school, my teachers were telling me, "Oh, you're just coasting, I guess because you're smart, but someday you'll get into the real world." Or they would say, "You get to college and you won't be able to do that anymore. You have to learn to work really hard." And then like in college, they said that about the real world, and it's even less true of the real world than it is.
Right.
So the answer is I didn't do very much work in high school, and so I had plenty of free time for RPGs.
Okay. Well,
I am not a role model, kids. Do your homework.
Well, that's just the thing. I always think to myself that no matter what the guest's experience in past life is, right? There's always a story. There's always a message there of something along the lines of like, if you did awesome, then that's great. Maybe it helps people to learn that they need to do awesome and work at it. Sometimes, you know, they don't, and they don't do well at the beginning, and then they have to work hard later, and they make it. You know, there's so many different paths to get where an author is, a game designer is. There's so many paths, so everybody has an option, and I always love that because it's unique for everybody. And so for me, like that's really cool.
I mean, I would actually argue maybe my message should be kids don't do your homework, because like the work I did on D&D and writing is obviously like very important to my career now, which is how I make a living,
Right.
and much more so than anything I learned at school. But you know, I wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Yeah. What you said you went to college. What did you go to college for? What was did you get degrees or multiple things or?
My training is as a computer scientist, right? I thought my life was going to be, I was going to be a software engineer with kind of a hobby. I actually have a double degree in computer science and creative writing, but only because we had a required minor and so I did creative writing, and then getting the major was actually really easy. It was only a few more classes, so I just did it. But it was not part of my life plan. I figured, you know, I'd write some books and maybe someday I'd make a little bit of money at it, but I wouldn't, you know, I wasn't going to count on it for a living. And indeed, I was at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. And so I worked there after graduation for the Defense Department, for DARPA, doing AI research for a few years. And then I moved here to Seattle to work for Microsoft for a few years. And so it wasn't until I had sold some books and I was like, I'm making as much money from this as I am from Microsoft, and I like this a lot better. So I started doing this full time.
When people say, I use a term like software engineer, what does that mean? Because, you know, you hear the term a lot, but really what is it, what does that entail?
That's getting into territory that I'm like no longer up on the terminology for.
Right.
I know what it meant in 2003.
What did it mean in 2003? We'll reword
that was a long time ago.
In your time, what did it mean?
In 2003, it was, we were starting to get to the point where people wanted to make it known that writing software was no longer just like one guy sits down and just types code out until the software is done. I mean, it was never really that, but like that was the popular perception. Right. And so like the idea of like software engineers was to have like a kind of higher tier of work that was about architecting and, you know, managing other people and stuff like that. It's changed over the years. I think software engineering generally refers to kind of a higher, you know, not so much the actual nitty-gritty of like getting code that gets things done, but the kind of next meta level up of like how to organize software at a kind of organizational level. If that makes any sense. But it's changed. There are a lot of fads in software engineering and like different methodologies, and they're all basically voodoo. Like the secret is that like all that stuff is kind of bullshit, and we all know it, but like kind of go along with it because, you know, it impresses people.
So from your time doing the you know, and I have to ask this just because of the way that the world is right now.
Oh, go ahead.
You did some work with AI. What is your thoughts on the way it's progressed from then to now?
Yeah. I mean, so first of all, the actual technical side of what I did is all completely out of date. You know, the stuff we worked with was, you know, we were essentially trying to make like basically Siri, but with the technology available in 2003, it was just not possible. Yeah. Like we just didn't have the compute, didn't have a whole bunch of other structural things that we needed to make that work. So it was interesting, but I used to refer to myself as a professional waste of taxpayer dollars. The really fascinating thing for me, I mean, basically, my position on modern AI is like, it's interesting, and you can definitely see some utility for some kinds of work, like good search over heterogeneous data is really interesting. Like, if I'm like, I'm a big company and I have 70 years of financial records going back from the days, like the earliest parts are on microfiche and it's in 17 different data formats.
Right.
The idea that you can just kind of train an AI on all of that and just sort of crush it into this one format, and then ask the AI, okay, get me this page of our financial records from 1974.
Yeah.
Like, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
And potentially useful. But that's like not the thing that has gotten the hype.
I know.
I think the hyped stuff is like basically either fake or not interesting, or both. It's I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be accurate here because I know people will yell at me. But
yeah, it's as far as you understood it at the time.
yeah, the big problems are things like copyright. These AI companies have basically just trained their machines on all the information in the whole world, and on the expectation that if your crime is big enough, then they have to let you get away with it. And so personally, I don't think they should be allowed to get away with it.
Right.
And
sure.
if that destroys them, then so be it.
Yeah.
But also, I think they are vastly understating the financial cost of what they're currently doing.
Yeah.
All these companies are losing an enormous amount of money, burning money to try to get to some sort of like capture of all of us.
Yeah.
And I don't think they'll get there. Give it another 9 or 10 months, and I think we will have an AI bust the way we had a .com bust.
Yeah.
Which is
I
like,
agree.
there's something real there. Like, obviously, many companies that came through the .com bust have gone on to become Amazon and Google.
Right.
Or
right.
Google was Post. But most of what was currently the new hotness in 1999 is gone now. I think that will be true of the AI companies as well, because they are essentially living on investment capital.
Yeah. You had mentioned moving, you eventually were like, hey, I'm starting to do better with this book thing, right?
Yeah.
What was kind of your foot in the door? Like, did you write a book and then shop around and be like, hey, who wants to take my book? Or did somebody come to you, or did it like short stories and eventually gain traction?
Very traditional methods. So when I went to college, they were still telling you like, oh, you should write short stories and sell them to magazines, but that advice is like horribly out of date. Like, that was true in 1975. It's not true now. Hasn't been true for like 40 years, because short fiction magazines sadly are not what they once were. There are a few really great ones left, but there used to be hundreds, even in SFF alone, which has always been my field. So
I see a big boy. Can you be a big boy? Shh. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Gosh, I love him. Doing some much needed cleaning, Russ. I'm so glad.
Nice.
I love doing this. This is so much fun now.
Gonna rate it out. Shit.
I wrote a bunch of fan fiction. I wrote some novels and sold them to a small press publisher, which went okay. They kind of disappeared without a trace. and I was like, okay, I'm going to write a new book because I'm always writing something. And I said, this time I'm going to sell it to a real publisher. So it took me a long time to write it. And then when I did, I just did the old-fashioned way. I got lists of agents and I sent out queries. You know, back in those days, we had physical books of agents, which is like unfathomable to me now. You just like buy this giant tome and then I guess throw it away because it's no longer accurate in a couple of years.
Right.
And I queried, I don't know, 50, 60 agents and got a couple of responses and ended up picking one, and he sold the book to Penguin.
Okay.
Or to Ace Rock, rather.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, technically it's associated with Penguin, right?
Well, because this was before the PRH merger, and I have to adjust all my terminology.
Oh, okay. So did they find editors for you? Did you get your own editors, artists, cover art, all of that kind of stuff?
Oh, yeah. So the way it works, and still worked then and still works now, is when you're pitching to TradPub, first you get an agent, because most TradPub won't take unagented submissions. They don't have the bandwidth. So you get a literary agent, and the literary agent sends it around to different editors. And the editors at TradPub are the ones who pick the books, basically. The editor is essentially an executive. And so they, in addition to like literally being an editor. So once you've sold your book to someone, they usually have to get approval from a publisher, but ultimately they're the one who makes the call to buy the book. Then they're the one who will be editing you, usually. Sometimes there's assistants or other, gets farmed out to other people. And then they do all the like work of doing publishing, getting cover art together, doing editing, doing copy editing, doing typesetting and proofreading, and all that stuff is in their bailiwick, which is very nice. My wife does more stuff on the self-pub side, and it's a lot of work. There's a lot of non-writing work, like a lot more than you'd think if you're not in that world.
Yeah.
So it makes me appreciative of it.
So you get published with Rock. What was your initial reaction when they picked you up? Because here's a company, talking about a person who's a role player. Here's a company that was, doing Shadowrun books, right? And I'm assuming, being the sci-fi beat person that you were a little bit into Shadowrun at least, or did you at least know of Shadowrun?
Surprisingly not. Shadowrun kind of passed me by.
Okay.
I've read a couple of the rule books since then, but I was never a Shadowrun guy. I was into D&D. We did Rifts, the Palladium RPG, and a few others. I kind of nudged some of the World of Darkness stuff, although I never really got into it.
Yeah.
Shadowrun always seemed really cool, but I just never had a group for it at those books. But yeah, it was super exciting. Obviously, that's tempered somewhat by the fact that everything takes forever.
Yeah.
Like it was probably 18 months from the point at which, we signed the deal to the point at which the book actually came out.
Right.
And that's like not unusual at all. So it's one of those things where like you get really excited and you're like, yeah, for a few days you're like on top of the world, but then like you can't maintain that because like nothing happens for weeks. And then the odd thing is, by the time the book actually comes out, and once again you're like, ooh, I'm so excited, but at that point the book feels like ancient history.
Yeah.
Because like you've already moved on. Like I had already written the sequel to my first book by the time the first one came out. And so people start asking you about your book, and you're like, fuck, I gotta remember all the things I was doing a year and a half ago that have already been sort of purged from my brain.
Yeah. And that we're talking the 1,000 Names book, yes?
That was my first sort of big publisher book. There's Memories of Empire and Shinigami are two books that I wrote prior to that came out with a small press that I think no longer exists. But that was kind of the beginning of my traditional writing career.
Okay.
that, and shortly afterwards, the Forbidden Library for kids.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Real quick, what is the plan? Do you have more books in that series planned to come out? Are you pretty much done with that series? I know a lot of people are.
Which series?
I always be clamoring for the Shadow Campaign series.
Oh,
people seem to always be like, "Is there going to be another one? Is there another one?" So I'm going to ask you: is there going to be another one?
There are currently no plans for there to be another one. If somebody dropped a giant bag of money on my desk and said, "Write another one," I wouldn't say no.
Right.
But at the moment, it's not in the cards. I have so many things that I want to write. I have so much cool stuff that I want to do, different worlds I want to work on. The staying in one past the end of the story is not super attractive.
Yeah.
And people, it's natural when people really like the characters that they always want more stuff.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not good to give it to them. This has happened in a few like big franchises. I don't want to name names, but like often a character who's like fun in small doses as a side character, then like that character gets super popular and then they give them their own story and it turns out to be kind of unbearable.
Yeah.
And so like sometimes it's best to leave well enough alone.
Right, for sure. Well, you mentioned the Forbidden Library.
Mm-hmm.
How was it for you to shift, because a lot of people, they stay in one wheelhouse, right? Mm-hmm. This age category, this genre, this is my wheelhouse, period, end of subject. And then so you shift, age categories to the Forbidden Library. What was that like for you? Was that easy? Was it difficult? Was it a challenge as far as, publishing goes?
It's a little tricky. The actual writing of it gets a little tricky. But like mostly that's a place where I relied more on an editor where like, I'd write stuff and I really don't like writing like down to kids. So I tried not to. And then sometimes the editor will be like, this is, this language is too hard. Like it's not going to work for the target audience.
Right.
And then you leave out certain topics, obviously, but like, it wasn't too bad. The publishing side was pretty easy. I had written this as just kind of a break from the sort of big military fantasies. I wrote this sort of little portal fantasy, partly because it's so much shorter that it's kind of a relief. Like 1,000 Names is like 200,000 words long, and Forbidden Library is only about 60 or 70,000 words.
Right.
And so, you get to the point where in 1,000 Names you're kind of like really getting into the meat of the story, and then with the kids book you're done.
Yeah.
And so that always felt like kind of a relief. It's also just not as complicated. It's like a single point of view, straight line, no complicated flashbacks or multiple points of view trading off. So largely it was okay. I just didn't have a lot of experience with middle grade, either writing it obviously or reading it. My editor once, I was kind of like a precocious reader, and middle grade as a category didn't really exist in the same way it does today.
Yeah.
So my editor would tell me like, well, just think about the books you read when you were 12. And I'm like, you mean like Dune? like, that's what I was reading when I was 12.
Right.
Just kind of turned me loose in the library. And that made it a little hard, but we got there. The editors corrected me when I did something the 12-year-olds weren't going to guess. Even then, though, like a lot of people underestimate kids and want things to be too simple than they really need to be, more simple than they really need to be.
What about the crossover between fiction, fantasy and science fiction? Because you do some science fiction as well. Was that an easy shift for you, or was that like just like, oh, maybe not so much, one's a little bit different and you had to like get into the mindset?
I've done only a little bit of science fiction to date, although I think my next series is going to be science fiction. It took me, for some reason, I have like higher standards for my own science fiction than anyone else's. I'm like, oh, I want things to make sense, and to the world designed to make sort of scientific sense.
Yeah.
And I don't really demand that from other people. So it took me a while to be like, I don't really need like I'm not actually interested in writing like super hard science fiction, so I don't need to demand that of myself. So getting over that took a little effort. Otherwise, not really. The two genres are very similar, and you know, trying to draw the like very fine distinction is always sort of stupid. You just end up in these endless debates that don't really resolve anything. And so yeah, largely it wasn't too hard.
Okay. When you're building these stories, especially like with the science fiction, do you think your background in computers and whatnot kind of plays a role in the development of some of the science fiction stuff, because you have a lot more technical knowledge of computers and, you know, technology and stuff like that?
Probably yes. I mean, almost certainly yes. I have a lot of computer stuff. There's also just a lot of history. I became kind of a history buff in post college, and I've just read a lot of books. You know, I'm not a historian. Not anything academic on the subject, but I am pretty well read. And a lot of that also finds its way in. Those are my sort of two big nonfiction concentrations that get into books.
Okay.
History is probably actually more useful for fiction than computers. But yeah, there's definitely in the science fiction side, there's some more computer stuff.
Okay. How much do you think that your background in games, board games, video game, maybe, you know, tabletop role playing, miniature gaming, how much do you think that stuff also plays into your storytelling?
Oh, a ton. It's all over it. You know, that's just kind of how I started out framing my stories. Like the most obvious example is the way I approach world building.
Yeah.
Is definitely as a sort of D&D GM approaching world building. Kind of starting from, you know, the laws of magic, and then laying out the continents, and, you know, drawing maps on graph paper, all that stuff that DMs do is very much the way I approach things. And you know, that kind of thing is all over the place. I'm trying to think of another concrete example. But that approach, that kind of like role-playing game approach to designing characters, and thinking about their capabilities and sort of strengths and weaknesses is very, you know, all authors have to do this in some way or another, but the kind of metaphor that shapes my thinking is very much.
You build a whole complex background that nobody but you ever knows is
exactly.
there. You hope players ask about it, but they never go there.
Exactly, right? And like, to be honest, like, the reason I started writing fiction was because I got sick of that, right? Because the players kept not doing the thing I wanted them to do. You know, I alluded to this earlier, but the problem is that when you're DMing, it's a very kind of low bandwidth channel. It's really easy for people to miss things. And of course, all the players have their own things going on, and so they're not always like just like ready to jump into whatever plot you want them to jump into. And so if you're trying to convey like a really complicated plot, it's really easy for it to not even just go off the rails, but to like essentially be ignored. We also, back in my formative days when we were playing Rifts, first of all, the Rifts world and rule set is just kind of bonkers. So it has a very varied rule set, but also we couldn't control exactly who would show up for each session, and we just sort of subbed in, you know, whoever was there. Mm-hmm. And so it'd be like if you were, you know, trying to tell a fantasy story, and you started out with like Raistlin and Caramon and Tasselhoff, and then like in chapter 2 with no explanation, we've subbed in Tasselhoff for a dragon and Caramon for like a giant mech with plasma missiles, and that's just like our game, and we just have to go on as though nothing had happened. And it kind of got frustrating to me after a while. You know, I have all these books of backstory that I wrote for D&D campaigns and Rift campaigns long past.
Have any of those characters or anything that you did? Do they make cameos in any of your books?
I've pillaged a few bits here and there for sure. Names, you know, coming up with names is the worst part of being an author, so I'm always stealing them from old books. There's actually a character.
And the worst thing about GMing too sometimes.
Yeah. People care less when you're GMing, in my experience. When you're doing fiction, there's always somebody, you know, who's gonna like Google it. It's terrible. It can be terrible. Terry Pratchett has a whole riff about like how names mean different things, and so like that if you're just sort of picking syllables at random, the chance of hitting something that has some meaning in some language,
right,
and then people write you angry letters is like really annoying. At least when you're DMing, I guess this isn't true if you're streaming, but if you're just DMing for your friends, you at least kind of know their context,
right?
And make something up, then like you know who is going to be interpreting it, and it's not somebody on the other side of the world.
Right. That's funny. You mentioned, you know, going through during the process, and like, I'm going to write out a map and draw a map. When you have something like that, do you send it out to the, you know, the book creators and be like, here, get an artist to do a different version of this or whatever? Or do you just kind of hope that they put something together?
No, I send it to the creators, or they ask me for one.
Okay.
You know, in 1,000 Names, you know, if you look at those maps that are in the front of the books, those are all done from my, you know, I'm terrible with a pencil, so everything I produce looks awful. And so some professional artist, you know, his name is in there, it has escaped me, you know, produced all that. And that's true for any of my books that have a map. It's almost always, you know, something I sketched out that looked like a 5-year-old did it, and then someone went in and made it look nice, which is great. And I very much appreciate all these people doing that for me, because man, it wouldn't work otherwise. Depends on the book. Like sometimes I just sketch the map just to kind of like vaguely understand it. For something like 1,000 Names, where it's all about sort of armies marching from place to place, the maps are more important because I need to know how long it takes to get from point A to point B. For Spelljammer, for example, it just sort of hand waved, like it's all speed of plot.
Nothing wrong with that. Did you
J. Michael Straczynski famously said that the White Stars travel at the speed of plot in Babylon 5, because none of the travel times in that show make any sense.
No, they don't. Did you play a lot of, because you did a Magic the Gathering book, did you play Magic the Gathering? Did you do any of that?
I did. Ironically, the same problem. I played Magic mostly in high school, some in college. I played a lot back in the day, but had mostly stopped. You know, I don't even have any of my stuff anymore.
I bet you wish you did. Just to say.
No, that's not true. I sold a lot of it for pretty reasonable prices. I was never like, you know, the Black Lotus guy.
Right.
But yeah, like, so I knew enough about it, although I had to read up on all the new lore.
Okay.
Like I quit before they started the kind of modern version of the Magic lore.
Yeah.
And so that was all interesting to me. I hadn't been keeping up with it at all, and so I went through a lot of their reference material and sort of read their books and their web fiction, and you know, they have like art references. So that was a lot of fun, but at least it was good because I understood the sort of basic concepts. Yeah. The rules have changed a little bit, but not too much.
When they were asking you to do a book like that, you know, have you done other tie-in books before that, tie-in fiction books, or was that kind of like your first? And did they kind of structure, be like, this is what we want, this is what we need?
I think that was the first tie-in I did, the Magic the Gathering one. And their structure is very interesting. They have a kind of vague idea of what the story should be like, but it's surprisingly malleable.
Okay.
I went in with some ideas. They came in and they're like, "This is what it is," and it was more collaborative than I thought. I really thought I'd come in and get my marching orders and then just write those chapters.
Yeah.
But there are certain things that are set in stone and not always the big character beats or story beats. Like they'll say, okay, well, we have this guy in the story and we think he might be a good guy or a bad guy, like whatever. But at some point, he has to stand on a bridge and hand somebody else a sword. And it's because some artist has been drawing that for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
So like that has to happen.
Yeah.
But the context is completely changeable. It's just a result of like the Magic Story guys are very dedicated, but like it's clearly the game is the driver and the story sort of follows it.
Yeah.
And so like nothing stops the train of a new set coming out in stores because millions and millions of dollars are at stake.
Yeah.
The kind of fiction that they publish on their website has to make do with whatever they've got. And so the fixed points are like the art on the cards because like that gets locked in way early, much more so than the fiction does.
Okay. So tell your story about how kind of Magic, because you right at the beginning you were kind of hinting at that. How did Magic the Gathering in that book kind of lead into the Spelljammer novel that we have now that's coming out on Tuesday?
Oh, so I did a couple of Magic stories. I did Ravnica pre-War of the Spark, and then Ikoria. And that was fun, and I got to sort of know the people over at WotC. And then we talked a little bit about doing some other stuff, but it didn't quite come together. But at some point I said, hey, apropos of nothing, if you guys ever need Spelljammer fiction, call me because I love Spelljammer.
Yeah.
And it turned out they were doing Spelljammer. I had no idea they were re-releasing the set at that point.
Right. Was this before the 5th edition book came out? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
That hadn't even been announced.
Okay.
So like this was years and years ago, and I was like, but Paul, who's my contact there, was like, I knew we were doing Spelljammer, so I'm like, God, I gotta hold my tongue. And then so when it came out, they called me and were like, you want to do a novel for this? They had actually offered me another book. I forget which universe it was in. I think maybe Forgotten Realms. Which I said no because I just don't know enough about Forgotten Realms. It's not a setting that I'm that embedded in.
Yeah.
And there's just been so much done in that setting. It's hard to do it justice.
Right.
If you're not like already a fan. One of the wonderful things about Spelljammer is that it's like so expansive that you can always just sort of make up your own system and set your thing there, and it has you have all the trappings, you have the ships and the races and all that stuff, but you don't have like 20 years of gaming history and 700 novels all already set there that like you really should know about.
Did you have anything that tied into any of the past novels, or even like nodded towards the past novels or anything like that?
The novels, no. I sort of deliberately didn't reread them because like it feels like that's too deep of a cut because they're actually kind of hard to get now. I don't think there are ebook versions.
Yeah.
So like that didn't seem like a good use of my time. There's definitely some stuff in there kind of nodding to or alluding to things from the old set, or some of the other supplements, because like the new set, they only have so much room, so they didn't like put in everything from the old sets. And so some of that stuff that was cool, I either added in directly or there's just like hints at it.
Yeah, because people love Easter eggs, right? They love Easter eggs.
Right. Yeah. Well, and those at least you can get them as PDFs and you could read them if you want to. The old 2nd edition stuff. Yeah, those. It's interesting reading through the old sets because like there's so much cool like lore, but a lot of the crunch is kind of unusable.
Yeah.
Like there's this whole tactical starship maneuvering system that like really struggle to see how anyone ever actually used. It just like wasn't that usable. I remember struggling with it and eventually giving up, back when I had all the time in the universe to spend on it. But so yeah.
Okay.
But it was definitely a nostalgia trip going through all these things. Like, oh, I remember this.
So much like Magic, did they say this is what we need, this is what they want, or were they like, you came to us, give us something? Did they give you carte blanche, or?
I had a very free hand for this. I had written something for them previously, some sort of character designs that never really saw the light of day. And they were like, we loved some of these designs, and so maybe you could use some of those characters. And so I did that. But other than that, not really. There wasn't much, guidance from their side other than, work in the stuff that's in the set, obviously. And also that it should definitely be 5th edition, which is important that they said that to me because, like, I haven't played that much 5th edition.
Right.
So, I had to sometimes write with my player's handbook sitting next to me because, like, otherwise I'd get the spells wrong.
Yeah.
And remember some 3rd edition version. But so
I do that when I'm gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, you don't have to write the book live, and so I had editors on their side who would help me with that.
Yeah.
But at least in theory, all the spell effects and stuff are sort of recognizable from the books. But other than that, not really. And they were like, okay, pitch us. And I basically was like, well, if we're going to do Spelljammer, we have to do Space Pirates because Space Pirates are awesome. And
right.
kind of went from there. And that was it. And they were totally cool with it. The story that is in the book is basically just what I pitched.
Yeah. You mentioned a little earlier about how, right now when it comes to D&D, it's pretty much like R.A. Salvatore was doing it then and is doing it now. But there's not a lot of D&D novels. There haven't been, other than, they came out with the movies, and the movies had 2 books with them. And other than that, this is kind of the first non-Salvatore, non-Dragonlance book that Wizards of the Coast is putting out in a very long time. How is that for you to know that you're one of the first in this
It's super exciting. It's definitely different from when I was doing Magic, where it was just kind of like one in a long line of things. I hope the book holds up. It does add some pressure, but I'm excited about it. And I think at least when they talk to me about it, I don't have any corporate inside information, but the goal was to do more of this going forward. So I don't know how much. I don't know if I'll do anything more for them. They haven't asked. We'll see how the book goes. But I would imagine there's other stuff in development that's going to come out.
Yeah.
I can't be telling tales out of school on that because I don't actually know, but like that would make sense to me.
Well, I hope that the book does awesome. There's something on the inside of it that I have to ask you about because you have a dedication to all of your high school friends. And I have to ask you, people, when you get the book, you're going to see it and know. Tell me the story about the Fat Mayors.
Oh, no.
Did you think nobody was going to...
I'm going to tell the story wrong because this became like a running gag in our Rifts group.
So preface it with it's an inside joke. You might not remember it. It was a long time ago.
It is,
but you'll tell the best you can.
It was my friend Gary, who I'm trying to remember exactly what happened, but we were in some little town, and there was the fat mayor of the town who turned out to be kind of like a scumbag and like tried to rip us off. See, my friends, I'm going to say this and my friends are going to call me and tell me I'm getting it wrong. But
then you just have to come back on and retcon it later down the road.
Yeah. And then I think what happened was that Gary like obliterated the guy in an extremely disproportionate way. Like he was just like some normal guy who was getting mad, and Gary, who was playing like a power armor jockey, like fired a volley of missiles at him and just like completely vaporized him. And it just became this watchword for like disproportionate violence.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Do they know that little dedication, that little snippet is in the
I
book?
don't think this may be the first to hear about it. I don't know how many of the old crew have gotten my books yet. I mean, it's not out yet, so I guess none of them have.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they get it, and hopefully they see it, and you'll get a phone call and be like, "Hey, wait a second."
Yeah. I'll have
If
to
nothing
send-
else, now they for sure they'll hear this and they'll be like,
Yeah,
"Dang it, now I got to
that's
get the dang book." And
It's true. Well, if I get the correct story, Luke, my friend Luke would know. Then I'll post it on my Twitter if you want the true Fat Mayor story.
There we go. You
As
do a
opposed to
little blurb
my
on
kind of
Blue
like
Sky on
garbled
Twitter.
recollection of it. It's funny. I'm still in touch with so many people from that old group. Thank goodness for the internet age when I don't have to just like never see the people I went to high school with again. I mean, that's not true. 99% of the people I went to high school with, I'm very happy to never see again. But like the 10 of them who were in my role playing group.
Yeah, your close group. Let's talk about your upcoming. You've got another book coming. You just had a book, right? I didn't even mention it. People in chat are
just had a
talking
book.
about it. Your book that just came out. Tell us a little bit
yes.
about that. It's the How to Become a Dark Lord, right?
Yeah, How to Become the Dark Lord and Die Trying. And this one, I hope there's a lot of crossover between these two because they're both very tabletop RPG kind of inspired or video game inspired. Obviously, Spelljammer's Memory's Wake is literally a D&D book. But How to Become the Dark Lord is about a girl who's trapped in a time loop where she gets told by an old wizard that she has to become the savior of the kingdom and defeat the Dark Lord. But every time she fails and dies and the Dark Lord takes over, and every time she dies, she restarts the time loop. And after 1,000 years of this, she decides that she's done with it and she's going to become the Dark Lord instead. And so she goes about going into the forest and recruiting monsters to form a horde and become the Dark Lord. And it's kind of a dark fantasy comedy. There's like a lot of role-playing game humor in there.
Yeah.
Because, obviously in many ways her references are my references, and so there's a lot of D&D jokes and video game jokes.
That's great.
So I hope people who are here for the D&D books will enjoy it as well.
Okay. And then your next book, after Spelljammer,
yes,
you've got another one coming out because you're just knocking them out of the park here.
Crazy. Well, it's funny. Like, Dark Lord took forever to come out. It took like almost 2.5 years because of like COVID shenanigans.
Right.
And so it's like everything has just kind of like lined up. So everything's coming out this year. I only had one release last year. But yes, I have a book called Last Stop that's coming out in October. And it's about a world in which humans can only live on mountaintops because everything below a certain altitude is dominated by gigantic killer insects. And so the humans live on the mountaintops and travel around in flying ships and diesel-powered airplanes. And not diesel-powered airplanes. They're powered by whatever. Doesn't matter. World War II airplanes.
Right.
And it's about a mercenary company that goes on a job that's too good to be true, and how it turns out that in fact it is.
Okay.
It's supposed to be. It's relatively short. It's supposed to be the first in a series of kind of short, pulpy novels. Going forward, I'm doing at least one more of those. And so that should be fun. The other thing I'd mention, if for the D&D crowd, if you go to my website, which is djangowexler.com, and sign up for my newsletter, you get a free novella called Horde. And Horde is the story of an adventuring party that defeats a dragon on the first page and finds a giant pile of treasure. And then the story is them attempting to get the treasure back to civilization, because it turns out that gold is really heavy. They don't have a bag of holding or anything, and so trying to fight their way through bandits and various other things, bankers, and it's kind of also a little bit comedic, but kind of a quick fantasy story. So anyway, sign up for my newsletter, and I'll tell you about new releases, and you can have that for free.
Awesome. That's great. I love it. I love it. You have an upcoming appearance coming up later this week. You're going to be joining our good friend Aaron Evans. If you don't know Aaron Evans, guys, go and check out that podcast episode. Aaron's an amazing author. Relics of Ruin just came out not too long ago, her second book. So you will be joining her on Wednesday, June 5th at Third Place Books in Seattle, right? Tell us a little bit about that. How did that come to be? Did they call you? Was it just kind of set up that you'd both be there?
I think the publisher set it up. They were trying to set up events, and we both live in this area here in Seattle, and we both had similar releases. You know, hers is coming up soon. Mine just happened. So I think it's been on my schedule forever. So I may be making this up, but I'm pretty sure they set that up.
Okay.
I love Third Place Books. They're like one of several really good indie bookstores around here. So I'm excited to do that.
Yeah, it'll be super cool. You get to hang out with Aaron. It'll be, two D&D authors getting together, because you're a D&D author now, right?
Yeah.
You're on that illustrious list.
I know. This will be at the Lake Forest Third Place. There are several locations. This is the big one up in Lake Forest. I think it starts at 7 o'clock, but go to their website. They'll have all the details.
Awesome. That's cool. You think people can find you on Twitter as well? Twitter/X at Django Wexler DJ.
I will never call it X.
right. I have to. That's what they're called now. I say both. At DJANGO Wexler, WEXLER. That is how it is spelled. At Django Wexler on Twitter/X. Also at DjangoWexler.bsky yada yada for Blue Sky with the big long string. Hopefully they fix that.
Search for at Django Wexler.
Yeah, at Django Wexler, it'll pop up on
That's
there.
me.
So go ahead.
And DjangoWexler.com is my website, which has the newsletter book I mentioned, plus all information on all the things that I'm doing.
Yep. Just find the information on pre-orders there. I know Amazon has pre-orders too. You can do through there, and audio. Yeah, your books are on bunch of your books are on audiobook. I know I've got the Spellbedjammer Memories Wake on Audible, just waiting to go. It'll auto download as soon as it's live, and I'll be listening to it tomorrow.
I haven't heard that one yet, so I hope it's really good. It usually is. They usually get good narrators for me.
Do you sometimes get to choose your narrator or talk to your narrator ahead of time?
It just completely depends on the schedule and the company and what they're doing. For Memories Wake, I didn't have any input. They didn't even talk to me. I think they may have asked me for a list of pronunciations, and that's about it.
Okay.
They usually do that. I tell you, you never feel sillier as a fantasy author than when somebody sends you just like a list of every name that you made up, and you just have to read them into a mic one after another. Makes you feel very silly. But like in contrast for Dark Lord, that one's a tricky record for several reasons. Like there's footnotes and it's just a strange voice. So there I did work a little more closely with the audiobook people, and the result I think is really good. But most of that's handled, like audiobook production is a kind of specialist thing, and they have really talented people who do it. So my hat is off to them. It's always been great.
Awesome. Again, people, you can get Spelljammer Memories Wake Tuesday, June 4th. For us live, that's tomorrow. If you're listening to the podcast, it's today. So go and check that out.
It's already out.
It's already out. Go get it. Django, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate it. We're going to get to the live stream Q&As here in just a little bit. For those of you in the live stream, go ahead and throw those in the chat. But for those that are listening to the podcast, I want to let you know, speaking of D&D books, June 17th, we're going to be joined by an Epic Realms alumni and friend of the show. Richard Lee Byers is going to be coming back. We're going to catch up with him since his last time he was on here and the last time he joined us. We're going to talk more about his Marvel books, kind of how those have turned out, how Heimdall's going, and all of the stories for Marvel. We'll probably talk some more D&D as well, and whatever else he's got going on. So he's going to be joining us on June 17th. That podcast will be available on June 18th. Again, all kinds of D&D stuff down the road. We're going to also be having James Lauder is going to be joining us. He did some Ravenloft books, all kinds of other books, so he's going to be joining us. Actor Mark Meir, you might know him from Call of Cthulhu, the new show that they're doing. He is also, the voice of Shepard in video games and many other video games as well. So you definitely want to join us for that. Leanne Merciel is going to be joining us. So lots and lots of guests. So please rate, review, follow, subscribe, all of those things. It helps us and helps all of our guests. So please tell your friends, spread the word about the show. So for Django Wexler, I am Nick, and I want to thank you all for listening to Epic Realms. Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms. Today's guest is an award-winning game designer and author, with games such as Deus Ex and Dishonored, and books like Soon I Will Be Invincible and You. His new book, Fight Me, comes out May 23rd. Please welcome Austin Grossman to Epic Realms. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
I appreciate being here. I love Soon I Will Be Invincible. It's on my shelf. It was what introduced me to you as an author. And then later on, I find out you do game designs, and I was like, that is so cool that you kind of have bridged that gap between the two worlds. Was that something that you started off at an early age with? You know, dealing with both of those, or was it one over the other?
The whole thing is a series of accidents.
Yeah.
I have to say, I grew up with video games, although I was born in 1969. So video games, but not as you know them.
Yeah. So
I
like
grew
Apple
up.
IIe era.
Yeah, Apple IIe or
Before
even
that?
before. Well, because where I grew up, there were a lot of defense contractors. It was a very high tech area.
Okay.
So parents would have terminals going into like mainframes, and we would play Zork. We'd play early text adventures on the terminals. That's what got me into it. I must have been like 6 or 7.
Oh wow.
And then personal computers, and then then the rest of it. I feel like I've like lived the whole history of the medium. And then when I got out of college, I like didn't know what to do. I was like, I'm gonna work in publishing. I'm gonna be like a sad literary person.
Yeah.
But then I very, very randomly, and I have one visual aid here, which I'm gonna put on the screen.
Okay.
I answered an ad. Wait, where's the? Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's
Answered
an actual
ad.
cutout ad. It's an actual little
I
cutout
cut this
ad.
ad out of the
Faded and
Boston
everything, yeah.
Globe. Yeah, it is a faded piece of parchment. I cut it out of the Boston Globe, and I wrote in, and they're asking for a fiction writer, and I thought this might be me.
Okay.
And then, but then the people who placed that ad had just shipped Ultima Underworld, one of the very first real-time
Yeah.
3D
Yeah.
PC games. Right, it was them and id Software back then. So, I mean, imagine how lucky I was, like stepping into that moment with
Right.
a bunch of really cool MIT grads, and we had the tech, but we didn't have. There were no first-person shooters yet. We were just inventing how to play in 3D, how to
Right.
tell stories in 3D. It was just this fantastic, lucky moment where I stepped into a place where like the medium was just starting to
Yeah.
get exciting.
Let's rewind a little bit. You grew
Yeah.
up. A lot of your family members, as I understand, are also kind of into writing and writing different forms, right? Your brother's an author. Other family members, yes, no.
Yeah, my brother wrote the Magicians books and some other things. He has something new coming out this summer, The Bright Sword, which is great.
Okay.
My father was a poet. He won a MacArthur Genius Award for it. My mother's a novelist. My sister was a math prodigy, and no one knows where she came from. So she had a very different path, and she's a sculptor now,
Okay.
and she is also fantastic. So we were busy, very, very intense household.
Yeah.
A bunch of weirdos. Although, when you're a kid, you don't know you're weirdos. It's just your family.
Right. So when you went to college, what was kind of your focus in college? And also, I guess let's even before that. When you were in school, did video games or writing and all that kind of stuff, did that hinder your schooling at all? Were you like, I'd rather do this than play, than do math?
I was not one of those kids who ever always wanted to do something. I didn't always want to be a writer. Like I liked some video games, but I didn't ever think about making them.
Yeah.
I was a normal kid trying to do good at school and get into a decent college.
Okay.
And that was it. And then there were kind of two like lightning bolt moments for me. One was when I graduated college and started in video games, and suddenly like bam, you had this excitement.
Yeah.
And then when I was like 31, 32, I started writing Soon I'll Be Invincible, and that was the other moment where I thought, holy crap, this is a thing I want to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, none of it. There was no early plan. There was
What did
no
you
like.
What did you go to college for?
I went to college for psychology. I had this distorted idea that I was going to be a psychiatrist, which really would have been the worst possible thing for me to do. So glad I shook off that notion and fell into all the stuff I fell into.
Okay. So you get out of college, right? And you get this job. You answer the ad. Was that what was your family expecting you to get out of college and be like, go work in video games? Or did they just like, hey, whatever makes you happy?
They were. It was whatever makes you happy. Thank God he got a job in something, yeah. So they were fine with it. But I mean, video games weren't what they are now. They were like more of a niche hobby thing, and nobody quite thought of it as a career. And then we shipped. We worked, and that was '92. That was '92. We shipped on Ultima Underworld 2, and then we shipped System Shock. System Shock was really the thing that changed things for me, right? It's the ancestor of BioShock and a lot of other games.
What was kind of your role there early on, and how did the role at that company evolve? And that was, I believe, Looking Glass, right? Was that Looking Glass?
That was Looking Glass, yes. Yes, I was hired as a writer, which also meant learning scripting languages. And I had taken some computer classes in college. So yeah, and I was a writer, and then I became lead designer for System Shock. Yeah, so I mean, I was a writer, but you evolve into a designer, right?
Yeah.
Designers tend to be sort of multi-class people in any case. So that's what happened. And then System Shock, I got into narrative design, right? System Shock is probably the most consequential thing I will ever do in my life, because that was where I first thought of doing audio logs as a storytelling mechanism. That's probably the thing that I will leave behind on this earth, is that there are zillions of games with audio logs.
That's awesome. What do you think you learned in your time there? What was it, like 4 years? Was there something that you came in without that skill, and during your time there, now it's something that you will always use and always love to have that knowledge?
That's an interesting question, because my apprenticeship in writing was in video games, and I came to fiction long after, and I learned a bunch of things there. The first thing you learn is brevity. The first thing you learn in video games is brevity. Don't assume that you're the show. People are going to click through your cutscenes, right, to get to the game, which is, you see other people do it, and then you find yourself doing it, and then you realize, wow, you know what? I'm not here to hear myself talk. I'm here to add sort of flavor and depth to a game.
Yeah.
But there's that sense where you need to be very brief and very condensed, and you have to sort of earn every word, right? Because you don't want to waste anybody's time.
Right.
So that I learned that. I learned don't take for granted your place on the page, right? You want grab people every word, every sentence, if you possibly can. And then I learned, lots of weird ways to tell stories, right?
Yeah.
I'm fatally unable to tell stories from beginning to end now, right? I always have to start in the middle, and then start working my way backward to the beginning of events.
Yeah.
It's completely screwed up my narrative sense.
Do you find yourself, you get this job, right? And it's kind of, like you said, it's kind of newer in the world. It's not a super well-known career. People don't even know that that's a career, right? They're just like, a game came out. Oh, somebody made that. That's a job. Okay. Do you have to go there those first couple of years and explain to your friends, explain to your family, be like, yeah, this is what I do, and they're like, you what? Wait, you have to explain that? Was that an easy thing to explain to them?
Well, everyone knew what a video game was, but no one ever thought about making them, or who makes them, or any of that. Most people were a little jealous of me, I have to say.
Yeah.
Everybody came out of college to their normal career, and I was the weird one, and people could tell there was a little buzz. There was something a little exciting about being in that industry at that time. So I have to say, it kind of looked kind of cool.
Yeah.
When that happened. And then it was it was the 90s, and everything started revving up. Right. CD-ROMs came in, internet came in, 3 accelerators came in, like the
consoles, all the consoles and console wars.
Console wars. Everything started evolving toward more photoreal graphics.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing kind of suddenly went from being this sort of a geeky sideshow to like a real medium.
Yeah.
That was mainstream in the culture.
Going off of that, do you think right now, looking at it, comparing video games now to things like movies and television, would you say it's kind of on par as far as production, putting the storytelling, or maybe even have surpassed it?
Well, it's hard to generalize. Like the best video game storytelling is as good as the best storytelling in every medium. If you take the average, it's probably still a bit lowest common denominator comparatively.
Okay.
But we have incredible writers in the medium now. We didn't used to.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I was said, the top level stands comparison with anything.
Yeah.
Is what I would say.
So after your time at Looking Glass, you kind of jumped around, did a few different games for a few different companies. Were they coming to you? Did you go to them? How did that transition work, and how did you kind of get your foot in multiple different doors on multiple different games within the next couple of years?
Yeah, that's a good question. It does, if you look, it does look like I was kind of a bum at that point. I was actually going to graduate school to try to get my PhD in English. But the great thing about working at Looking Glass was that it went out of business in '98. So it turned out to be this incubator, and people left and went all over the industry, right? They went for Ironstorm, so I worked on Deus Ex. They went to Arcane, so I worked on the Dishonored games. I was mainly working for people I had met at Looking Glass, for people turned out to be people I would know my whole life.
Yeah.
Which was pretty great.
Yeah. And you can kind of see some of the Looking Glass seeds that were developed that went out to some of those other games like a Dishonored or like a Deus Ex. You can kind of see the roots back at Looking Glass. What do you think was one of the main things that Looking Glass did for video games today, and some of the work that you did there that you see all over the place today?
That's a good question. I think the two big things we brought, one was, what we now call environmental storytelling, right? Storytelling that happens as you're moving through a space, and you look around the space to understand what happened. You see the blood trail where somebody was dragged off somewhere. You find the diary. The whole idea of that kind of storytelling was to be able to tell a story in depth, but not get in the way of the gameplay, not take people out into a menu conversation. Let the 3D world always be running. Let players always be deciding where they want to look and what they want to do. So is that, and then the other thing is emergent gameplay, right? Which is a thing that people studied, and sort of everyone was kind of discovering it in the 90s. But we were the genre that people call immersive sims, right? Which are first-person 3D games with heavy simulation elements that let you play more creatively than you might in a sort of Call of Duty, right? It gives you stealth options, right?
Yeah.
You can win through stealth. You can win through role playing. You can win through fighting. You can win through weird hacks of the physics system. And that's the kind of game I still gravitate to, right? The thing that invites you to be creative about how you play.
Yeah. Do you still play video games regularly?
Oh yeah. I mean, I play a lot of indie games. I don't have time to play like a AAA, 40-hour experience, but I'll always get the latest indie games because people are always trying something new. That's the other thing. Medium is always moving forward. People are always experimenting.
Does it ever feel like work, sitting down and be like, a game, I gotta do this, or is it like still separate for you?
Once in a while, like it's something I have to do for work. I gotta learn how to do game economies better. So I play some game and I gotta go through, take apart, what they're doing with currencies, and and schedules of dispensing resource, and that is work. And then I'm like, I've got my pen out, I'm copying down the numbers. Yeah, so sometimes it's work because I still do it as my day job.
Yeah. When you're working some of these other companies after you left and you're doing them, were you kind of balancing multiple projects at once, or was it like you have one project, you do that, you focus on that, you don't work on anything else? Once that's done, you move on? Was there just like a little crossover, or was it kind of like 2 hours here, 3 hours there, 1 hour there, bouncing around?
Well, it was generally one at a time, but mostly because I was contracting as a writer, and there still weren't that many projects that had, all that much work for a dialogue writer. So working on something like Dishonored, I could really delve into it and do story development and do all those branching conversations. But there weren't that many opportunities for doing the kind of writing I like to do. So yeah, generally one at a time.
Okay. Eventually, you decided you're like, I'm going to write a novel. How did that shift take place? Was that just like I'm going to do it now for fun, or you had this idea and you just couldn't get it out of your head? What was kind of the shift there from video games and writing these video games to I'm going to write a novel?
Yeah, that was a moment. I had kind of quit games because I had reached a point in my life, and I was maybe 28, 29, where I had lost the ability to have a conversation about any other topic. And I was like, no, I have to, I'm in too small a world. I have to break out. So I applied to PhD programs in English literature. I got into Berkeley. I went to Berkeley, and I had always, wanted to be a fiction writer, and I had always kind of kept scribbling, although I'd more or less given it up on that. But then I was at Berkeley, and I was writing a lot of papers, and I was reading a lot of books, and and then there was this other voice that was sort of nagging at me. To jump track for a second, I grew up on Watchmen. I grew up on Dark Knight Returns. I grew up on the idea of like writing comic books, and that superheroes were like there was something really deep and resonant and interesting about superheroes.
Yeah.
And the idea of placing them in something that felt like both the real world and like a realer psychology, like making them feel like realer people. And and I love to watch it. I've read Watchmen 8,000 times.
Right.
And I had to come to terms with that Alan Moore was not going to write a sequel to it. And I thought, I like to think about what if superheroes were real, but then I really like to think about what if supervillains were real.
Right.
And it was kind of a perfect storm, because when you're a graduate student, you think, oh, I'm so smart, but I'm paid nothing and no one respects me. And then you get kind of angry, and then I had this little voice that was so angry about it that I started to write. And I wrote a couple of stories in the voice of Dr. Impossible.
Okay.
From Soon I Will Be Invincible. And then my brother had already published 2 novels. He'd published Warp and Codex. And I kind of sent him what I'd written.
Yeah.
And I said, what am I doing? What is this?
Yeah.
And he actually, without asking, sent it to his agent, which is probably the nicest thing he's ever done for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, the agent called me up and said, this is fucking great, finish it. And so, so I did 6 years.
So again, just like a circumstantial situation, just like earlier.
Yeah, it was, I don't want to be sort of like mythic about it, but it was one of those moments when like my whole brain kind of lit up like a switchboard, and I thought, okay, everything else I've been doing, I've been kind of faking. This is something that actually takes like all of me and everything I can do, and I can put it into something. It was a real moment for me.
Yeah.
And that was where Soon I'll Be Invincible came from. And until the day it came out, I didn't believe it was real, that it would actually be a real book. And then it was.
Yeah, and it became really popular too, pretty quickly.
Yeah,
at least from my point of view.
Yeah, no, Dr. Impossible came along and saved my ass. I don't know where I would be. That was discovering I could do that was that was a life-changing moment. And I've been a novelist ever since, on top of anything else I'm doing.
Yeah. When you're doing the process of writing that, because it's your first book, right? It's your first time writing a full-fledged novel, writing it out. What were some of the struggles you ran across doing that? And do you have to find your own editor? Did they supply an editor? Did you not have an editor? Did you have your brother do stuff? what was some of the struggles you had, some of the things you had to do to get there?
Yeah, well, it was indeed a struggle. I mean, part of the struggle was, aside from the writing is hard, it didn't look like anything else. This was like before people had written books about superheroes. It's kind of a subgenre now, but at the time it didn't exist. You could count them on one hand. So the idea of how to describe superheroes in prose when there are no pictures to look at, that was the thing that felt like I was inventing from whole cloth. I was taking classes with some literary writers, but like what I wrote didn't look anything like what they wrote. It was like we were doing something completely different. There was nothing to compare it to. It felt like I was inventing something out of whole cloth without a great model even to work from. So writing a novel is hard, but those were the things that made it extra hard. And then, generally, if you're a first-time novelist, like you don't get a book deal until you can have a completed manuscript.
Yeah.
So it was sort of 6 years of suspense to see if I had been wasting my time.
Right.
My brother did help. He was a good editor. I don't like to send him my work, but when I run out of all other options, I will send him a manuscript to look at.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what family's there for, right?
Yes.
So you get this book, it comes out, it does fairly well. Like, what are you feeling the moment like it's on the shelves? Did you go into Barnes and Noble and look on the shelf, or whatever the book companies were, and look to see if it's on the shelf and see if it's sold out? Did you do any of that kind of stuff?
Oh God, yes. I remember seeing it for the first time on a table in Barnes and Noble. I remember this woman sort of picking it up and looking at it and leafing through it, and then she made a face. She made this face, like the hell was that? And she put it back on the table. But that's those are the moments you have. But the reviews were good. People were super nice about it. It was a dream come true, I have to say. Yeah, good Lord, standing up in front of people, reading aloud from my work. It was great. I have nothing bad to say about it.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And me being, like I said earlier at the very beginning, like that book, I had a bunch of people separately. You got to read this book. You got to read this book. You got to read this book. And a lot of my audience knows I'm an audiobook listener. I sometimes don't have the attention span or the time to sit down and read. That's been my way for a very, very long time. It's very hard. I enjoy reading when I get the time and when I can. And that one, I opened it up and I got through the first paragraph and I lost entire days until that book was done. And I've still gone back and read it multiple times because the storytelling, like you said, it hadn't been done before. And even now, when you look back, some of those other stories that are out there, they still don't tell the stories the way you did. There is something different and something unique, and that's something you're going to always have, because I don't think anybody can replicate what you did in that book.
What a wonderful thing to say.
It's amazingly true, and the audience that's listening, they need to go and get Soon I Will Be Invincible and start their journey, because it's amazing. And what made you decide, I'm going to see this from the point of view of a bad guy? Because again, it hadn't been done a lot, right?
Yeah, that was the voice in my head, and and you know what? I was depressed. I was angry. I was like, I had nothing. Felt, in a way, like I felt I had no place to go. I had no money. I had nothing to do but write my way out of it, right? And when you're a supervillain, you always lose, but you always want to conquer the world, and you always are going to come back and do it. And that was the feeling. It was pure channeling, something inside yourself.
Yeah. That's awesome. You've also done the book You, Crooked. You want to tell us a little bit about those two books as well? Give us an idea of what people can expect if they decide they want to get the whole catalog of yours in novel form. Can you tell us a little bit about those books?
Yeah, You is my second book, and it's kind of like my mutant offspring. It's not like the other ones. I wanted to write a kind of mystery or a ghost story set inside a game development studio, because people at the time and still don't really have a realistic idea of what that culture is like,
right.
And it's one of those weird microcultures that is fascinating to get inside of. And I wanted to use the language of gaming. Like the book sort of veers into like things that read like D&D modules. I wanted to play around with all the crazy cultural material of the game world. So I wrote that, and then I wrote Crooked, and Crooked is another villain book, right? But it's a different kind of villain book. I was born in '69, as I keep saying, which meant that the first U.S. president I remember was Richard Nixon, and there was that moment as a child when you realize that the president is a villain, and like, because Nixon was like not only a villain but kind of a laughingstock, and it was just I never understood that when I was 6 years old. I was like, isn't the president like the best person we're supposed to get? And like, why did we get this guy?
Yeah.
And then I never lost the sense of like that mystery of who is that guy, and then even the real Nixon is kind of unknowable. Even the people close to him didn't really know who it was. So I wanted to write his story, but then because I can't do anything a normal way, I thought, what if what explains everything is that he is mixed up in an H.P. Lovecraft story at the same time?
Okay.
And that then H.P. Lovecraft, all this H.P. Lovecraft like black magic conspiracy is explaining all the stuff we know on the surface in the historical records actually explained by the fact that the world is being menaced by horrific cosmic monsters that are being, utilized in the Cold War, and Nixon is just doing everything he can to kind of hold it together and conceal this, and that's and so it's his whole story as explained by that weird truth, and there's a whole bunch of fun world building around it where like, all U.S. presidents are sorcerers, and with unique powers, and the entire political world is a weird magical conspiracy.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love that book too. I think it's great, and I wish the TV show had been made. We had a great pilot script.
Oh, that's awesome. That would have been cool. Did other people? Did you go through the same publishers, or did you have to like shop around for the other consecutive books, or were they like, this one did so good, we'll do your other ones? How did that work out?
It's funny. Soon I'll be invincible with Pantheon, but you know what? They didn't want to know about the new ones. I'm not actually sure what the problem was there.
Okay.
So the second and third were with Little Brown Company, for a 2-book deal, and then the new one is. But that was one where the editor bought it and then left the company. So that's what you're always afraid of as an author, right? Is the editor, the one who champions the book, is then you get orphaned. And then now the new one is at Penguin Random House.
Okay.
UK, the same editor who did Soon I'll Be Invincible there.
Okay. That's great. So he moved from one to the other?
Yes.
That's
yes,
great.
he remembered and he snapped it up. Yeah.
Okay. Love Penguin Random House. They're I have a couple people over there that always send me authors, so shout out to them over at Random House. We love them over there. So, and then are you doing games in between these books, or are you like do books and then back to games? How are you jumping around? How is that happening?
Yeah, well, it's all chaos back here. When just as Crooked was being finished up, I went to work at this is a whole other weird story.
Okay.
I went to work at a company called Magic Leap.
Okay.
Right, who had back in 2013 like patented these like mixed reality goggles, right? The same thing as the Apple Vision Pro is now. This was in 2013. Of course, it was a very wonky prototype. I went to work for them because I thought to myself, this is just like 92. It's a whole new, brand new technology.
Yeah.
We're going to do brand new, interesting things with it. And it was fascinating. It was a bizarre ride because that company, I arrived, it was worth $50 million. By 2016, it was worth a little over $6 billion. Billion with a B.
Yeah.
It was this bizarre startup story right where it blows up. It's just like a Silicon Valley myth, except it was in Florida. Of course, guess how much it's worth now?
I'm not going to guess.
I still have a day job. Anyway, but it was a fascinating ride. Anyway, so I learned how to design for VR and augmented reality, And now I'm working at a VR startup that I just got funded, and I cannot tell you much about it.
Yeah, that's
But
I
it's gonna
completely
be
understand. I completely understand.
This time next year, everyone will know.
Okay, awesome. So, can you tell me if there is a link between both the genres of novels and book telling and video games? Is there a link between how you tell a story between those? Besides the fact that you're just telling a story?
You know, I actually think it's good that there isn't much. I like it's because I would burn out on one or the other if they were too similar, is what I think.
Okay.
I mean, video games are they're intensely collaborative. You're trying to mesh your work with what the technology is doing, what the art director's doing, what the gameplay is doing, what the player is doing, right? You're fitting yourself into a whole larger enterprise. Both you collaborate with the people you're making the game with, and also you're collaborative with the player. You're kind of giving the player tools to have a story happen for them, right? And ideally, you're giving them a lot of agency. You're not making the decisions for them. So in a way, you're kind of creating a space and a context for a story to happen. Right? So it's almost like we're reverse storytelling, right?
Yeah.
Or it's almost like this kind of like distance form of improv. So that's one discipline, and then the other discipline is the novel, which is just the entire show is language, and you just get into a state where you can get yourself quiet enough where you can hear the words. They're quite different disciplines. They share something that anybody in any art form has to do, which is a sense of kind of informed introspection, right? Basically, you inner check with yourself: is this working, right? And that's a skill that you develop in any art form. But I've been asked the question 100 times, and really there isn't that much link. You have to all art forms the same in that you have to have a certain amount of self-knowledge and a certain amount of honesty to check that your work is working. But in terms of storytelling construction, they are quite different.
Quite different. Yeah. There are a lot of books. Go ahead.
No, I'm actually kind of curious. What games do you play? I mean, and
personally, I play a little bit of everything, but I am also kind of picky. So I do like, say, the Batman Arkham games. I love the Dishonored games. Like I mentioned earlier, I didn't even know you had worked on them, and then I was like, wait, he worked on these games that I thought were really awesome. So I like those games. There's a couple new games came out recently I really enjoyed. Red Dead Redemption, those stories are always amazing. All the Red Deads, even the original one that was Red Dead Revolver, which wasn't even connected. I loved all those. So
the Red Dead games are so amazing. I don't even understand how they were made.
Right?
Like I've been making games for decades, but I don't even understand how human beings could have assembled the Red Dead games. They're that big and they're that cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But that's true of a lot of how Rockstar works. I really have no idea how they do it. The Dishonored games were really funny because when I got to first, got behind the curtain to talk to Harvey and Raph about making Dishonored, it seemed kind of much too weird to be anything, right? It's this not quite steampunk world, and there are these whales, and there's these weird forms of magic, and there's Corvo who's super angry, and everything is super dark and tragic. And I thought to myself, I'm going to work on this, cool idea, guys, but this is never going to go anyplace. I was as surprised as anybody that it did so well and it came out so well. But you know what? I underrated the people at Arcane. They're amazing.
Yeah.
RIP. They just closed the Austin office.
It kind of reminds me of the actor Sean Connery. He's like, I didn't sign up for this movie, The Matrix, because it didn't make sense. I didn't sign up for The Lord of the Rings because it didn't really make sense. I didn't sign up for there was another one too that he did because it didn't make sense. And now he look back and he's like, gosh, I kind of wish I would have done those. And that sounds kind of like I didn't really get it, but I want to work on it because it's really cool. And of course, here it was. When you finally see the final outcome and you see what it is, it's a really cool game.
And you know what? It's a good lesson because anything you're working on could actually be your biggest thing ever, and you don't know.
A lot of people right now have been doing a lot of video game thematic things, whether it's a thematic cookbook for Halo or writing a novel based on a game, such as Guild Wars 2. Writing a novel for that. What would you see as a challenge taking, if a game you worked on, as a creator, and then they go, hey, you also do novels, would you do the novel for the game? Would that be a challenge for you? Or would you be like, that would be a cool crossover?
It's funny that no one ever asked me to do that. There are Dishonored novels, aren't they? They never brought that one up. Yeah, I don't think it would be that hard because I play Dishonored, and I'm playing the game and I'm narrating it to myself, and it would just be my definitive playthrough of Dishonored, right? I'm always building out the story as I go. I think it would be fun actually to write like a Dishonored novel because it would be sort of my definitive playthrough, and I get so invested in my own choices in the game. It'd be fun. Why didn't they ask me to do that? Okay.
And the reason I asked that is because you mentioned that the storytelling is a little bit different. So would you be able to bridge that gap in that way because you can see them both?
It's funny, but it's designed. The storytelling is backwards, but it's designed so that when the player gets their hands on it, it is their story that they are telling.
Mm-hmm.
So it is weirdly we set it up backwards so that players can experience it forwards in a sense, right? So that they can own their story. So it would be the flip side of doing that, but I don't think it would be hard. It would be kind of like doing the thing I set it up to do in the first place. I never thought about that, but yes. And the same with a movie, although it's weird how poorly video game adaptations have done in other media. Now that you bring it up,
right.
Until we got to Last of Us, right? What were the really good? Were there any really good video game adaptations?
Some might say Resident Evil, but that's probably about the only one that really did really well. But not that it was really an adaptation, right? It was thematically similar, but it wasn't like they pulled a story right out of the game like The Last of Us.
Yeah, yes. Why don't video game adaptations do better? I think there are several reasons. One is that a character like Mario was never designed to have an interior life.
Right.
If you know how Mario came about, the plumber.
I've heard, but I don't really remember.
Right. Nintendo had licensed Popeye, the cartoon character, for an arcade game, and at the last minute, the deal fell apart, and they were like, okay, what are we gonna do? We don't have a character. So Mario was like the replacement for Popeye the Sailor.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That they did in a few minutes. They had no idea who he was. The nose came out funny, which made it seem like he had a mustache, and that's how they were like, well, who has mustache? Italian people, right? Don't they? And that's why he's Italian. It was all like a random improvisation. No one ever thought about him having a backstory or anything like that. So, you know what? He was not really built to be the protagonist of the cinematic medium that prizes emotion and psychology the way it does. So that's probably one reason why we don't have good video game movies. And the other reason is that, people in Hollywood still don't respect the medium.
Yeah,
they are happy to phone it in and take a check, but I don't think they try very hard when they're doing their video game licensed films.
No, I
That's
think
an easy thing to say
couldn't
about Hollywood,
agree.
but it may be true.
Well, hopefully that changes as time comes.
Yeah, every medium, or at least every new medium that has come along has just waited a while to get its respect, right? Comic books, graphic novels, eventually became their own art form and learned to sort of own their weird own form of storytelling. And it's the same with video games. We're watching it happen right now.
Yeah, for sure. So your new novel, switching gears, your new novel is Fight Me. It comes out later this week, right?
Yes, comes out on Thursday.
tell us about this book. What kind of a book should we in the audience expect from this?
Wait, okay. I'm gonna turn off the image thing so I can actually show what the book looks like. Fight Me is a novel about superheroes, and it's the first one I have done since soon I will be invincible. Hang on, I am going to turn off my. If I can figure out how to do that. How do I turn off my background? Oh my god, it's embarrassing.
We can also put it in.
Aha.
We can also put a link in the.
No, you should. You should put a link in, but yeah, that's Fight Me.
There it is. It's a black book with like a yellow lining on it. It says "Fight Me" on it. It's a gorgeous book. Great background too. Looks very comic booky on the inside cover.
Yeah, that's art by Brian Hitch, legendary.
Going on. Welcome back.
Anyway, yes. Fight Me. It's about a bunch of people who used to be teenage superheroes, and when they were teen.
And I'm trying to think. Wowzers. All right. I totally got this together, Higgy. Let's do this. Wow.
Teenagers, they had all these cool adventures, and then after high school, they drifted apart because, one of them was a cyborg, one of them was a magic princess. They didn't have that much in common with each other. But they had all, in their teens, been through some shit together, right? They had weird adventures, and it bent each of their lives in a different way. And then 25 years later, they all have to come back and fight the same enemy again.
Okay.
And they have to deal with each other, right? They have to deal with all of their baggage and buried regrets and all of that stuff. It really is the plot of Stephen King's It, which I have no problem with the idea that I sold that plot because I think it's brilliant. I think it's a brilliant way to show how people's lives go and have some cool supernatural stuff happening at the same time.
Well, it's superhero themed as well, so that also adds to it. It's there's certainly amazing books out there are basically thematically taken from other thematic stories as well. If we had $1 for every Romeo and Juliet story that somebody else did, we'd be millionaires, right? So I don't think that that's a big deal because it's still your story. It's still unique because of what's inside it and I'm sure how you tell it. Because if your other stories are any indication, it's going to be a little bit different than what normal people would expect from, say, another author.
Yeah, I think that's very true. Yes, originality is not the most important thing you need to strive for. I mean, heaven knows I steal all my plots from different places. Anyway, yes, So it's a plot that lets us go in depth as to who a superhero is, how superpowers can sort of warp your life and your sense of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's a book about a reunion because I love reunion stories. I love the Big Chill and the Royal Tenenbaums. I love people with a lot of old business coming back in contact with each other again. It's a story where, like Invincible, where who the characters are and what their powers are really sort of intermingled and fused with one another. I'm really excited about the book. I'm very, very excited about it.
Yeah.
I will say about it, it is only coming out in the UK right now. We do not have the US deal in place yet.
Okay.
So if you want the book, you have to order it from the UK, and we can put up a link. Which it's a pain in the neck, but also it helps me if you do that because then it gets me a better deal in the US, which is actually something I really need. So.
Awesome. When we're done, you can send it to me. I can put it in the show notes. And then they can get it, all the downloads and stuff can get that link directly.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have prospects of this being put into audiobook format?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I got it to cast the actor for it, and it's already being recorded, and it's going to be great.
Excellent. I'm assuming Audible. Most of Random House's stuff ends up on Audible.
I assume so, except it's a UK studio, so might come out differently, but you know what? You can buy it. You can order it on the Penguin Random House page. It's at the link.
Awesome. That's amazing. Is it tied in to the Soon I Will Be Invincible universe? Is it set in the same universe, or is it separate? And it's just because they're both superheroes, they're thematically similar.
Legally, I cannot say
Okay.
yes, but in all other senses, yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
Awesome. I just I had to file some serial numbers off, but yeah, it's the same world.
Okay, great. That's exciting. That's exciting for people who are fans of the previous book as well. So it'll be great to see. I was under the impression that you also had another book after that in the works. Is that true? And can you talk about it?
A little bit. Yeah, I have a graphic novel that is coming out from First Second Books. And I'm actually not even sure if it's okay for me to say that, but I'm saying it. It's a ton of fun. It's you know what? My brother wrote The Magicians, right? About a book about a school for witches and wizards, and I was like, are you really doing that, Lev? Like, have you no shame? Is what I said, or words to that effect. Anyway, so I pitched a graphic novel, which was What If Wizard School Sucks? And it's about these two kids in the Midwest of the United States, and they go to wizard school in like Indiana, and they're like, this sucks. So they run away. And one of their teachers runs away with them, and the book is called We Hate Wizard School, and it's about what if wizard school sucked and you ran away, and you know what, you were in 1980s the Midwest, and you discovered punk rock, and you had cool adventures.
Yeah.
And that's it's being illustrated right now. I'm hoping to get it out at the end of next year. And you know what, it's really fun. It's really different from anything I've ever done. It's an adventure with a bunch of teenagers, and you know what, it's gonna be really good.
That's excellent. I'm looking forward to that too. That's gonna be cool. And it's a fun concept too, because it's, everybody's like, I want to get there. Nobody thinks once you get there, you want to get out. Nobody ever thinks you want to be done with this place. Run away.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I do all the time, right? I retell things, genre stories, but I find a weird, skewed way to come at them. And this is another example of that.
Awesome. You're going to be at the Yeah You Right, hashtag Yeah You Right event in Brooklyn on June 6th, right?
Yeah, if you're in New York City, come to the reading. It's in it's the Sunday Bar in Brooklyn, but it's not like deep Brooklyn. It's like nearby Brooklyn. And they have a great lineup of authors. They're going to have a custom cocktail based on each book that is being read from. Like, I've been to a bunch of these. They're always a great time.
That's great. So it's just people get together is it just like an open forum thing, or are there like specified events and like over here is this at this time and over here is that at this time?
Well, there's a specified lineup, right? There's 4 or 5 people, and we're each going to read and talk, and then there's little open mic sections in between the readers.
Okay.
So it's like a fun communal event.
Okay.
Like I said, I go every time they offered it, and finally I'm going to be in it.
That's great. That's awesome. You just get to mingle with the people, or are you like behind a table and?
Oh no, it's a bar. We're in a bar.
Okay.
We're all drinking our signature drinks and hanging out. It's pretty great.
Do you get to choose what is in your signature drink? Do you have any say in it, or is it like this is your drink? It's like, oh well, I hate tequila or whatever it might be.
No, they have like actual people who are good at cocktails make these things up. They said that, they asked me if I had any guidelines, and I said, I'm not an absinthe drinker, so no absinthe, but otherwise go to town. I'm gonna, and it's gonna be interesting. I don't know what a fight me is gonna taste like, but I'm gonna have several.
Gosh, now I gotta write a novel and get in there so they can make a drink for me.
You know what? It's really cool.
Awesome. All right, do you have any other events that you're planning on attending? Any conventions or other podcasts or anything like that you think are coming up?
Not yet, but I'm still lining things up. And it's all going to be on my social media. I'm quite certain I will be popping up different places this summer. Okay. So if you just follow me on Instagram, that's the best way to find out.
Sounds good. They can find you at austingrossman.com.
Yes.
You can find you on Instagram at Austin_Grossman. Also on Threads, Austin_Grossman, or on Blue Sky at Grossman.esk. All the string of stuff for Blue Sky that they have on there.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get that fixed where you can just add Grossman on there and we'll be good. So So guys, go ahead and give him a follow at all of those locations, and keep an eye out for the graphic novel. Keep an eye out for the book. We will make sure that in the show notes that we have a link for where you can get the book through the UK as well. So you can make sure to stay on top of that and get that right away. So we will be doing some live stream Q&A in just a minute. So if you guys have questions for us, and go ahead and throw them in the chat, and we will get to them right away after we cover our upcoming guests. Coming up, we're going to be having Django Wexler. He's a fantasy and sci-fi author whose works include the Shadow Campaign series, the Forbidden Library, books for Magic the Gathering, if you ever played Magic the Gathering, and so many more. He's going to be joining us to talk about his life, those books, D&D, and the new book, the D&D Spelljammer novel he's got coming out. That's going to be on June 3rd, and that podcast will be available June 4th. Hey guys, thanks for hanging out with me today. Appreciate it. We're going to read on out. We will talk with you guys tomorrow. Well,